Hello, hello. We are back.
And about time too.
I know, it's been so long. But we made it just in time, Wednesday evening sharp.
We did not specify that this would be 6 o'clock Eastern, so any of the sharpers in the chat that are saying we're late, we're not. This is on time. There is a clear distinction in the announcements.
You know what they say about wizards and when they are arriving?
They're always late. Right?
I don't think that's what they say, but that's okay.
I think that's what he said. That's what he said in the book section of the movie.
We are back today with part 2 of our roster reviews for season 5, featuring, today we'll be talking about our Swarm and Truant divisions. So we've gone over All-Star and Hustle, and our Swarm, I think our Swarm teams actually have one of, if not the highest rated teams. So keep up, or watch out for that. I am interested though, seeing as we're kind of climbing down the ladder a little bit in terms of like division skill. I wonder if people started to rate their drafts based on, like, you know, with a little bit more leeway, going, oh well, it's a Swarm player with this draft compared to the other drafts, this is very good or very bad.
Right.
There may have been some of that like comparative action going on for when people made ratings, but I think regardless, it still tells a really interesting tale. Seeing the disparity in ratings, and I'm excited to get into it. What did you think about some of the Swarm teams when you started to take a look that I'm sure you looked at before today, right?
I looked at them when I was looking at that image that you posted. So no, there are some good ones here.
The image that I posted 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I knew Metros. I saw like some of the other ones as they were coming together because I was checking the doc occasionally for that. Mm-hmm. There's a couple that I like.
How many monkeys does Metro have?
1.
Oh.
So we're good there. I told you she has a really similar team to one of the teams that we saw either in Hustle or All-Star that I hadn't seen before, because I saw that, I was like, wow, this looks like almost identical.
Interesting.
But yeah, there's some good stuff here. I don't want to spoil anything ahead of time about what's on these rosters that everyone's already seen. But
yeah. Whoa, spoilers! There's rosters!
Yeah, guys, don't go in the Google Doc. You'll be spoiled.
Don't do it. Alternatively, just do it and you can follow along with us.
But yeah, so I mean, instead of rambling too much with the overview here, we might as well just jump in. I mean, you guys know what we're doing. And we can talk about them specifically when we get to them, so. Yeah,
we did stream for it was a bit over 5 hours on Monday. Yeah. That was a little crazy. So I do think it will be a little bit shorter with the fact that Truant is a little bit smaller of a division. Mm-hmm. But I do still want to kind of jump right into this. If you missed part 1, the VOD is up with timestamps, and it's all decked out with everything that you need for that. Go check out the VOD. It's posted in Discord, or you can just find it on our channel. If you're new, thanks for joining. We're glad to have you around. And yeah, I think we're good to start. I don't think we have too many hard criteria that we like to, or that we are specifically rating off of. But I do have a couple personal biases that I like to see in teams. Like, for example, something we talked about a lot yesterday was a certain amount of Pokemon with a certain speed tier, or, you know, having certain kind of type synergies, resistances to key parts of your team, an offense profile, etc. So that's kind of what I look out to see, or to judge teams based on. And I'm sure everybody has their own. There's going to be some today as well that I feel like are based on just eye test, and it's hard to say what is particularly good or bad. We had that problem a couple times yesterday as well. Where it's like, it's so hard to put your finger on it.
Weird. It also looks like it's missing something.
Yeah. Anyways, sorry, that's enough of me. Let's just
that's
dive
good, because
right
now we don't have to like we don't really have to spend too much time on like one person's review, kind of explaining it over again. And I think a lot of the people that are going to be here today have at least seen these before. They kind of know.
I'm sure, surely. And if you haven't, go do it.
Yeah, go watch the entire
the whole 5 hour
tab
stream
of every NBA stream that we've done.
Alfonso, I realized after we were live, or sorry, after we stopped streaming yesterday, that I didn't explain what I said I would explain. I can just talk to you about it personally, but there are a couple other people here that we're going to talk about today that I'll try to remember to explain some of the reasons for their division placement as well. But I'll just DM you or something later. It's fine. Sorry about that.
You never explained why I was banned from competing.
Oh,
but the reason is performance enhancing drugs. So.
Well, that was the first rule, was performance enhancing drugs. The second reason you were exempt or excluded from the season is there was a really cool form that went out called the NBA Season 5 sign up form that unfortunately you didn't fill out in time.
Well, you didn't specify the reading prerequisite to fill out.
Yeah, I know. Sorry, I can't expect Americans to be able to read.
Yeah, so it is what it is. I mean, you know, guys. Like otherwise, I would be competing. That's the only reason I'm not.
True. I mean, an American and a draft player. Yeah, I don't blame you. Actually, that's my bad. I should have known.
And a monkey. I mean.
And a monkey. Okay, let's get into it. We've got first up Panziska.
Panziska. We got the genre timer. I added
the genre timer. Cody timer. Let's hit it start. We're trying to go for some PBs today. So Panziska is a new member to the NBA and ended up with first pick. And did what most people would do with their first pick and chose Tapu Koko.
It's a good first pick.
Yeah, I think we've seen exactly.
We saw the same, or no, it's Kabalion or whatever it's called, Iron
Crown. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. So it was a different Terra Captain team with Crown over Leaves.
Different Unova future haunts.
Yeah, maybe that's my fault for placing them in the 13 and 12 tiers.
Yeah, I mean it works. I think it's okay to have that kind of like maybe not obvious, but like very easy to fit in kind of synergy there. Like it just kind of it makes it better, I think.
Yeah, so most like Terra Captain combinations are either legal or illegal by design. It's usually not like, oh, this guy ended up in 11 points, so he can't be a Terra Captain with any of these guys in 15 because you'd go over the Terra point cap. That's usually by design. And things that don't see Terra Captain usage usually go down in 10 so that you can put them with a really strong captain just to kind of rotate them in and out sometimes. But anyways, let's actually talk about the team here. We do have a Tapu Koko with Mega Garchomp. We have seen that a couple times in the NBA in the past. And I'm a big fan.
Just that combo specifically?
That specific, like picking those two as your first and second pick. Now, obviously, Cinderace was also picked at the same time as the Megachomp because Panziska got the wheel back for pick 2 and 3. I think that's an extremely solid first, like effectively 2 picks, right? Getting Coco Chomp and Cinderace.
Yeah, I mean, you got speed really covered here pretty well. I know you mentioned like 120 is kind of where you want a cap, but like you have the 130 and 119 still above 110. So I think this is a good team for Cinderace to be on because he's not the cap at 119, but he's still up there.
Yeah, I would rather have my cap specifically over 120, like something. There's Meowscarada, Greninja, things like that are just slightly higher because there are a lot of weird things between like you said 119 to exactly 120. Yeah. So being able to actually outspeed those, I think, is really key. Yeah. Having a 120 though itself as your cap is fine. It's just that most teams have one thing faster.
By the way, Pan says that the second and third pick were actually the Rotom and the Scizor, which also makes sense as a wheel pick.
On second round. True. So. Yeah, very true. Yeah, that's right. So I guess this isn't actually the draft order. I did forget that. Yeah.
Yeah. Which I can also understand Mega Chomp and Cinderace making it back to round 3 and 4. Technically, really, it's just like making it through round 3.
Yeah.
Cinderace is one that like maybe you'd expect to be taken a little sooner, but Mega Chomp is a weird one where it's like he's really good, but you have regular Chomp as well, and so many other quad ice weak mons to choose from as well. He's one where it's like super solid, but maybe not always a risk at being taken super early, and definitely understandable to see not taken until round 3 or 4.
Well, you never choose Chomp because it's Ice Week. It's
no. I'm saying
choosing an Ice Week mon out of the ones that are available.
Right, but I'm saying like if you're looking for a dragon, if you're looking for a ground type, there's a lot of other mons like that, or like sometimes you'll end up in a situation where it's like, oh, here's how my plan worked out, and maybe my dragon got sniped, and now I'm looking at the other dragons that are left, but the rest of my team is also maybe a little more ice weak than I'd like. Do I really want to put on another 4 times ice weakness that can't hold an item, right? That's why I just think there's a lot of overlap there. It's not that you're looking for a 4 times weakness. It's that there's a lot of overlap there where it's not necessarily like you're trying to fill the dragon ground slot, but more like you have so many slots that you do need to fill, and as people are doing their mock-ups, you might end up with some like, do we really have room for that?
But I guess so. I think so. Yes.
Again, I'm not trying to say he's bad or anything. I'm just saying that I'm not surprised when he makes it. Sometimes even a whole draft without being drafted.
Right. I like Mega Garchomp. You're saying goes undrafted because I don't think that's actually ever happened. I mean, maybe at least here. I don't know. Like I think
late
usually
like
Megachomp just goes like round 2 after Garchomp is taken.
Yeah.
Or round 1 because regular Garchomp is taken. I actually think I think Megachomp is better here. I'm a known lover of Megachomp. It's one of my favorite draft ones. I think it looks better here with a team that's actually pretty fast. Coco, Cinderace, Iron Leaves, Iron Jugulus.
Yeah, you're not really hurting.
Are all actually fairly quick and need more of a backbone. Mm-hmm. If you needed specifically base Chomp for like a little bit more consistent speed, and maybe more of a consistent win con, being able to run an item with loaded dice, let Scale Shot be a lot more consistent of a win condition. But Chomp here as the kind of main backbone of, because Scizor and Rotom are also sort of a little bit shaky sometimes, and Aromatisse as well. The team is very offensive, and having something that you can spec defensively and still hit like a truck and further your offensive game plan, I think is a lot better here.
Yeah, and the Scizor and Rotom resisting ice is really good for him too, and Cinderace.
Yeah. I mean, the hazards look. There's only one setter. Oh, sorry, Cursula and Muck also have hazards as well. I feel like they're very unlikely to come a lot of the time, so I feel like Chomp is really slotted into the has to rock every game. No,
that's okay.
Chomp doesn't care. Chomp can run like Earthquake, Fire Blast, Stealth Rock, something, right? A Dragon move if you want, whatever. So it's not the end of the world. It would like to not have to do that, but it can do that completely fine.
Yeah.
It kind of wishes
at least it's not something that needs to run AV ever because it can't hold let him.
True. It wants like its steel type to rock sometimes when it can, but that's okay. There's really strong ice resistances for Chomp. There are 2 ground immunities for Coco. It's interesting to see Rotom and Coco on the same team though. I don't think I see that very often. Because it's like doubling down on Electrics. Electrics don't mind being doubled on because there's not, especially when one levitates, there's not much of an overlap.
They don't have
unless against specifically a mold breaker, right? But you can tech against that nowadays with Ability Shield.
Right.
Terra Captains are good. I don't think Aromatisse is really a real fairy, but you don't need another real fairy because I feel like Coco is real enough to be your main fairy.
Especially if you have Rotom Wash like being a real electric type too, right? Like Coco can lean more into the fairy side.
Yep, but at that point it kind of makes it seem like you want to Terra your Coco. I don't personally think that I'm a fan of that, but I feel like that's what your team makes it look like you wanted to do from the start, was Terra your Coco after you got Aromatisse Rotom.
Yeah.
But I think these captains are better. Leaves and Jugulus are good. Like someone said in chat, Leaves is pretty strong. And I'm excited to see it pop off. I have always liked Jugulus. I think it's really cool. I don't really think it needs Terra, but it's nice to have it.
Yeah, I think Jugulus honestly might even want it more for offense, just because it's like it just doesn't really have the same coverage.
Yeah, it's not going to be setting up or anything, right?
Yeah.
Whereas Leaves is trying to set up with like speed booster, quark drive, and
Dark Flying isn't like a bad
combat.
defensive typing at all. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, so
Gross
I don't
Psychic
think
is
hazards are too big a problem when we have multiple defogs and you have Cinderace. I don't think rocks, like your own lack of rockers, are even that big a deal because, like I said, you also just have Cinderace for that emergency button. You don't even need to run hazards to get your own hazards. It's just a little bit more risky.
And
overall,
you have
I
a
like
consistent
the team a lot,
rocker,
though.
right? It's just not the end of
And
the
it
world
is
if you
consistent.
can't run
That's right.
rocks.
That's right. But I like the team a lot. I'm gonna rate every Mega Garchomp team as good, usually, unless you also have Mega Lopunny.
Yeah.
Scarf with drive boosting attack is nuts. Yeah, that's true. Also, yeah, I think the team is just chock full of threats. I don't think, and I think the defensive, not even defensive, but I think the backbone of the team is strong enough
I think that's solid.
That you don't need like a wish passer, you don't need a wall or anything. All of your Pokemon are fat enough to take hits and deal more damage back than they're taking, and that will get this team to win a lot of games.
For sure. Do you remember what you gave it ranking?
I'm pretty sure I gave it an 8. Let me double check. I did give it an 8. Yeah, I like it a lot, and it's one of my favorites in the division.
Yeah, I might actually give it. I think I want to give it a 9. I mean, if the main weakness is missing a little bit of hazards, like I don't think it's a massive problem at all. Again, like you said, Cinderace can just flip that if that's the case, and maybe it's better if you don't have a bunch of hazards stacked and you have a consistent rocker in matchups where the Cinderace isn't going to be able to do that. I think that's perfectly fine. I like to see again like NatDex taking advantage of the Coco double Future Paradox Terra Captains. Like I just think that's going to be really strong on its own, and that's before you're even looking at like a very classic Rotom, Scizor, and then the Megachomp Coco.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I just think it's all around really good. Maybe a little questionable down here. Like I don't really know what the purpose is 100% down here when you have the fairy up here.
All right, what's down here? Oh, the Aromatisse.
Yeah. I mean, Cursola and Muck I think is a great like low tier pick just to throw in there. I mean, he threatens the T spikes if you need it. And then Cursola is another one where it can just be kind of a gimmick, like whatever. Sure.
Cursola is a nice trick room on with Aromatisse.
Oh yeah.
Gotta go that angle.
Yeah. Anyways,
the community actually rated Panziska team an 8.04, which is above, I believe, above anybody we've seen so far, and is the first 8.x in the NBA community poll. So congrats so far. You're the highest rated team based on the community's rating. Let's see if that holds up. As we go to our next team.
First split was 11-10, but I think that's fine for the first one.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
We
have a little more energy right now.
Yeah. All right. Let's start off here with Luke. So we see right off the bat the Terra Tusk. I think we've seen it before. I think we saw it in like in past seasons. I don't think anybody in Hustle or All Star had it.
Right. Yeah.
It's definitely a viable option. It's one of those things where like it comes into question like, is it worth the 19-point Terra Captain for it? Because I think it's the only legal 19-point Terra Captain, right? Like 19 or higher.
Coco is also legal, but it's the kind of thing that it's not something that always needs Terra. It's just priced there because it's that good of a mon.
Right. And it can use Terra. And there's I don't think there's nothing wrong with it being a Terra Captain in that sense. And honestly, your secondary Terra Captain here is a good one. I think the Terra Crocodile with even like for a 2-pointer. For a 2-pointer, I think it's pretty decent. Being able to make the Crocodile like maybe not weak to rocks, but still holding the Eviolite would be nice if you want to make it defensive that way. Just make it fairy. Then again, you have a mono fairy type that's already really strong defensively. But I think you'd be flexible there. I think what we can probably expect to see with the Terra Tusk is maybe some more offensive sets where you're going for your bulk ups and whatnot. I think Terra with bulk up, bulk up. Rapid spin or even bulk up with booster speed, I think is going to be probably one of the better sets. Or even just like banded fighting, banded ground if you see
exactly
like teams with goals for it. So it'll be interesting to see. I mean, like, you got a pretty good defensive core otherwise too, like with the Clefable Mega Venusaur. Like I've run this combo before. I mean, I like it a lot. And then I guess your water type, he's kind of like he's bulky, but I wouldn't say he's like a
the what type?
You hit the water type on the team. It's not really like a defensive water type.
The water type?
Water type. The Samurai. Samurai.
The water?
Water type.
Oh, okay, I get it. Yeah, so Samurott is definitely not a bulky water. You do have Silvally to shore up any weaknesses that you might need, and Mega Venusaur does resist ice and fire. Not resist, but it's neutral to ice and fire.
It's not a weakness
that you usually want your water type to do. So not the end of the world. I do think the team is still pretty ice weak. I'm not really counting Crocolore, but your main fire doesn't resist it. Your thick fat mon doesn't resist it. You've got Tusk is going to have to Terra to dodge ice pretty often, I think.
That's fair, but I think that's also fine. I mean, if he's always coming anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Tusk is going to Terra to dodge a weakness whenever it Terras into a non-stab anyways. So
or even if it's just going into fighting, like then it's not weak to ice, right? So.
Yep. Yeah, that's true.
Cory says the Croc is kind of trolling. I mean, maybe it is, but I think
it definitely is.
Yeah, it's an unaware Eviolite that you may or may not be ready for sometimes. But
yeah, I mean it's kind of similar to my team, right? Where I have 8 bringable mons and a 2-point Terra captain because I couldn't afford another captain because all my other mons were too expensive. It's shades of that.
Yeah.
Maybe to. Yeah, probably just the same extent.
And no offense to Swarm, my alma mater, of course. Like maybe wouldn't expect it to do much in like All-Star or something. I mean, you never know. Like it could win.
It is a mon that'll try and get you if you haven't.
Yeah, if you don't respect it, right?
Yeah. But at the same time, it doesn't even always like beat the things that it needs to, and you don't even always need to prep for it too.
But the nice thing is that it has recovery. It's an Eviolite mon that has recovery and has unaware, so you can pretty like guarantee kind of your windows with it. But
yeah, so let's look at some other aspects here. We have if I'm looking at the speed, it's not too bad. I do still usually think that Talonflame is a kind of fake speed.
Yeah, I agree.
Usually it wants to run bulky, and it can obviously run fast when it has to. I think unfortunately it's gonna have to run speed more than. The rest of its stats want it to run speed.
10 is kind of rough.
Yeah.
If you're not counting Talon.
So, I mean, it's still fine, honestly. I would even just count it as like, you can count it as a speedster. It's fine. With Latios,
it's a
pretty
speedster
good.
in Unite.
Yeah, true. Considering Samurott is often going to be Scarf, or at least is very Scarfable.
Yeah.
I think your speed is going to be completely fine. Tusk is often going to be at +1 speed as well.
Right.
You're going to outspeed a lot of things that aren't cheesing speed, like weather abusers or Quark drivers. Most of the time, if not all the time.
Mm-hmm.
You have a pretty solid like Fairy Dragon Steel and kind of standard, Fairy Dragon Steel, Fire, Water, Grass core. I do think those are phasing out of draft meta a little bit.
Yeah. At least Terra.
Given, at least given how many secondary types are on all of these like fire, water, grass types now, I feel like old traditional cores like that aren't as necessary.
Yeah. Well, and you have all these signature moves that are like Hammerot, for example, where it's like you're drafting Hammerot, he's priced for his spikes setting move, right? But you're not going to draft him and then also be like, oh, still need something for my fire, water, grass core, right? Like it's like you have the Hammerot. But
Martin says in chat, I really like Latios on this team. I do too, and I actually think it's what brings the team together. I feel like if there wasn't a Latios here, it would be too passive and too slow. But that does also mean that Latios is going to carry a heavy burden this season. It is almost the entirety of Luke's special offense here. Just looking at special attack. Like, okay, Mega Venusaur does hit hard.
Yeah, it doesn't really set up, but it does threaten it at least, right? Like you're gonna be able to break through a lot of like the special tanks.
It can set growth technically and boost its special attack, but it is unlikely.
Yeah.
That and I guess Silvally is gonna have to just be like have Bolt Beam to just hit everything super effectively. Yeah. You don't have to run that, but I do think that the teams can just, for the most part, run physically defensive against you.
Yeah. Well, don't Don't underestimate Clef too.
It
Like if it
can,
gets a
yeah, it can run Life Orb, CM. I take it back. It's not as bad as I had initially analyzed it to be, but
I
I
see
do
why
wish
you're
there was
saying it
something else that
though.
was as strong.
But I just think that it's if the issue is that you're worried that the other team's gonna be like, oh, I can just prep full Fizz Def, I think that would be a really big mistake on the other team, because first of all, yeah, you do have the Latios and then Latios, and then you also have to like be ready to tank some of these mons that like could just, again, like one Calm Mind, even not in an offensive set on Clefable, you just start flinging +1 Moonblast, like you still need somebody to take that, right? So
yeah, or like 3 attacks, Life Orb, Clef is strong. Even just like Shadow, like modest Aegislash is actually pretty decent sometimes. So yeah, I do take it back a little. There are more options than I kind of saw at first.
But in terms of like a specs user, maybe like there's really only the Latios.
You can specs Aegislash, but yeah, it's not as good.
Yeah.
The hazards on the team look pretty strong. I mean, it's always going to look strong when you have the best spinner in the game and the best spiker in the game.
And Clef, who can always run rocks if he wants to.
Yeah, Clef can rock, and Aegislash can spin block. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Usually, I think Samurott likes to see defog punishers, like a Defiant or a competitive mon somewhere. It's nowhere near necessary, but it just kind of is something that's nice. That's why you see it a lot with Annihilate, because it acts as both,
right?
Or just Goldango.
Here's something that I'm a little concerned about looking at this, and it's not like a massive weakness, but the ground types, and granted he has one of them, right, like the Great Tusk, the ground types that also have like knockoff or ice coverage, I guess, not so much ice coverage, but knockoff specifically, might be kind of a problem for this team when you're not certain whether or not the Clef can come in yet. Like if you haven't really seen what it's going to do, there might be a couple situations where it's like, okay, I need to be ready for this, like this thing to click Quake, but it could also just click Knock and hit the Latios really hard, or get rid of my boots on Talonflame. Both of those things can be kind of rough, and it's something that I kind of noticed whenever like I've run Talonflame before too, where it's like if your answer to a Quake mon that has knockoff as well, it's like, okay, you got to be really careful not to just lose your boots on this. Clef can handle it because Clef can obviously tank the knock. Venusaur's also probably pretty good into it too. Like one of these two will probably be the designated like ground swap in that case, like in those situations, which I think is just kind of interesting, where you have like your two ground immunities here, but it could shift momentum a little bit hard. Yeah, just overall too much on that. It might limit these sets a little bit. That being said, double Unaware Mon is also pretty nice for I think for Mega Venusaur to have like around him, because
it's like 1.5 Unaware Mons.
Right, yeah, but still, like if you're worried about that, like you're not gonna bring a ton of setup against this team, right? Like probably not. I think that helps for being able to kind of spec these mons to be able to deal with certain things. Like you're just kind of like looking out for like certain ban threats, maybe Life Orb sets that are just generally strong. And I think that'll make it a little easier to
yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem with saying that is like, oh, he's not going to run setup. Instead, he's going to run a choice band against me. It's like, yeah, okay, that's still pretty good, right?
No, it is good, but you can like more confidently like prep for that, I think.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I personally think I do like the team. I don't think I quite like it as much as Panziska's. I think if I could, I would give it like a high 7, like a 7.9 or something. But for the sake of showing that I like it slightly less than Pans, I'll give it a 7.
Okay. I might give this one another 9. This one's probably just biased though, because I mean I personally really like Clef, Mega Venusaur, Talonflame. I've always liked those mons. Specifically, really like this combo together. Hard to go wrong with best hazard control in the game. Latios really strong. Maybe 8 just because of the speed. Little questionable.
That kind of fake talent speed.
Yeah, you know, let's just say 8. I really do like the team a lot in terms of like the mons that are on it, but that is a pretty tough weakness to deal with.
Yeah. So. Cool. Well, the community agrees that it should be directly between 7 and 8 at 7.52 is what the community PR has spoken with.
Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So good team, Luke. Let's move on to Stormtide. We have first things first, you see another Terraments, and I think people have started to catch on that, now that we kind of did have another small wave of Terrabans in the off season. Ments is something that stands out on the tier list of, oh, this is still Terra legal, and oh, it's actually budgeted fairly well.
Did Gyarados get Terra banned?
No, it didn't.
Okay, because I know that was one where it's like in the first couple of seasons, it was like, oh, this is kind of popping off, and then some other people tried to run it, and I don't know if it went as well. But the Salamence was really good last season.
So Terra Gyarados traditionally in the NBA has been, I don't want to say a noob killer, but has been popping off in the low divisions, but it's also only really been drafted in the low division. So it's hard to say that it's a noob killer, and it's hard to say that it's only doing well because it's playing quote unquote bad players. It could just be that our higher tiered players just don't like it, and having such a small sample size,
they think it's a little bit cheese.
Yeah, maybe they're just not interested in it. If you play so much draft, you get tired of seeing the same things over and over. But since we don't have the player base of like a ladder and the sample size of a ladder, for example, you don't get to have the data on it in higher skill settings.
Right.
If certain people just don't like it. Like, for example, I'm a known Slurpuff hater. I'm never going to draft Slurpuff, so you're never going to get data on how I perform with Slurpuff. And that could just be the same 16 times over. Maybe the division's just full of 16 people who don't like Gyarados. Who knows?
I think.
Sorry, this is about Salamence, though. Salamence is... I'm glad that people are catching on to this, because I actually think it's better than Gyarados in almost every way.
I do, too.
I do think that baiting Electric and then going Terra Ground is very strong, but Salamence can't do that same thing with Ice. Like, you can't immune Ice.
Yeah.
So you kind of have to Terra Steel, and then you don't really need Steel Stab very often. So I do think its Terra choices affect it less, but it'll use it more defensively more times than not, I think.
But I think that also makes it less predictable.
Yep, that's also true.
So,
aside from that, though,
thanks, kyguy in the chat. You're up next, by the way, kyguy, if you stick around.
True. Aside from Ments and Yuxi, which I do think Yuxi is also a good captain and one of the better 9-point captains to pair with Ments too, so it's a good find.
Yeah.
The rest of the team
is this is a Rain team.
Yeah.
I was like, hold on.
Boo. I don't like Rain. So it's, let's see, it's Pelipper, Archaludon, Megapert, Kilowattrel. It is, if anything, it's more of a Rain splash. It's less than half the team that's actually dedicated to Rain. I guess you can count Kilowattrel in Rain if you want to, but you don't even have to.
Yeah.
It's more of a Rain splash for sure. Mega Swampert is more than bringable outside of Rain. Same with Archaludon. Pelipper, you're not going to ever bring Pelipper if you don't have one of those other mons. But there's also a terrainless Sneasler, which is interesting. What do you think of that?
Hold on, sorry. I'm looking to see. There was a Terra Salamence in one of the previous ones that we
Yeah, Goder has it in All-Stars.
In All-Stars, okay, there it is. With the Jolteon, okay. So, sorry, what did you say about with the...
There's a terrainless Sneasler, I wanted your input on that.
Terrainless Sneasler. It's still good. Like, it's not even the fastest thing on the team.
Yeah.
We got two over 120 is always gonna be good. It's not like I think a big thing in NatDex is that there's other things that you can do to get your own burden as well. I mean, granted, I think normal gem is actually in Gen 9, but the other gems
are legal
like
you can anyways.
you can use the gems here. You can use like Focus Sash. You can there's just a lot of stuff that you can do. I don't think it's the end of the world to not have terrain with Sneasler.
No.
Now that being said, is it 19 points without Dire Claw without terrain? Maybe questionable.
It's probably close. I'd say it's still like
good.
A 17-pointer.
Yeah. So I don't think there's a lot lost there, especially when your team is already kind of like inherently budgeted for you when it's rain.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
I think it's fine. I think
as he says
nice
in chat,
to.
Sorry, as he says in chat, I don't like Unburdened Sneasler sets. It's definitely. I think the shiny Unburden button does overshadow just like running choice sets a lot, and getting Switcheroo is very nice for it
too. Just like Poison Touch.
Yeah. Poison Touch on a choice set is really strong, and you turning around and everything, and like having strong stabs is good. Right? Yeah, that's T-Spikes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I don't think it's bad to have without.
No, you can just use it as a 120 speed Swords Dance user without Unburden too. I mean, you probably wouldn't, but yeah, it's just a really good one. So I don't, like you said, it doesn't matter that it's off that it's off terrain. It does feel weird that that's your pick over another rain abuser, though. You know, like over a Barraskewda, or that could even Terra or something like that.
I don't know. I think if we're going with a rain splash here, I think it's fine to have the the Mega Pert, and we talked about this the other day with like Archaludon, how it's like the greatest hand wrapped gift that rain teams could have possibly gotten, where it's just like, okay, cool, you can slot this onto your team, it covers multiple things that you need, and it's also fine on its own, like it's a rain splash that already doesn't have a ton of overlap, aside from maybe Pelipper and Kilowattrel with the Hurricanes, and then but I think that's fine though. Like I think it's just a solid team without rain, and that's kind of what you want in draft, where it's not super telegraphed and what to do against.
So Mence does also have interesting special sets, kind of similar to Dragonite in rain, actually, where you can just run Hurricane Hydro Pump.
Yeah, that's true.
And it's actually not that bad. So even just like running Terra Flying Hurricane and just hitting stuff is actually it does hit really hard. But you also have a Kilowattrel. I don't think you really need to be doing that. No. Like if that's good, you can just run Specs Kilowattrel.
Really good.
You have Pelipper that can Hurricane. Yeah. I don't think it'll be used for that. It just could be.
One thing I noticed that this is like very specific for like maybe one or two matchups, but having the Sneasler on a rain team helps with some of its bad, like some of rain teams traditionally bad matchups, like against like a Rillaboom, where they're setting terrain for you. Maybe you run a seed set against the enemy's terrain, against grass types in general that are going to be problematic for you, like maybe any of the Ogre Ponds. Sneasler's pretty good into all of them too. So it's like, yeah, maybe it's not like a rain team piece in terms of like using the rain, but in draft it is nice to just have it there threatening a lot of the main spooky mons for a team like this.
That's a good point. I do think that usually rain does that already on its own.
It does.
Like if a grass type comes in on Mega Swampert that's flip turning
and stuff too,
you just go to the Hurricane user, right? It's already very streamlined. I don't think it needs Sneasler. It's just like Sneasler's a good mon. Rain is a good strategy. There's a Sylveon. I do want to talk about the hazard control. It looks pretty dicey. I'm not gonna lie. There are multiple rock setters, but the only removal is Mence and Pelipper.
Fortress Spinner.
Maybe if you're running Boots Pelipper and you're since it is a splash, I do think running Boots Pelipper is more
you have the Fortress.
It's easier to do. And then after that it has to be Mence is never gonna run Defog. And if I see it run Defog, I'll be sad. So it's gotta be Fortress. In the rain, Fortress is completely fine. It's hard to bring it over Archaludon or in addition to Archaludon.
Yeah. Well, Archaludon doesn't have the 4x fire weakness, so it's not really like an overlap there.
It doesn't share any weaknesses.
But I know what you mean though. Or it's I think it's a serviceable backup though for Pelipper. Otherwise, usually defogging. But at the same time, do we really mind Pelipper running Boots defog all the time when you have a Kilowattrel spam Hurricane, right? Like you don't. There aren't the situations where it's like, damn, I wish I could use Specs Pelipper for this game for this matchup.
Yeah, I think it's fine
because it's like you have other pieces to do that.
Yeah, it's kind of got to be Pelipper a lot of the time, I think, but that's fine.
Pelipper comes to every game anyway, pretty much, right?
Yeah,
for this team. So.
Well,
maybe not every game, but you know what I mean. Like it's not hard to fit.
Without rain, the team looks like Sneasler, Salamence, already great. Archaludon might come, sometimes might not. Like I would say
Sylveon.
Two of
Archaludon's certainly fine.
Archaludon, Sylveon, Swampert. And then if you're running Unburden Sneasler, you're gonna bring Kilowattrel for speed.
Yeah. Oh, and you also have
and then probably Uxie last. Pelipper just needs Damproc instead of Boots, which is annoying. It needs Damproc if you're relying on rain. I don't think this team really relies on rain that much.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
And I think we're more likely to see just like AV Swampert, or sorry, not AV Swampert, AV Archaludon, and like bulky regular Swampert more often than not.
Right. And Swampert is probably like your consistent rocker here too.
Yeah.
Or Uxie. I'm actually kind of overlooking this, like the fact that this combination is legal. Like these are This is actually, I thought of this earlier. That's why I was looking back to see who else was on the Salamence team in the other division. This is like the two things that are like just kind of crazy. Where it's like where you have the Moxie boost Terra Captain, that's like your higher tier, and then you have the type immunity. And I guess it was Goater because he had the Jolteon, which has a type immunity. Yeah. But Levitate Uxie is more like abuses that better. Just like the Terra
it's better
Poison.
as a standalone win condition as opposed to Jolteon is just like a speedster. You don't really need that when you have Sneasler and Kilowattrel and Rain though.
Yeah, it's just gonna be really hard to like prep for this team when like you already have your work cut out for you, like to make your rain counter, right? And then you have the Terra Uxie that you like kind of forgot about or like didn't fully consider, and like you're planning this, but here's the poison type Uxie that walls your grass type that wanted to come in and kill Swampert, right?
Yeah. Anyways, I usually rate rain teams pretty low. I know this isn't a full rain team. I do think Terra Salamence gives you a pass in my books, but I think it's pretty close. I would maybe give this a 5. I'll give it a 5 to try and diversify my tierings here. I'm not the biggest fan. I don't think it's too great. Maybe I wouldn't want to use this team on my own.
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah, I think it might be a little biased here. I personally also wouldn't play a team like this, but I do think it's good. Like I think this is a good use of like a splash, as we talked about. That's not fully committing to it, and we have some of the strongest archetypes for Terra Captains here, like 2 of them.
Yeah, the Terra Captains bring the team up a lot for me.
Yeah, it might be a little like I don't know, like Zug. Just kind of click buttons and hope you get carried by it, but there's room for expression with any team. So I would say it's maybe like a 7 for me. I think it's a solid team on paper.
Yeah, well, the community has given Stormtide a 7.09.
Nice.
So it did just get past the 7.0 mark, but it's dangerously close.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on to kyguy.
He's still here. We might be.
I might still be here. Off the bat, Terra Captains, we see Terra Thundi. I'm a big fan of this Pokemon, Terra Thundi T. I think it's really strong. Yeah. Ideally, I would like it paired with a strong captain, but it's not the end of the world. I do think Terra Driftblim in any terrain is actually pretty threatening as a low-tier Gachamon.
Yeah.
I feel like Driftblim is the type of Pokemon that like it takes so much speed creep for to try and prep for that you usually just don't prep for the speed creep, right? So it actually usually does. Yeah, the Unburdened Drifblim. Yeah. So because it like things have to go so far out of their way to speed creep it, usually that's not going to happen, and it can just have free reign with under the pretense of it's unlikely that they're going to bring it.
Yeah.
Yo, Resh, what's up? So I think it's actually fine. I don't hate it. Looking at the rest of the team, what do you think about the rest of the squad?
I'm looking right now. Like it looks kind of annoying to fight. You got the Aloma
Aloe Aggron is awful.
Yeah, and the Moltres too.
To fight against, that is.
Yeah.
Moltres, you can pair that up, I think, if you wanted. I feel like Aloe Aggron is the main part of it, and then Moltres is like there to help participate and bring a little bit of offense to your defense.
I'm just saying this looks like a team that you just like have to bring pads on your physical attackers against, because it's like Rocky Helmet, Mola, plus Flame Body Moltres, plus Rough Skin Garchomp. It's like, oh shoot, yeah. Like you got.
We're gonna gold split.
Yeah, you got Rough Skin, Flame Body. Mon likes to run Rocky Helmet. Like,
yeah, that's a good point.
This is gonna be really rough for physical attackers.
Yeah,
but in a way, it almost plays against it, because it's like it's almost like a really easy decision to just bring pads against this team, and you're maybe not getting the full value out of like what these mons want to do. But as opposed to like just one mon running Rocky Helmet.
Yeah, it's like you're not getting full value out of those things because you have so many things that can do that, but at the same time, you're forcing your opponent to play to your game. Right?
Oh yeah, it's definitely nice. Like there's upsides to it for sure.
Yeah, if your pivot has to run, for example, if you have like a regen pivot that has to run, pads instead of a life orb. I'm thinking like Mian Chao, for example.
Mian Chao is really the only one I can think.
Yeah, I mean it could be Torn or whatever as well.
I guess, yeah.
That really helps.
I mean, you're famously
defensive core
user.
Yeah, I mean that really helps your defensive core. It doesn't even have to be a regen user, just like a U-turn pivot. If it's always running boots instead of whatever offensive item. Sorry, yeah. Instead of an offensive item, if you're forcing them to run a utility item, it's bad for them. And bad for you, sort of, but not really. It evens out.
Yeah.
I do think the
maybe a little concerned.
Clumped.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say just the offense in general is maybe a little concerning. Like you have the Ogerpon, you have the Garchomp, and you can run like Specs Lele and your Thundee T. I guess the Drift.
I'm not worried about offense at all. What Pokemon other than Aloe is not offensive here?
Aggron.
Aggron has like 140 attack, brother.
Yeah, but isn't he still like pretty passive though?
No, I don't think so. I mean, Heavy Slam hits like a truck. It's in the heaviest bracket, and it also just has Edge Quake. Body Press.
I guess that's true.
Like
I'm thinking
it's not passive at all.
I'm just thinking
if you're used to seeing it
too much
with like Toxic, Rocks, Dragon Tail kind of deal, that's a really passive set. It can do that and just be like full fist F as a blanket check, but it's not a passive mon at all. The only quote unquote passive mon is Aloe, and after getting Flip Turn, it actually still kind of helps hippie teams accomplish their goals anyways by doing like 15 to 20% to non-resistant things 10 times over a game. It does add up.
Heavy Slam hits like a truck is a sentence I've heard Matt say many times.
Yeah, true. Yeah. Sorry to bring up your drama. That line in his voice. Oh god, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It's to me, it looks like maybe that the team isn't lacking offense, but maybe there's like a lot of situations where you're swapping to get the most value out of things, right? Like to bring in the Aloe, to bring in the Aggron, and maybe not getting those windows that you want offensively, because really Aloe is the only pivot of these defensive mons. Moltres can U-turn, I guess.
Fez, Thundee, Ogerpon.
Well, but Thundee's not defensive. I'm talking like the defensive mons. If they have to.
Oh, like defensive pivot, yeah.
Yeah. So like if they have to come in, then it's like, I don't know. Like you might just end up on the back foot with the team a decent amount, even though it is strong offensively, and I think the speed also contributes to that too. But like without boosting, none of these are particularly fast.
Yeah, being slower than most opposing teams, like with Ogerpon, Cornerstone as your fastest mon, outside of Unburdened Driftblim, I guess that is a thing, but that's it's not going to be extremely reliable. Your next best thing is going to be like what, Scarf. I don't think Chomp or Thundee are good Scarfers. It would be Scarf Lele if you really need speed.
Yeah, I think Scarf Lele is probably the most realistic.
Yeah, so I feel like Scarf is pretty likely to come, which is fine. Lele is a good Scarfer. Yeah. I actually like that Lele gives Psychic Terrain to Garchomp, because Scale Shot Garchomp, one of the main
defense drop
counterplays to it, right, is just Prio against the drop defense.
Mm-hmm.
So that's actually a nice little
shard in general against Garchomp.
Yeah, exactly. But then it can be Sucker Punched or Rock Punched or whatever. So, yeah, I like the side turn for that.
Also, the fastest mon here being 110, but also a 110 that can't hold at him.
Yeah, that's what I was saying about, like, it kind of has to be Lele to be the Scarfer. Yeah. Not that you have to have a Scarfer.
Scarf Chomp could work in the right matchup, but it's not as consistent.
I actually, more times than not, back in the old day, in like Gen 6, I brought Scarf Chomp more than anything else, but that was also before it could boost its speed.
Right. Yeah, skills.
And it didn't have like spikes and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just tough when both of your stats can be immune and you choice and you're scarfed into something. And
so I
bridge.
think the hazard setters are pretty good. You have Chomp that can set, you have Pawn that can set, and Aggron is a very consistent setter as well. Yeah. I am worried about removers again. I feel like that's actually been a kind of common thing in Swarm Division so far.
Yeah.
Is your Terath Thundi is a remover and your Moltres is a remover. And like Moltres is a good remover, but it's very prone to, like you said about the Talonflame before, if you have the boots knocked off, it suddenly is very bad at being a defogger.
Yeah, and it's your only option.
Right? It's not like Mandibuzz that is extremely bulky and only 4 XP or 1 XP. 2 XP.
But I think Drifloon also gets it.
Yeah. I don't want to underestimate, like, you can run Strength Sap / Will-O-Wisp, Defog, Drifblim.
But if we're talking about consistent removal, and also Mon's defoggers that aren't weak to knock off, by the way.
Yeah, true. It's not helping. I don't think the team is particularly knockoff weak. I mean, Aggron is probably
the hazard.
The best.
The hazard.
Oh, for the hazards, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, I like the team. I think Aggron is going to be a pain in the ass to deal with. I think Thundi T is one of the best captains that you can get. You can really just never go wrong with Garchomp. I'm really excited to see Ogerpon Cornerstone. I do wish that it was a captain, not necessarily here, but I do wish that if, like, when it's drafted, I kind of hope that it becomes the captain. And it wasn't this time, like, shucks, but I think it'll be fine here. Sturdy is underrated.
Is like something that you want to see, or is it
just because I want to see it, and because I think it's pretty good. It has a decent defense stat, and then getting +1 and an insane rock stab, I feel like is I don't want to say underrated.
It already has,
but we just don't see it often.
Yeah,
getting an insane rock stab.
I was just gonna say, because like I think a lot of people, this isn't everyone, but a lot of people when they draft Ogerpon, you're drafting a 14-point grass type, sometimes might not draft another grass type up there, and then like when your only Terra option is the rock, like I don't know, even though really a grass type that's neutral to Quake and and I don't know,
it isn't really a grass type.
Yeah, but I would think that like maybe sometimes that's kind of what leans people against it. And I guess more specifically like an offensive grass type, when you have that, and then also maybe like let's say like a Mega Venusaur, then the steel types start looking a little like tastier against you, right? So, so that would be my thinking as to why a lot of people haven't chosen to run that, where it's like,
true,
if it's not the massive benefit of like, you know, Hearthflame, if that was allowed to Terra, like obviously you should run that, but like, or regular Ogerpon that at least can run different items.
Yeah, true.
So
I think this team will perform well. I do like it. I do think that hazard removal could be a pain. Especially even Pawn, like losing its sturdy if they have a rock up is really tough.
Yeah.
But overall, I like the team. I'm gonna give it a solid 7. It's probably, for me, it's like just as good as Luke's team, maybe slightly under Luke's team, but I do like this team a lot.
Yeah. I don't know. Did you say 7? Because I think
I did.
I think that's probably where I'm leaning to. I think I'm personally like underrating certain aspects of it, but also like, I've underrated Allo teams so many times and just been like, oh, I thought I had 4 different answers for this one and I didn't. And then the rest of the team just ate me up. So it's really hard to underrate Allo with like any of this. But yeah, the hazards might be an issue. That would be really like the main weakness. And it's a pretty considerable one for a team like this. You know, Mega Aggron can't run boots. You mentioned the sturdy. If you have a Scarf pivot, or not a pivot, but like Scarf user that can't come in that much. Yeah, I would say 7's fine.
Yeah, cool. And 7 is good, by the way. I think if you're above 7 on your like average rating, then you are an above average team.
What I'll say is that any team that I give a 7, I could see going 8-0. Right? Like there's a world where it goes 8-0.
Yeah.
It is a good enough team to go 8-0 if the player's good enough.
Yeah,
6 is maybe where I start saying like I would be really surprised if I saw this team go 8-0 even player.
True.
Right? So.
Yeah. Well, the community does fairly agree, and actually has the team at a 7.43.
Nice. That's a cool spot.
Just about halfway between 7 and 8, which means that half of the people gave 8s effectively, and half of the people gave 7s. So
Nice.
Yeah, hold your head high. That's a good team for our reigning Truant champion, who's recently promoted and trying to prove his mettle.
Got to work his way up, get the quadruple crown.
Yeah. Okay, on to our next team. We have MartinRadKau with the triple dark.
Off,
right? No, I don't think so.
I thought Martin said in the chat that they had taken a season off. Maybe
I'm gonna double check because I'm fairly confident, but now that you've said it, I feel like a little gaslit.
Yeah, I remember him saying something. Maybe he was referring to something else. Maybe he was talking about a different division or a different league that he took a break on. Oh, there's Martin in the chat.
No, you were right. Martin wasn't here.
Look at that.
Yeah.
I may not look at the rosters, but I look at the chat.
Yeah. You look at everything else.
Yeah. I mean, Mega Scizor or Chi-Yu. This isn't the first time we saw the Scizor and Chi-Yu. This might be the third time we've seen it. Am I crazy?
Yeah.
I think this is the third time we've seen Chi-Yu with Scizor.
I mean, there's multiple Scizors, so it is possible.
Yes, and oh wait, that doesn't help. I'm looking at Swarm. Mega Scizor Chi-Yu, Matayoshi, and regular Scizor Chi-Yu and Gensuzu. Yeah.
Nice. But I do think it's good.
Yeah, well, we talked about it a little bit where it's like, where it seemed like the first time we talked about it was like, oh, it seemed almost a little unconventional. But again, maybe that was the Chi-Yu with the other mon that it was with, the Thundi, I think it was. But that, I mean, this any situation that lets you put Chi-Yu in is just so strong. And when you have a mon like Scizor, that just, the number of times you're gonna have situations where it's just like, here comes the fire move, here comes the Chi-Yu.
especially when people are switching into, say, a water type to try and scald down Scizor, or okay, maybe not water. Sorry, that's bad because Chi-Yu doesn't want to come in on this. But I mean,
Dark Pulse can probably nuke most.
I don't know. Actually, what would come in on Scizor? Flying type to resist U-turn, a steel type. Steel type.
Well, I'm not even so much coming in on Scizor for the pivot, but more so I'm saying like if you have a mon that Scizor comes in on, like a fairy type or like one of those ones that has like the random fire coverage, maybe not a fire type, that kind of mon is an opportunity for the Chi-Yu to maybe come in and click something. Yeah.
I see what you mean. Yeah, and I also do think there are a lot of random fire, like fire coverage resistances. So you have Latias, you have Prim, you have Nihilego. The Spadef on this team is actually insane. I'm actually gonna quickly look at where this team falls in the leaderboards.
You know what?
For Spadef. It's actually not the highest, it's the second highest Spadef.
Yeah, well, maybe because of the friggin' Doduo.
It might be because of the Doduo. I'm not gonna lie.
That probably, dude, 35. I think that's dragging it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Dude, Mystical Fire, outside of the Defiant Kingambit, who's also weak to it still, Mystical Fire kind of goes hard against this team. All of your fire resists just get their Spatak dropped.
That's pretty true.
Am I crazy? Like, is that like a real concern?
I mean, how much damage is he doing to Latias?
No, it's not about the damage though. It's that you get the Spatak drop.
Okay, but then you have to ask, does the Mystical Fire do more than what Latias would do the next turn at -1?
Does the Mystical Fire do more than what the Latias does the next turn? I don't know what you mean.
Okay, Latias switches into a Mystical Fire. It's -1 special attack. Next turn, is Latias doing more or less damage than the Mystical Fire did to it? Usually more, even though it's at -1. That's my point.
But you have swaps for Latias too. That might be taking less damage from it, right? It's just the idea that it's like, if you have a swap for the Scizor that you want to put in, and then you also have swaps for the other mons, right? Like, all you're doing is making your life easier, right? That's attack drop. But then again, Defiant Kingambit, maybe you don't want to bring the Mystical Fire.
Yeah, maybe I mean, even AV or Okaberry, I think, are going to be fine on Kingambit a lot of the time. Something that's interesting, I mentioned this before we really got into it. There are 3 dark types here, and considering that Tinglu is a Terra Captain, none of them are weak to Fairy.
Yeah.
Which is kind of interesting. I am, like, I want to say worried about fighting types into all the dark types. But I mean, Latias and Prim take it really nicely. Ting could even just Terra Ghost. Like Terra Ghost Prim actually, or sorry, Tinglu. Terra Ghost Tinglu looks pretty. I don't want to say scary. I know it's a ghost type, but it's not that spooky. Ooh.
Yeah, it actually looks good. It looks good. That makes me like the Prim here a lot more too, because normally when Latias is like your only fighting answer, you kind of get in trouble with like U-turns and knockoffs. If you're not right. Prim resists both of those, so that's a really nice like tandem combo there for that, to make sure that the team isn't too fighting weak while also not being too like U-turn and knockoff weak.
Yeah. So I do think that Terra Ting is cool, but I do think that it's also missing a bit of oomph that something else could. Like if it was Terra
is Latias legal?
It's no, Latias, Gambit, Chi-Yu are all banned. Yeah. So getting the most point value out would definitely be Tinglu Serena. I feel like maybe Terra Prim would have been better. I mean, if you Terra Tinglu, you lose your ground type. That's kind of tough. Yeah, if you Terra Prim, you lose your water type. Sometimes maybe that's tough too.
Is Neoliga legal?
Yeah, it is.
I would almost think that this is a better combo. Even though, you're not maximizing your points, but it's only a 2-point difference. Possibly. And I know they're this far away, but that's only a 2-point difference. And this is a quad weak Mon that has Beast Boost.
Yeah, that's true.
I think that would be better than the Tinglu. And you're not losing your ground type.
Maybe. I think it'll be good. Listen, I think Terra Tinglu is very good also.
Yeah.
It's not going to, like I said, have the same oomph that an offensive one would have. And it has,
what, you can also do like Terra Poison or Terra Steel to get rid of the
It does have an attack stat, right? It's 110 attack, so you can just like run Terra Dark Throat Chop or whatever.
Yeah. I think it's more likely that we'd see like Terra Poison or Terra Steel to get rid of the toxic vulnerability. Yeah. Especially in that
I'd say probably... but like you have 2 steel types and a different poison type, so I don't know.
Yeah.
I feel like you would just bring one of them instead. Maybe. It's almost like I have no idea.
It's almost like that's true that you're not really that weak to toxic, but like Terra Tinglu, it's almost like the reason for it would be for that. Right? Like it is like, so it's like you're kind of like losing that value where it's like, oh, I forgot the timer again. You're losing that value of what this Mon would want to Terra for, which I think most of the Gen 9 Mons, like defensive Mons that want to Terra in NatDex defensively, like is to avoid the toxic. So if you're not able to do that, I mean, if it's not really gaining that much value, then it's not as good.
I don't know. I think clicking Terra into poison or steel type it has a good like byproduct or like secondary effect of being immune to poison. I feel like you run Rest or Heal Bell. Like you have aromatherapy on Serena.
Yeah, that's true.
But maybe you could. I don't know. That is a possibility that you can do, which I think is going to be also.
I'm just trying to think of an example of another Mon that I've seen do that, where it's just like we're in NatDex specifically, it's so vulnerable to toxic, but then it can just run Terra to avoid it.
Looking at speed tiers, I do not necessarily like what I see.
Nope.
I see Latias is the fastest, and I know Latias can just be like fast offensive, but it's not the same speed control that Latios is going to have. You're going to threaten out fewer offensive threats with Latias,
right? Even
if you're fully invested. And the next fastest thing is Nihilego, Chi-Yu. I don't like the speed tiers at all, honestly.
Yeah, it's kind of rough. This team will be very vulnerable to higher base speed Mons running Scarf. That just kind of outscarf the Chi-Yu and outscarf the Latias.
Yeah.
And it might be kind of rough to scout for that too.
Well, you're never running Scarf Latias, really. So it would only have to be something that outspeeds like +1 Nihilego.
But I'm just saying, like, if you're faster than Latias and you run Scarf, it's like that's pretty risky for Chi-Yu, who like would like to have a little more protection from that.
Yeah.
So.
True.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
it just
true.
seems easier to run Scarf against this team, put it that way, when there's not a Mon that can just Scarf and be faster than you as well.
There are multiple hazard setters. There's Tinglu, Gambit, Nihilego.
Yeah, and Defog, Mega Scizor.
Honestly, if Tinglu was the only hazard setter on a team, I would already just say that your hazards are fine. Although the fact that it's a Terra Captain means that it will often have more things it wants to do.
Yeah.
So getting Gambit and Nihilego is really nice for Ting.
Yeah.
You do have multiple defogs and a rapid spin, so
Serena, yeah. I think
it is
solid
obviously the case of like Mega Scizor and Latias don't want to have to defog, and you're not going to want to bring Serena every game. But one of the two can pick up the slack for each other either game.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
You know, and I think that's pretty much exactly what you want is like two strong options and a decent low tier option that the point of bringing it is to run spin or something.
Especially
that's pretty ideal for me.
Especially when it's not like a third defogger. So you have like an option other than defog in a match where it's like I really don't want to be clearing my own hazards here.
Yep, that's true.
So you can still do that.
Yep, especially if you do run, like you said, Terra, or like I said, rather, Terra Ghost Tinglu. You could even just spin block, and then with Defiant Gambit, you're really running people around trying to scramble to remove your hazards that Tinglu itself is setting. So having a spin in the back is really nice.
Is there a Ghost otherwise? No, there's not.
No. Yeah. So overall, what are your thoughts?
I think it's pretty solid. Like, it doesn't have a lot of gaps on it. I like the synergy that we've been seeing with the Chi-Yu Scizor combo. This speed does hurt it a lot, though. And weirdly enough, even though the Latias can technically boost its speed, like with an item, compared to the Ogerpon, actually, I think this one hurts more because I think this Chi-Yu is like losing potential by being like effectively, you know, if Latias is defensive, like it's kind of the fastest thing.
It'll be like Perma Scarf, right?
Yeah,
I agree. I do think that Scarf Chi-Yu is
good
enough most of the time.
Yeah, but you still want to be able to, you know, run spec sometimes.
Yeah.
Or even
I still do think, like you said, the team doesn't have many holes. It looks pretty defensively sound, even though it like triples up on some certain types. It doesn't overlap weaknesses. Yeah, I think
the main weakness is covered really well by these two, the fighting weakness.
Yep. So I do still like the team. I think it's again a pretty solid 7 for me. Overall, like a lot of things are really threatening. Even Latias can close out games with CM, Prim can CM or Specs or anything.
Yeah.
Beast Boost Nihilego strong. There's good ways to win games. There's good ways to break. There's good ways to pivot. There's good hazards. Honestly, I think I'm actually going to bump it up to an 8, and the only thing that's stopping it from being a 9 is the bad speed.
Yeah. I'm going to stick with 7 for mine. I wish it just had something more here. Otherwise, really solid. And again, I also don't love the Tinglu Terra Captain. I don't think it's bad. I don't think it's awful. But that's another thing that just kind of docks me. I would have a hard time giving it an 8 just when like with those two things. Even though otherwise very sound team, there's a lot of stuff right with it.
The community also thinks that it should have gone the other way from 7 that I went. I went up from 7. They went down from 7. And they gave Martin a 6.22, which doesn't look very good for him, unfortunately. I think I sort of disagree. I definitely understand what they mean.
Yeah, I think
but
that's
I think this team has a pretty high potential, and just needs some more speed to patch up its weaknesses.
Maybe I mean I bet you some of those are also lower because like they see the triple type stacking, you know, low speed. I don't know.
Yeah,
I think it's serviceable in spite of the weaknesses.
Yep. Anyways, we have Professor Drix.
And I started the timer this time.
Let's go! So actually, okay, like Afonso said before, I did want to talk about Drix's placement in the division. So Drix actually only applied for Truant division, and he's here for the first time. He has some friends in the league, and we're excited to have him. I've been getting along with him and talking with his picks and whatever for a while now, and super cool guy, but didn't want to be in Swarm, right? And said right out of the gates, like, I want to take it easy. I'm not trying to, like, you know, I'm just trying to play casual. I don't want to think too hard. I'm kind of stressed out IRL. We ended up bumping him up to Swarm, and I still stand by the decision, but it was kind of hard. It's not that Truant are, like, noobs. It's that people that I have seen personally who I feel who are like who should be in the division, right?
Yeah.
Now, I didn't have too much info on Drix, but I was speaking to Skyhops, and I had actually some of the mods talk to Skyhops who knows him. I don't know if it's in person, but has been playing Pokemon with him for a while, and said that he's probably about Swarm power. And something that actually, like, I was weighing the options about where I thought I should put him. And something that tipped it over the edge for me was actually the fact that he knew Zap. It was weird. Zap just randomly came in and was like, they were like, I don't know, they recognized each other they used to play Monotype way back in the day, like over 10 years ago. And that just kind of seemed crazy to me, because obviously we know Zap is a good player, and he was our very first Hustle Division champion. And I've been playing with Zap for almost as long, and I know him to be a really good player. It almost intimidated me of like, oh, this guy's been playing also, like, first of all, for a really long time. Second of all, he knows like a really good player. I'm gonna go with my gut and put him up a division because I would rather tier somebody. No, that's not even the case. But that's okay.
I know what you mean, though.
You know,
and
like
we've never really seen this Swarm dynamic yet, because this is the first time that there's 2 divisions above Swarm. So, looking for like a more casual experience, I think Swarm will still achieve that. Yeah, and it's just the difference is that you're not just like bullying the people in Truant. Like if you're just like that much better than them, because like even like I've also had, you know, games in my other league where it's like some of those guys are like newer to the game, right? Or just don't practice as much, don't play as much, don't watch as much. I can throw together a team in 5 minutes and 6-0 them just from positioning, right? Like, and that's me.
Well,
those
maybe
guys.
Not you.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying,
no,
like,
well,
that's
I mean,
just like
I'm learning from
just
my mistakes,
having
right?
fundamental knowledge of the game, even if you're like don't have as much time to commit to it. If you have a solid team and that fundamental knowledge, like even your casual games can still be like pretty good, like right, like, and you wouldn't want to like ruin Truant, which is supposed to be kind of a learning division because of the other side of that, right? Like where it's like the decline is coming from not dedicating as much time, but not the lack of knowledge.
Right. So I don't think that one person that's too good for the division will ruin the division.
No,
but I don't think that it's I don't think it's far-fetched to say that Drix, you'll still get what you wanted out of the Swarm division.
Yeah, I would say it's sir-fetched, maybe.
True. We did have Afonso in the Truant division before, and that was a funny season. Anyways, sorry that we did take a few minutes to explain that. That I did just kind of want to talk to you about it because I know you were curious. But that was kind of our reasoning. So I hope you still have fun this season. And let's talk about your team.
I think we can kind of see right off the bat, we got the Mega T-Tar with the Excadrill, we got the newly legal Terra Excadrill, and we got the other legal Sand Rush Terra Captain that can't run Last Respects.
Yeah, so you can't run Last Respects, that's right. But I think it's cool. The Drill and Houndstone are kind of, like I said before, they are like by design able to Terra with each other. Now this is a Mega Tyranitar, so you can't be running a lot of sand shenanigans that you would on an actually dedicated sand team. But this Excadrill feels different than Hustle Division's Excadrill. I'm pretty sure it was Hustle's. I don't remember exactly, but there was an Excadrill. It would have been Hustle's. Yeah, no, it was Hustle's. There was non-Terra and like no sand and nothing.
Yeah.
This is at least like it's a Terra Captain. I think it's still a great Terra Captain outside of sand, but there is still a sand possibility, right? Where you switch in T-Tar to sack at the end of the game, and then you just have Terra Drill for a bunch of turns, for like 4 more turns. Like it's still fine. It's not going to be max potential, but it's still definitely good.
I agree.
So I think this is better than the Hustle's Excadrill.
Yeah, at least you also see that.
Yeah, you also see that there are webs like Terra Drill. Even if it's Mold Breaker outside of sand with webs up is really scary also. If anything, it might just take more teams by surprise, actually. The speed tops off at 115 with Azelf, which is okay. There are, like I said, different speed control options. There's Azelf, there's Excadrill in sand, and there's webs, and Hitmonlee in terrain as well.
Hitmonlee in terrain?
Yep. It has that.
I was thinking in sand when you said terrain, but I forgot that.
Yeah, so Tapu Fini.
Sand Rush Hitmonlee.
So I do think that Fini Heatran is almost a non-bow. The Heatran wants to burn things pretty often with Flame Body or even just Will-O-Wisp. But it's not the biggest problem. Even actually, Weezing also wants to burn things or toxic them pretty often. Not the end of the world. I don't think you need to. You're actually going to have passive damage coming through from sand anyways, so things are going to take extra
and
random
Magma Storm if you're not burning too. Like
yeah, Magma Storm. Like Heatran still has all of its tech. It's just you have to play around the misty terrain a little bit, and it's not the end of the world at all.
Yeah, I like that this team has a couple solid like just lead options to go with. So it's like the Azelf. Originally I was like, oh, Azelf topping off your speed when Azelf is a mon that likes to, sometimes even just suicide lead might not be a great idea. But realistically, I mean, you have the Galv can lead, you have Heatran can lead, put rocks up. Like, I actually don't think that this Azelf is as pigeonholed as I thought it was when I first looked at this.
Yeah.
That being said, if this Terra combo isn't working out, if they don't like it as much, not that I think it won't work out because I think that Terra Exegel is going to be insane. You have a pretty good combo here in... Oh, wait, no, it's not legal because it's over 25. I was going to say Heatran and Azelf would be sick.
Oh, yeah, it's slightly off.
Maybe like Galv, Heatran, or Hitmonlee. Yeah. Either way, I mean, I think this will probably be fine.
Yeah.
I take that back now that you can't run that.
I do worry about the speed tiers. We see... What is that? 80
jump. There's no.
What's the drill? 88, I think. 88, 85, 77, 71.
There's nothing between 88 and 108.
Yeah, so that is a little worrying. I think specifically like the 88 to 108 is bad, but I think it's actually more a problem that everything is between. Well, not everything, but there's so many key mons on your team that are between 71 and 88.
2, 3, 4, 5. Did I count 6?
So it kind of makes it feel like the team really wants the sand, but then you have kind of a more selfish sand user with Mega Tyranitar as opposed to T-Tar Hippo or Gigalith. Or really wants the webs. And then if you web, you don't. Then you kind of don't want to run defog.
Yeah,
and you're running
spinner and Hitmonlee at
spin
least.
Drill. Oh, true. Hitmonlee does get spin too.
And
that's
extra
fair.
drill. Yeah, I think that's actually fine. You have 2 good spinners. Well, good.
Yeah. Now defensive Terra Drill is actually also very fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, you do often want to keep ground type, but like usually. What do things usually take advantage of to kill Excadrill? It's the steel type. It's not the ground type very often, right?
Fire,
they're fighting fire and ground moves to kill drill.
And you have another.
So
really
even just running
type.
Terra Ground, just defensive Terra Ground, I think is actually pretty strong, and it makes you stronger. And investing into your defense isn't as punished because you still have an offense with boosted Earthquake. Yeah,
I actually like that a lot. Seeing with the fact that, because I feel like a lot of the issues that we sometimes see with these other teams where it's like you have this really good Terra Captain, but also like it's the only mon of its type, or it's like it's this integral thing. I think it was kyguy with Martin with the Tinglu, where we said it's like, okay, you're losing your ground type if you tear him off of ground. You lose your ground type if you tear him off of ground, but shedding the steel type is like good. Like it's like there's not like it's only good. I feel like for this team, if you want to just run that as like your don't know what Terra to run, don't want to lose my ground type, Terra ground. You're just buffing your extra drill now.
Yeah, something that I think is notable, and we haven't talked about Hydrapple much. I personally am usually not a massive fan of Hydrapple, but something that I think is interesting. A problem that Sand faces sometimes is that their grass type loses their reliable recovery because of synthesis. Hydrapple just has recover, so it actually just doesn't care.
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. So it means that your ground type switch, because having Heatran and Mega Tyranitar means that you're going to need a solid ground type switch. Hydrapple's actually fairly safe, even if you're coming from Tyranitar, which is rare for Sand.
Yeah, and I also like that the dragon type on the team, the only dragon type here, isn't like a super integral part of the team. Because I've seen sometimes like you'll have like the misty terrain with like with a dragon type up here as well that's like doesn't love it, right? It's not the end of
Yeah,
the
I mean, it's
world,
gonna feel
but...
real bad when you click Fickle Beam, you go all out and it does 20%.
Yeah, but I just think it's like it seems rarer that that's going to be the case with this
Yeah.
combo. And if anything, it's protecting you from status as well, which Hydrapple doesn't really like getting statused either.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. And it doesn't even have status that it's now missing out on.
Right. Yeah. Well. So I think it's one of the few dragons that's like happens, or it's one of the few dragons that is fine with Misty Terrain, and one of the few grass types that's fine with sand. So
yeah,
I think it fits in pretty well
here. Before we rate this, I know I did take about 4 minutes to talk about Drix's placement, so we are still kind of on time for this. Before we talk about ratings, there was actually a trade that was made on the team, and Drix used to have Mega Sceptile over Hydrapple.
Oh.
Yeah, okay, what do you think of that?
That's just that's just a net. I think that's just way better.
Way better, yeah.
Because you're having.
I think there might have maybe been a trade for Bombardier or something. Like something else was thrown in at the bottom. I don't think Bombardier is too consequential.
Because the Mega Tyranitar was already here, right? It was double Mega.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I think that's just a net benefit. I think that's much.
Let me double check quickly what the trade actually was.
Because for the reasons we talked about, like Hydrapple.
Yeah, it was just 1-for-1 Sceptile Mega for Hydrapple.
This team.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that's fine.
Yeah, so I think I like the team more than I like Stormtide's. Okay. I do think it rates fairly similarly for me.
Yeah.
But I also think I gave Stormtide a 5, but I was kind of harsh on it because it was
the rain team.
Yeah. But I still feel like this is approximately like a 5 or 6 for me because I am trying to kind of diversify my tiers a little more this time.
This is one where it's actually the first one so far I think that I've actually looked at and said like I don't know what's wrong with this, right? Like
it's one of
like
those kinds of things,
wrong,
right?
But I can't place it exactly.
It's an eye test thing. I do think the hazards are good. I think the hazard removal, like nothing really wants to. Feeny is the only thing that's actually okay to defog. Your spinners have better things to do more times than not. Unless you're running defensive drill, which I do think is fine.
Drill minds. He also like even if you
drill is fine.
Like you don't hate the +1 speed, right?
Yeah.
Like I think it's more important that he's not rocking.
Yeah, the speed on the team is meh. I wish Azelf was slightly faster, but you do have ways to cheese speed. So it's like it's you're right. There's a bunch of things. It's like I can't quite put my finger on it.
Oh, you know what I think I just
There's a couple eye tests that it doesn't pass.
You know what I just put my finger on?
What?
Azelf is, outside of Bombardier, is the only ground immunity on a team with Heatran that can't Terra.
There's Weezing.
Okay, there's Weezing, yeah. But both are Levitate, though. You don't have an actual flying type until...
You have the Mold Breaker, so it's fine.
That's true. Yeah, who's gonna? Yeah.
There's like Hackers or something that could suck, but it's fine. Yeah. Yo, Stormtide, welcome. Yeah, it's weird, but I still want to give it.
Like you're only fighting resist too, or not? You're only fighting resist. Sorry, you're one of your fighting resists.
Like just your fighting resists are shaky.
For these mons, yes, you can Terra extra drill, but for these mons, like is Azelf as not a defensive one of these, the like legendaries, is kind of going to be responsible for probably making a few swaps that doesn't want to make, right?
Yeah. So we do have to move on. I'll bump it up to a 6 because I like it more than Stormtides.
Yeah. I was going to say 7, but then when I noticed the ground thing in general, kind of, I want to say 6.
Okay. The community has rated Drix with a 6.52, so right in the middle of 6 and 7.
Kind of where I am.
All right, moving on. We have Resh, and Resh is here in chat with us today, so we get to talk about your team. Feel free to let us know anything we miss. We start out with Torn-T. We know how I feel about Torn-T, and if you don't, go watch yesterday's Monday's VOD. We have double Iron Mons. We have Iron Treads and Iron Hands.
I see something that interests me kind of right away here.
I'm interested in the Mega Slowbro.
I didn't even see that.
And the Zarude.
You have your Torn. That's flying type. Then you have Quad Weak Ground. Weak to ground, not Terra. Weak to ground, not Terra. Your grass type is Terra.
True.
Might be a little questionable.
Yeah. And then your other ground resist is also Terra Captain.
Yeah. I mean, at least
I guess there's also Electros.
Levitate, yeah.
Yeah, Electros is less bringable, though. Like, if you need a ground resist, you're bringing Araquanid, but then it just isn't tearing. Yeah, Torn is under a lot of pressure for that, you're right.
So, that's one major thing that stands out to me. Outside of that, though, like, I mean, Terra's Zarude's cool.
Looking at this team's stat distribution, the defense compared to Spadef is insane.
Oh my god. Well, Araquanid.
There's Araquanid.
Carbing.
Yeah. Well, Carbing has the same defense.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty bad.
I mean, if you look, there's Iron Hands, Iron Treads, and Mega Slowbro that are just like mega defense walls.
Yeah.
Electros is nice. Dude, Electros is one of my favorite ones.
The Mega Slowbro seems kind of unnecessary in terms of in what it's doing here.
It almost feels like it should just be Slowking.
Yeah.
Which I'm sure at this point in the draft was unavailable. Surely.
Yeah, but it's like you're getting this monster defense wall that like that's really his niche because he can't run like other items, right? Like he can't run AV, he can't run like leftovers or anything. Like he really feels better slotted into a team that needs emergency defense, which this team doesn't.
Needs defense, right? Yeah. So the fact that it doesn't need to be defensive is actually very nice. I don't know if you noticed, but take a quick peek at Mega Slowbro's special attack stat.
Wow. I actually
you can actually. It's very underrated, and I feel like if you ask people what it is, they'll say like 100. This thing hits like a truck. If you don't need defense, you can actually just run Modest or Quiet if you want to run Trick Room.
But no specs though.
No, but you can Nasty Plot.
Oh yeah, okay.
Or even just Calm Mind.
Yeah, that's true.
Resh is saying in chat, if you're wondering where the direction went, so am I. Also, Mega Bro is the best bulky water left that also doesn't just sit there. Wanted Primarina, but gone. Yeah. True, I feel like Primarina was taken by the person we recently talked about. Martin.
Was it Martin? Oh yeah, it was. Okay.
Yeah, Martin has Prim. Yeah, no, I agree with you. I'm fine with the Mega Slowbro. If anything, I'm actually coming around to it. Because like Treads and Hands are... Having defense on mons that can run an item is more valuable than having Spadef because you can patch that Spadef up with an Assault Vest.
And Treads likes... Actually, both of these mons like Assault Vest.
And they both like Assault Vests, exactly.
Yeah. And also, like, 154 base HP. Like, sure, 68 Spadef, but he's not getting O-code by most things that aren't, like...
No, it'll do whatever it wants.
Super nuking it, but... Hazard game... We got the Glamora for the T-Spikes. You have a really good spinner. And the Mortal Spin, actually.
Yep, and a Weber.
Webs. Does Torn have defog? No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Or it does, okay. Either way, it's probably not running it. When you have these two, at least. And I think that works well. Because if you want to be stacking hazards and you have two non-defogs or court change,
you'll run Mortal Spin or Rapid Spin for sure, unless there's like a strong ghost type that you need to
Mortal
defog it to. Yeah,
unless it's cool.
I mean, everyone's gonna have a steal, not everyone's gonna have a ghost.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Grimmsnarl here. Like, okay, we're saying, like Spadef's pretty bad. You do have a Grimmsnarl for light screen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of been relegated to screen spot the last little while. I do think getting Parting Shot has been an underrated strength of its. So like Parting Shot T-Wave is pretty nice.
And that's another one with like a pretty good attacking stat that like
it's
very relegated to defensive play.
Yeah, and just like Prankster Bulk Up is actually really nice too.
Yeah.
Just run like full bulk, full Spadef, even Bulk Up. I do think the set looks a lot better on paper than it does in practice. Like every time I go,
it's just slow.
And I mean, I've tried prepping scrim games. I've never actually drafted Grimmsnarl, but I've tried prepping scrim games against people who have Grimmsnarl, And I'm like, oh, I gotta run Spadef bulk up because I've always wanted to run it, and then it kind of just looks bad in the matchup.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a common theme, is it usually just looks kind of bad. Kind of like bulk up like Torn with acrobatics. It usually just looks bad because there's better things to do.
Yeah, I think with Grim, a big problem for him is just not having recovery.
Yeah.
He doesn't get Drain Punch either, right?
Yeah.
So, like, I feel like I don't think it does. I think most of the mons, I don't think I've ever seen it run it. It might get it, though. But, like, I just feel like most of the mons, even the ones that, like, don't have recovery that will run, like...
It does get Drain Punch.
It does, okay. It's just, it seems hard to, like... It seems hard to fit everything.
Yeah, like, it's also, if it gets +1 defense, its defense stat is 65.
Yeah.
So +1 of 65 defense is, like, less than good Pokemon. Grim there because I needed a Ghost and Dragon answer, but screens and bulky setup mons will be fire. Don't even need screens. Grim's a fun mon to draft. Yeah. Just went, top 4 are strong and just scrambled for rolls. Yeah, that's completely fair. I do think it'll definitely be relegated to screen spot on your team as well, because you do have really good setup. Even like Plot Torn, Bulk Up, Zarude, CM Slowbro. I think all of these are going to be actually pretty strong. Yeah. I do wish you had some speed set up. Zarude has Trailblaze, so that's okay actually. Yeah, screens with Zarude is going to be strong.
And the speed tiers are fine, it's fine, right? Like, there's nothing, like, there's not anything above 110 after the Torn, but like Rapid Spin on Treads.
Treads is pretty close. Zarude is pretty close.
So I think it's not like a huge problem.
Yeah, that's fair.
And really, honestly, does Mega Slowbro, does he get Trick Room? He does, right?
Yeah, it does.
Because I was gonna say, like, Trick Room might not even be that like a bad option on this team. When you have the Iron Hands, you could run
Terra Arachnid.
You could run like a Banded Grimmsnarl on Trick Room. Like, that would be kind of strong. And the Arachnid.
Something that I do want to talk about, though, we kind of glossed over it because it was like, oh, your ground resist could Terra away from being a ground resist. Arachnid can just Terra to kill whatever it wants. Terra Water Arachnid hits like an absolute truck. And if you're not immuning it, it's like Dracovish. Like, it's like a banded Dracovish where it'll just kill you.
That's a little slower, but...
Yeah, but that's even better in Trick Room.
Though, yeah. Mm-hmm. That's actually, honestly, looking at it from that angle and kind of like ignoring these other mons, like, this is actually a pretty sick Trick Room team. But also, like, not limited to it.
It's one that isn't required, but most teams like, most mons on your opponent's team will be faster than something like Iron Hands.
Yeah.
Especially if you underinvest Iron Hands and Arachnid and everything. So, yeah, you can get away with the surprise Trick Room probably a couple times in the season.
I guess the drawback being that Mega Slowbro can't run, like, Mental Herb, so, like, if something taunts it, then you might not be able to get that, but...
True. Can't be crit, though.
Yeah. And it's also, like, again, you're not relying on it, so it's not like somebody's going to put all their eggs into that basket of stopping this.
The real tech, though, since you're planning on clicking setup moves and then and not switching out, you can just run Oblivious Slowbro.
Yeah, before you Mega.
Yeah, and just stay pre-Mega for a little while until you're set up. That'd be pretty funny, honestly. That would be pretty funny.
Note of scrambling, bottom 4 mons were very scrambling. Arak being a ground resist, very hard hitter. Doesn't have setup was nice. Honestly, Arachnid might be one of the best pickups of this team. After we just I like
Arachnid, and I like the Mega Slowbro. I'm always excited to see Mega Slowbro, honestly.
Yeah.
Terra Zarude has seemed to be a lot more popular this season. In the past, people haven't really cared too much about it. It has been drafted, but it hasn't really popped off. Of course, it didn't pop off with you because you suck and run Mono Monkey.
Yeah.
That's okay. Overall, I do like the team a lot. It's probably... I don't know if I want to say one of my favorites. It's very strong. It's definitely, I want to say, in the top half, at least. Maybe in the top third of teams. And just given how strong, like, the threats are. I mean, Hands and Zarude in particular. I kind of want to give it another 8. Maybe if I could, it would be like a 7.5. I'll give it an 8 because I like it. because I like Slowbro.
Cool. I feel like we've been pretty close on a lot of these so far. I don't want to just keep giving it the same number. I might. This is one that I think can be good, but I kind of need to see it. I'm still a little worried about the ground situation. I mean, Torn is pretty good for that, but like if you put too much pressure on the Torn, you don't want Torn to be too focused on doing one thing for your 19.1. Terror's really. I think I have to just say 8 again. I think I have to just copy you again.
Okay, yeah. The community says that Resh has a 6.78.
Community.
So once again, I feel like we've been really disagreeing with the community. But maybe we're looking more in depth at some of these teams.
Yeah, and
maybe we're just biased. Who knows?
I think we're less likely to give something like 5 or under unless it's like really needs it. Whereas somebody going through this poll might have been like, I'm just gonna give 1s to the teams I don't like, right?
Yeah,
like they might be a little more broad with the rating.
Okay, well, on to our next player.
PF
987. Do you know the gimmick of PF's team?
No, not.
And it's not Ogerpon and the Poison Gang.
Yeah, because there's no Monkey Dory, who's the best one, so.
Wrong. PF had his Mons randomly generated.
Really?
Yeah, so... And it was really funny because there was an awful timing where Drix, actually, who has Terra Drill, he actually wanted to take Tyranitar. And PF was right next to Drix's draft order.
Wait, Resh was between, looks like.
I'm sorry, it was... Must have been like 2 off. Or hold on, let me.
Well, it was because it was Drix.
These might just be ordered incorrectly. No, yeah, Resh was in between.
Yeah, I was just looking at Resh to see if there was any reason why he would have wanted T-Torn. It doesn't really.
No. And yeah, it just randomly. PF was like, well, I'm gonna randomly generate a Dark type, and got Tyranitar.
Oh, okay, so he was choosing the type.
So that was, I think, the only time that they ever did that. Usually, it was like, I'm going to generate a high tier. I'm going to generate another high tier. I'm going to generate a mid tier, low tier, etc. So like, he gave himself a little bit of agency. Yeah, so they had a little bit of agency in like, you know, restricting what kind of mon that they would get.
Yeah.
But yeah, pretty funny. That's how it worked out. I actually, all things considered, don't really hate the team either.
It's not that bad. The only thing is just like the sand doesn't do anything for anyone.
It's super ground weak, and their resists are Ogerpon, Tangela, and Illumise.
Not a single flying type.
No flying
There's no immunity.
It's not the biggest deal. I do think Tangela is kind of troll. You're not actually bringing Tangela over Ogerpon.
Yeah.
But Terra Petron is definitely crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Terra Okidogi I have yet to be convinced on, but I was double checking its stats the other day because I was like shit talking it, and its stats are actually really high.
Okidogi.
I completely forgot
because it has like the legendary stats, and it's
but it's 555 overall.
It's close, yeah. I mean, it's more than Ogerpon.
It does have more than Ogerpon,
but it's just one of those mons that like actually understood the assignment and didn't waste a bunch of stats on its non-attacking stat.
Yeah, so I mean, we were talking about bulk up Grimmsnarl not really being real because it has 65 defense. So if you don't invest in it, you're just not boosting and beating anything defensively, anyways. Okidogi has 115, so you can just go Spadef or go Adamant, and your defense is still high enough to beat physical attackers.
Yeah.
And I think that's really strong. So yeah, bulk up is good on this mod.
It's just like I mean, like talking. I know, it's like it's a meme team, I guess. Mega Gallade, Okidogi, Machamp. Like, what the fuck is Machamp doing here?
True, there are a lot of fighting and poison types.
You pointed out the Ogerpon and the Tangela. When is Tangela coming that Ogerpon's not? Sand, that strictly hurts the team. There's nothing that benefits from it. Everything here hates it, I think.
Wow, that's true, actually.
No steel types.
No
other rock or ground types.
Oh, they were between Hitmontop and Machamp? Gotcha.
Why not take the spinner at that point? Or was it just a random roll?
I feel like maybe it was random. I don't know.
That's pretty bad.
I wasn't that involved in the process. I was just...
I feel like if those are your options, just take the Hitmontop.
Yeah. Machamp has the swag factor. I love Machamp, dude.
Yeah, no guard.
Machamp and Pangoro, those are two like low tier fighting types. I feel like people should draft more. They're so strong.
Yeah, I mean Machamp suffers from the same thing as Pissimian for me, which is like I always want to draft Pissimian, but then it's like, oh cool, I already have like two other fighting types that I'd rather have. So why not take the mono fighting type that doesn't do anything much better than the others?
Yeah.
I mean, granted, Machamp does have like the no guard drain punch, no guard dynamic punch, but
true.
That's like
I don't think we need to dissect this team too much because, like I said, it was just kind of randomly generated.
Yeah.
But we can note that I guess Floatzel and Persian cap off the speed at 115. Those are like real enough. Floatzel is a lot more real than Persian. Double 110s is fine.
I also like the idea that Floatzel is definitely 9 points because of rain.
100%.
And it's drafted on a sand.
Yeah.
It's just funnier. All right, I say we make back some of our time and rank this one. And
call it here. Yeah. Gouging Fire can still win. Mega Gallade can still win. Terra Petulant and Terra Okidogi. You're gonna have to just slam your keyboard, hit some setup moves, and hope that they stick.
I think we kind of just ignore most of this.
Everything.
And then just say, yeah, this team could win. Maybe sometimes if it gets lucky.
Okay, so I'll give the team a 3.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Just what you wanted.
I want to give it worse. I want to give it a 2.
That's good.
And the only reason it's not a 1 is because of the swag factor.
Yeah, where there's a gouging, there's a way.
It's just so funny that it's like not on its own, not a good team, but at the same time, it's like specifically anti-synergies with the sand and like the nothing to protect the ground weaknesses. And like I don't know.
Okay, the community said actually it's 6.57. So there's actually a few teams that the community has rated this above. So good job, PF.
But I wonder
good job, RNG.
If this was like a public thing in the chat of like how it was working, right? They, people might have.
It wasn't. No. I don't think until the very end when they came out.
Well, either way, but people knew when they were doing these votes, right?
Yeah.
So like you can.
Anyways, we are almost 2 hours in, and we're only halfway done the first division. We really gotta speed it up.
All right, let's move on to Cory. Okay.
Cory in the house. Never made that joke before.
He is in the house though.
Didn't we see this exact Terra combo before, or was it something else with Garg?
I think it was something else. I know we've seen every Urshi has been Terra. Every single Urshi has been Terra. Or wait, no, maybe not. Maybe there was the one that we said should have been Terra.
No, Matayoshi has Urshi single and Garganacl as Terra.
Oh, he does? Okay. Well, you remember better than me. But yeah, okay.
Well, I had to look at it.
Yeah, I was just scrolling up and checking. I guess we'll see. I guess check that timestamp and the other one for any comments on that combo.
I think the combo is really nice, and I won't talk too much about it because you can just check Matayoshi's.
I won't go into
but it's two mons that you don't need to Terra, but both can win games off of Terraing.
Yeah.
Just getting the right type. The problem is you just have to have high accuracy with your Terra types.
Yeah.
It's kind of like running a berry, right? Is you just have to get the right berry. Now, often it won't be too hard, and Urshi can just be poison or steel or whatever, and you're fine.
And I think it does, like a mon like Garg does marginally get better as the divisions go down, right? Like
true.
So maybe better than like in All-Star or Hustle or wherever it was. Here's another team where I almost looked past the Darkrai again. I mean, just like
Darkrai caps the speed at 125. That's very strong. I mean, it's basically like having a Weavile with a Prio.
Yeah.
I think Darkrai is really, really good, and people need to respect its name a little more. The thing I'm worried about here is there's a Lando T with a Kartana, which is fairly poor SPDEF. First of all, there's multiple 4x weaknesses, and the resistance is Rotom Heat. Maybe Garg is gonna have to step in. Maybe Urshi's Tingle is gonna have to be water.
Garg can run SPDEF.
There's just no water type.
You're right.
Yeah.
Which seems weird. I feel like when you run 4x ice weakness.
Yeah, and a 4x fire. It's realistically the fire weakness doesn't matter. It's a special attack weakness and a Flare Blitz weakness.
Yeah. But yeah, that's true. 2 type combos that are 4x weak to things that water resist.
That water resists, yeah.
And there's
so it does feel a little, how do I say it? It's like not even a missed opportunity. It's almost just like it almost seems intentional, just because of how kind of streamlined that kind of core usually goes. Yeah. I mean, even if it was like Lando Scizor, for example, the first thing that comes to mind when you think of it is, I need something like a Volcanion, which is known for iconically like 4x resisting both of those.
Yeah, or
I feel like that's the first thing that comes to mind.
Ice.
But Cory's just on a different level for me, honestly. I don't know. I've had to keep Cory's division low because he just kind of hasn't been performing. But then I look at his like drafts and his pastes and the random sets that he runs, and I'm like, this guy's actually just on a different level. It's almost if DJ Berard's Heat just like had slightly less accuracy. I think Cory's that kind of player. Yeah. And I really respect Cory. And so when Cory makes a team like this, I've got to be like, what am I missing then? Because I know he knows something.
You know what's weird though is
maybe Garg is just a water type.
Yeah, Terra Water Garg's fine. We have 3 dark types here. One of them,
I didn't even notice.
Pre-Terra is 4x weak to Fairy. Your Steel type has 31 SPDEF.
Wait, is Cart the only Steel type too?
Yeah, and your Poison type has 69 SPDEF.
And there's no Fairy type, and there's no Water type?
And it just bypasses.
Okay, this has got to be the worst type chart we've ever seen. I kind of want to plug this in. I think I'll do that off stream. Just plug it into a type calculator. Holy crap. This
is pretty bad for type.
It's kind of comical, actually.
The Mons are good. Like this is a good these are good Mons on this team. Right? That can do stuff. But there is no defensive synergy at all.
I do want to point out as well, the special attack on this team is much lower than the physical attack.
Outside of Darkrai, yeah, and Glalie.
There is technically Mega Glalie's special attack got stronger in Gen 9 because it can run normal Terra Blast with Refrigerate.
Oh, okay.
Which is stronger than Ice Beam.
But still, I mean, it's also Mega Glalie.
But it's by like 0.2 or like 2 base power or something. It's very negligible. Scolipede
this
is a little tacked on. It is good for hazards. It means that Lando doesn't have to be like Lando and Garg can take a break from rocking all the time. I do think one of those two will usually rock. But I also wouldn't be surprised if Cory just ignored rocks half the time as well.
I think, and then I just really don't like these fairy resists at all. Like Scolipede's good against fairies, but also like if it's your hazards and you're leading with it, or it needs to come in a bunch and it doesn't have recovery, like, dude, like Specs Moonblast from anything that's even decently fast, I think just wins against this team.
Often, I think games will come down to how good was how accurate was the Urshi set, and did they have Kartana or Darkrai tech? Like, did they respect Darkrai and Kartana
tech as well?
Garg is whatever, but yeah, that's true.
I think it's just.
I know
it's
you're higher on guard than I am.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I mean, I'll be following Cory this season for sure. I mean, I always am. I love watching his replays, but I'm interested to see how this plays. Maybe we'll see more like Double Dance or even like Nasty Plot Lando or something crazy. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah,
I can't rate this team very high. I think I got to give it like a 4 or 5.
I think I'm gonna give it a 3, dude. Like
3?
Yeah, it's like. I don't know. This isn't just like it doesn't pass the eye test. This is a
it goes against the eye test.
Makes my eyes go crossed. So.
Yeah, I'll give it a 4. I don't think it's great. Looking at the community ratings though, this is something that the community also disagrees with us on. Not that it's a particularly high rating. It's a 6.74, but it's still notably not even in the bottom 4.
Yeah.
That are kind of clumped together.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm sure Cory can work with it. But
Yep. So away from Cory's team, now we have Metro's team, Metroshock. So did you have a hand in the making of this team?
Yeah, a little bit. I wasn't as involved as the past. She wanted to get Rillaboom last season with the Mel Metal, and it didn't work out. So she got the blue, which just wasn't good. And I highly recommend this combo here. Like this is just such a fun combo to use. So I like what was happening here. I think some people in the Boobers chat were hyping up the Terra Hawlucha. I'm an advocate of Terra Rilla. That's kind of what I was hoping for here. But Terra Hawlucha apparently pretty good, so she drafted the Hawlucha to be a captain. And then it sort of like I wasn't really paying attention to the back end of the draft, and I think I had some disagreements kind of with what went on here. I don't love the Incineroar here. I don't love that I think it was what was it? It's fighting week. I think the team. No, what was it? I think it was a fire type. I wanted a fire type that wasn't that resisted fairy, because Melmetal, I think right now is the only actual fairy resist here. Yeah, because the Skunk is also.
I mean, Slowking
it was these
resists.
two.
Slowking
Slowking
like
it was any
fairy.
special attackers. But my issue was the Incineroar and the Skuntank. She actually really liked the Skuntank because of the grounded poison type that has defog. But then I just don't really get why we did double dark with both of the other fairy resists, right? And it's not like Melmetal wants to just keep coming in on fairy types, right? It's like Melmetal can get an opportunity on a fairy type, but it's not your fairy swap, right? It's like it comes in.
Yeah, and you're gonna need one with Raging Bolt too. So
yeah, so that was one thing I didn't really love. I was thinking maybe like a fire type that isn't neutral to fairy would be nice. I also noticed that the special attack was kind of bad, but this was before the Raging Bolt too. Like she ended up taking the Raging Bolt to solve that. But before that, it was just the Mega Gardevoir that was on the mock-up. So that's actually resolved with the Bolt. I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean, I think overall it's like this top part is really really good. But and the Arctozolt is fine. You have a Slush Rusher to go with the Slowking, Terra Arctozolt, but it feels still very physical heavy, even with the Bolt and the Gardevoir, to the extent that like if you have things that punish contact, you might be forcing Melm to use pads a lot. And I don't know, it's like there's a lot of contact mods, and it doesn't really love the Steel Birds outside of Bolt who can come in on them, but again, like it can be kind of testy if they have good options to pivot to, or if they just call out the swaps. Like it can be dangerous with that when Rilla and Melm kind of get beat up by them a little bit. So
see, I think this is the opposite problem of Drix's team, where it looks like it passes the eye test, but I actually think it's worse than it seems.
Yeah.
And we shouldn't get fooled by the funny colors or the like fun colors.
Yeah, and the fact that the type art looks decent.
the hazards on this team are non-existent, let alone your only setter being Runerigus, and maybe Skuntank has T-Spikes.
Yeah.
Your only removal is also Skuntank and Hawlucha.
Who doesn't want to run defog?
Yeah, which is never
Hawlucha.
running defog, unless against specifically a Goldengo, which is the only niche that it has.
Yeah.
So that's real bad. The
I had mentioned
speed,
a fire type with rocks would have been nice too.
The speed tiers are atrocious. The fact it basically caps out at.
Well, you know what she does though. She wants her Trick Room Melmetal team, so she doesn't care about that. It's like, all right, come on.
I mean, should I be rating the team based on what Metro wants, or
no? I'm saying
like don't be surprised.
Like, come on, yeah, like.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but I'm still gonna tell you that it's awful.
No, it is. Yeah.
So obviously, Hawlucha and Arctozolt, both of the Terra captains, can cheat the speed in either terrain or snow from Slowking, and I do think that it's good to have a cheap snow user that you don't have to bring, but you can bring when it looks good with Slowking, because you can choose between Teleport and Chilly Reception.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is if you want to run Trick Room, you're not going to run Trick Room with Chilly Reception. No, because if you run Chilly Reception and Trick Room, your Chilly Reception goes first. The thing that you pivot into is going to take damage. The whole point of running Teleport is that you can set Trick Room and then still go last on your pivot. So I feel like Arctozolt is like near unbringable.
Yeah.
So especially because the entire point of drafting Hawlucha here is to be the Terra captain. Now, Zolt is still fine without Terra. I think I say unbringable, but like, I think what's harder to bring is Chilly Reception than Teleport because of that interaction. Now, there are priority, I guess if you want to count Incineroar as Fake Out, sure, but like, there's Vacuum Wave, there's
Bolt, Rillaboom.
Bolt and Rilla, yeah, which is fine.
Sucker Punch even. I think it's pretty solid. I think it's
having the prio, yeah.
I think the prio on the team is pretty solid.
Yeah,
just in general.
It's ways to like help chip down fast mons that have been worn down from like hazards.
Yeah,
but you don't have hazards.
Yeah,
right. So and you're healing them with your own grassy
terrain. Yeah.
I feel like grassy terrain, you need things that hit really hard and OHKO or 2KO things through the healing. Yeah. Right? That's kind of the point of the healing.
Hazards. Yeah, it's not, and I also don't really like that your actual speed cap is also your fake really fast mon.
Yeah, that's always running Adamant and doesn't even outspeed 110s when it's Adamant, and kind of has to run Adamant to be a threat.
Strong enough to do anything, yeah.
It can run Jolly just fine, but it's not gonna like
you're losing value, and it's your Terra cap.
Yeah. Lucha also really appreciates just specifically a hazard to break sashes.
Yep.
And I feel like Runerigus just has so much pressure on it to rock. Now, these problems are probably pretty fixable with trades.
Yeah.
So I want to rate this very lowly with the knowing that Metro, maybe not knowing, because like you said, she likes the Trick Room theme. Okay, I'm going to rate it lowly, hoping that it incentivizes Metro to make some trades, because I think it would be just objectively good to fix some of these things.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm not so hopeful.
I don't know. I mentioned the Incineroar as soon as I saw it, and I have not seen a free agency trade yet. I think that's a mon that you can turn into a hazard set. I don't
think it's a problem, but it is something that you can drop.
But it's something. It's an 11-point mon. Like, you can turn that into a bringable, reliable rocker.
Yeah, I think you drop.
And I think that goes a long way.
You drop Incineroar, you drop Guard, and you drop Skuntank, and you consolidate it into 2 picks: one that's fast and one that rocks.
Yeah. Well, and then you'd also need hazard control if you're dropping the skunk. Not that it's good that this is your only hazard control, right? But like, I think the skunk is fine if the points work out. But yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. So, I want to rate it like at the end of the day, there are just really good Pokemon on this team. Yeah. It's kind of like Matt's. You can't rate it below a certain point just because you look at the mons and are like, yep, that's good. Yep, that's good. Yep, that's good. And you can kind of do that checklist all the way down to Arctozolt if you want to get picky with it. Maybe even Runerigus sometimes is actually a real mon. So I will give it I can't rate it below a 5.
Yeah.
I think I'll give it a 5 to kick Metro in the butt to say, hey, you really gotta change some things here.
I think it's also worth noting that this is in a 10-mon team that doesn't have anything under 5, which is pretty balanced.
Yeah, that is good. Yep.
But yeah, I kind of agree. But also at the same time, like this is almost a team. Like teams that don't have hazards, like obviously are not optimal. But I've also seen like some ladder teams that are like that get away with not doing it, like when they're just strong enough. This almost reminds me of one of those, like when you look at like the top of this, where it's like, this is a team that I could see myself throwing together in team builder, and then realizing like 3 games in, it's like, oh shit, I don't have like any hazards or hazard control because I like lose to it, right? but at the same time, it's like it is just strong enough to like brute force through certain matchups.
Yeah.
I do think it's gonna hurt a lot more in draft when people immediately
realize
you're just getting
you
have no hazards. Yeah, no removal, no hazards. Your defogger clears your terrain. Like it's just it's yeah. I'm gonna say 6. Gotta give it some points. But also I do agree. Like, and I hope that she changes something on it.
Yeah.
So.
Once again, the community disagrees and says 7.65, and it's actually a lot higher than I would have guessed. It's higher than most teams that we've reviewed so far.
But I mean, you said it. It looks like it passes the eye test, but then you look at it more and you realize that it doesn't. That's not good. So I'm not surprised that all of it is rated well. So here's Chemfruit.
Let's go.
I hear that Chemfruit is the genre of the
John Fruit
Swarm division.
True. We need the emote. Do we have it in the Church of John's? John Fruit? We might.
Did anyone do like a timer or like a sum of each of the timers?
Yeah, Goater did. It's somewhere in Swarm General. You're gonna have to find it. I'm not gonna find it. No. So let me see. I gotta remind myself on this. This is where the bundle went. We see Bundle, Diancie, Zygarde, Corv.
Hold on, Bundle.
I feel like that's extremely greedy.
Bundle 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is that the furthest Bundle made it? Round 11?
Oh, that's right. It was it was left till like near the very end. I forgot. Nobody wanted this thing. So seeing the team start out with Diancie, Zygarde, Corv, I feel like it's actually a really good look. I mean, you wish you had a ground type that rocks when your steel type doesn't, but picking up Infernape and Diancie means that you have some leeway for that.
Yeah.
I can't say that I love the Terra caps. I feel like Corv had to Terra because it was forced to, but I feel like Terra Infernape is fine too.
Infernape, yeah.
I don't know.
Sinistra's a really good Terra captain. We've seen Sinistra do well.
Yeah, Sinistra's good. Sinistra's good, and it doesn't matter that it's great. I mean, Corv is fine. I probably personally would have preferred Infernape. It just signals to me that Corv is going to be running setup more. Or is just going to be used as a blanket check to certain
What things. Are there? Oh, there's a spinner. Yeah, okay. I guess it's not like being too reliant on the defog always.
There's a magic bouncer. It is.
Oh yeah, magic bounce. Spin.
Tricky because there are only 2 ways of removal. And there's 3 setters. I think that's completely fine.
I think it's fine. I think I'm usually fine with one that's above, like in like the 12 to 20 range, right? That's like a good removal, and then one that's like around 10. I think that's a fine combo to have, and then magic bounce is just bonus points.
Yep, I agree. So I kind of initially disagreed, but I don't mind the Terra Corv. It will be. I don't think we've ever seen it before, but I'm sure that like bulk up power trip sets are gonna pop off.
We know what's interesting.
Although like Steel Flying is just already a really good type. So.
I was gonna say like. Terra Sinistra is like one of the better ones that we've seen. I feel like in other seasons, this might be a case similar to, I forget which team it was, but I think it was the team that had the Heatran that was a Terra captain, and then something else that was like 10 points, and it was like this Heatran wants to stay Fire Steel on this team, but the fact that it can Terra is really nice in team builder because there's not like guaranteed options to take it out. Meanwhile, this other lower tier Mon really likes to Terra and gets a lot of value out of it. I think in this case it'll be similar where Corv can just stay Steel Flying for most of the game, hold on to that Terra type that's like maybe a defensive type for like emergency situation late in the game where it's like, okay, I know all I need to do to win is go Terra ground and it doesn't get O-code by anything and I just get 1 iron defense and I win, right? But for the rest of the game, you're just a steel flying type. At the same time,
it does kind of feel like a Band-Aid strategy though. You know, like I don't think the plan
I think it's
going into
suboptimal.
the draft. Sorry, I don't think the plan going into the draft was I'm gonna draft Corv so that it can Terra and then get a low tier Terra intentionally. You know, I feel like usually you go into a draft going like, okay, I'm gonna pick this good high tier Terra and pair it with something that doesn't mind not tearing.
I'm not saying I think that was the plan, but I think it worked out that can be an option.
Yeah, I think also Overquill is something that's been underrated. Maybe not even underrated. People are catching on to it recently.
Yeah,
I think Overquill is really strong.
Thought of it too much as a Rainmon when it's actually just a solid not Rainmon.
Yeah, like Intimidate's super bulky.
Yeah. Endure,
and it's getting rain, so yeah.
It's getting rain?
I said, and it's good in rain.
Oh, good. I thought you said, and it's getting rain. It's like, I did not see it.
And it's good in rain.
Yeah. I mean, Bundle.
The speed is completely fine. I mean, there is a big gap between Bundle and Diancie, but there's also like a big gap between Regieleki and Bundle if you want to look at it that way. Yeah.
The Regieleki team is on the Bundle team as well.
Yeah, definitely. You're always going to have the fastest Mon, be it between Booster Bundle or just regular.
There's no way this isn't the highest speed, right? It is, yeah.
It probably is. Yeah, it is nice. That's crazy. So this team is super quick, and there's even ways of boosting speed too. Like Zygarde will boost. There's Agility, Overquill, Agility, Corv, Scarf Infernape.
Corviknight's the slowest Mon on this team. That's kind of surprising, right?
That's like not even that slow for a giant metal bird.
Yeah, but like I feel like usually you have at least one 30 or 40 defensive Mon.
So that kind of makes me think that
might go kind of hard against this team.
That's true. Seeing the speed so high though is often an indicator that the defenses are low. So I'd be interested to look. I'll look right now to see where their defenses are.
Diancie Bundle has 114 defense on 56 HP. I actually wouldn't look at the defensive stats. I would look at the HP stats. The HP is actually.
I'm looking right now. Chemfruit has 15th out of 16 HP.
Yeah. 10th
for defense and 15th for Spadef.
I think defense is brought down by the Regieleki, but because the defense stats, I actually think like just looking down this, there's nothing dramatically high, but they're all like pretty solid. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 over 100 defense.
I mean, I wouldn't say that it's brought down by Aleki. I'd say that the defense is brought up by things like Bundle and Sinistra.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say. Is that I think it's like fake defense. I'm surprised that it's as low as it is because I thought that these ones would drag it up a little more on average. Yeah. But it's true that it doesn't have like the 150 defense that some teams have, just like on a random one. That doesn't it doesn't have a Carbink that just buffs.
Yeah, just randomly through the roof. Yeah.
But I think it's worth noting that even if you look at these defense stats and say like, oh, it's actually not that bad, you're seeing that's on a 56, a 50. Corv is like the only actual bulky defense. I mean, Zygarde too. These are like the only two like bulky defense mons. Then again, Sinistra strength stat goes a long way for making it like wall something. Like if you can't Oko this mon, you might have a hard time, dealing with it. So I don't know if I would say that strength is like a particular weakness here. I mean, strength. Defense is a particular weakness here. Spadef might be. You have the Diancie, and that's it.
Yeah. Again, though, Spadef is able to be patched out by Assault Vest, but honestly, looking at it, you don't really have good Assault Vest users here. Yeah. Maybe Overquill is the best one, but that's not good. Doesn't seem great. I feel like Corv has to be either Corv and or Diancie has to be some Spadef.
Yeah.
And then Overquill will just take up like Intimidate to try and be the defense. And I know the stats don't always tell the whole picture. Like there is an Intimidate
setter,
etc.
In a screen setter too. Basically prankster screens.
Yeah, true. I do think the offense of the top, I even want to say like the top 5 or 6 goes kind of crazy. Sinistra, you could even count on that too. Like this team has really good ways of ending games. Yep. There's pretty decent breaking. Like Diancie and Bundle can just break for themselves, let alone break for the other team. Infernape as well, if invested, can just run things over with its 120 base stabs, or just set up. Like there's great ways of forcing the opponent's HP to drop to 0, which is the main goal of the game.
Yep.
Believe it or not.
Well, you have your U-turn on Cory, you have Volt Switch on Reggie. Like you can be getting these mons in a lot too.
Yeah,
pivoting around.
I don't think Alecki can run Volt Switch very often unless the opponent doesn't have strong ground types.
Yeah, that's true. Because you just always bring the ground type in.
Yeah, but yeah, between Bundle, Corv, and Infernape, I do think that things are like you will be able to fish for Zygarde and Diancie to come in.
Yeah. Or even just bringing Bundle in, right? Like on something that Infernape doesn't want to face, like a water type, get the freeze dry. I think this is a really good team. I like it a lot.
I don't think I would say I would go so far as to say good. I think it's like passable, and I think that the team would, kind of similar to how you said before, I wouldn't be surprised if the team like made it to playoffs. I would be very surprised if this team went 8-0.
Yeah,
which fair. Kind of makes me want to hover it between a 6 and 7.
Yeah. To be fair, I think the reason that I would say, because I would agree with that statement that I would be surprised if it went 8-0, but that's more because of Hydro. That's more because like Bundle being like the centerpiece. Where it's like you're going to lose at least one game, or be put in a bad situation at least once because of Bundle. So like you can't just like outplay everyone always. That being said, though, like I think you're saying like there are good ways to finish games. I also think there are good ways to like make it so the opponent can't finish a game. Like Corviknight and Sinistra are like some of the best mons at just doing that. Where like you accidentally misplayed your one thing that answers them, they win the game from there. They come in every single time on the same mon every single time because you got rid of your answer, and then you're forced to answer it, right? And then it's like you're just always on this losing momentum thing. It's a team where you probably like to see a lot of good hazards, which we have the rocks, we have the magic bounce to maybe even, set the hazards for you. I think it works well in that case, almost in the opposite way to who was it that? Oh, it was Metro, where it was like this team likes when everyone's chipped down so it can finish everyone off, but it has no hazards, right? This is the opposite, where it's like this team will feast on that. Like you can just go between the mons that they don't want to face, and then they're kind of on the back foot with your pivots. So I would say I'm gonna say 7, just because even though it doesn't technically fit what I said about I would be surprised if I don't think I can go 8-0. That's more of a semantics thing with Bundle. I think this is a team that fundamentally is good enough to like be that good. So I'm gonna say 7.
All right. Cool, and I think I'll give it a 7 as well. And the community actually thinks that it's much higher. And it's actually Kemford's team is one of our highest in the division with 7.74.
Nice.
So definitely overperforming what I thought it would.
Oops.
Anyways, on to our next player. We have Stella. Let's go.
All right. I see Dirge. I like Dirge. I see Hazard Control. Kyurem Valiant. That's pretty good. You got 2 mons that can run either. Like your highest tier mons are both mixed and like very solid mixed mons that like I think that benefits both of them. We talked about Valiant in one of the other ones where it's like without booster it's kind of rough, where it like kind of just has to run Scarf, kind of has to run Specs or something, or Band. I think having Kyurem to like also sort of question that, like, is it going to be Specs? Is it going to be Band or Loaded Dice or whatever? Is it going to be Dragon Dance? For 2 of those mons, that's going to be hard to answer for a lot of teams, I think. Especially when one of them's an Ice type and one of them's a Fighting type, right? So, like, your birds aren't always going to be 100% reliable. Your Fairy types, I guess, might, but with the Dragon fighting. But still, I mean, you don't want to get hit by the neutral Specs Ice moves either.
Yeah, I think the team though will struggle to get Valiant in, and I feel like Valiant in particular is a mode that you really need slow pivots.
Tentacruel is flip turn, right?
Yeah, it's not even slow.
Oh, that's true. It is kind of fast.
It's 100 speed, so you just naturally outspeed like a lot of offensive Pokemon.
This is another team that doesn't really have a super slow option. 61, 66. Yeah.
So that's always what I look for whenever I see Iron Valiant, is how is this Pokemon coming in? And if that isn't answered obviously to me, then that tells me the answer is only on revenges. Yeah. Or only on a read really from a dragon, like if you're reading a Draco Meteor or something.
Yeah.
Now, it does have a decent, what is it, a decent defense stat, I think it is?
No. 90, 60, and then 74 HP.
Yeah, well, that has 90 defense. That's pretty good.
I guess that does kind of decent.
So you can switch on like fighting. You can switch on fighting and dark moves pretty easily. But if your game plan for your Valiant is to switch in on resisted moves, I feel like that's loose. I feel like you could do that if you also had a slow pivot, you know, because then you don't have to have the middleman and you can just make the read and cut out the pivot.
Yeah.
And but here you're either forced to do that or sack him on.
Yeah.
So I don't like that. Everything else, though, I do think there's a lot to love about the team. If I count Valiant for like its speed, and I don't look at it for anything else, I think the team is already pretty quick. Mm-hmm. With Lycanroc and Ogerpon. I do wish there was something a little faster than Valiant, and Espeon too. Actually, yeah, that's right. Crocodile's very scarfable as well, and Kyurem is often boosting its speed with Dragon Dance or Scarf. So Stella it's pretty quick, honestly. It's weird that it's so squished though between Valiant and Ogerpon. There's like 4 Mons.
Yeah, but I like that a team with an Ogerpon that's not base Ogerpon has another 110 and a Mon faster than it.
True, I do think especially Waterpon.
I've seen that issue before.
Yeah, Waterpon in particular likes the idea of being bulky so that it can be like the water and ground switch.
Yeah, you don't want it to be your 110 like a normal grass type.
Yeah, often it is like pigeonholed into doing that, but having Lycanroc and Espeon, you can afford to not. Same as Valiant. Mm-hmm. And it can just be like the max defense water type with Synthesis and like U-turn and just pivot around and spikes and everything, right?
Yeah.
So I do like that option.
I think it has a lot of room for that on this team because it's not required for offense in the same way.
Yeah. I think Skeledirge really appreciates that exact set as well, actually, being a water and ground switch.
Yeah. One thing's a little weird. Intimidate with an unaware wall is a little weird because it doesn't really help you. But we can just pretend that Crocodile's here for rocks and Moxie, and also Intimidate helps.
Yeah, Moxie's fine, and
it helps bring in the Valiant, I guess, in some cases too. Like if you get the Intimidate and then Parting Shot or whatever, because I think
it also means you can just run Blaze Skeledirge.
True. Yeah. For
probably don't do that
after you. Well, yeah, because you get 3 Torch Song boosts as you're getting lowered, and then on the third one, when you're in Blaze range, you just do it's actually like even stronger.
You just run Scarf Torch Song, and eventually you'll get so strong that you one shot everything.
I ran the Moxie Skeledirge with Flame Charge in the AAA draft.
Wow, it sounds bad.
It got a few kills. It was pretty funny.
Kyurem I feel like is the kind of like, okay, maybe I was gonna say the offensive centerpiece, but I actually think that Celesteela is gonna be the offensive centerpiece, where it looks like it's the only it's the only steel and it's the only flying type, so it does look actually like it's under a lot of pressure from fairy types, from poison types.
That's fine though. I think there's a lot of good offense here. One of your best defensive Mons is really offensive. In Dirge.
Yeah. So I'm gonna flip my response back, and I do think that Kyurem is actually the offensive centerpiece over Stella. Stella can just do either. Like defense, offense, mixed, whatever. It'll be the jack of trades, I guess. And then Kyurem and Valiant. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, it's the teams can snowball. Like it's like like if you're looking at offensive centerpiece and you say like Kyurem on like right out of the box is very strong offensively. A lot of these Mons are Mons that you have to be really, really careful to not give momentum. And I think that's gonna play a bigger part than it looks just by like looking at the stats or like looking at whatever. Which is why I was saying too with the Valiant and Kyurem together being just kind of like threats to do kind of anything. It's like you have to be ready for that. But you also have to be ready to not give enough leeway for for the team to get rolling, and I think that's pretty important.
Yeah, that's true.
With
I mean, Kyurem will end games, and Stella will end games, and Pawn will end games, and Moxie Crook can end games. I'm interested actually to see Terra Lycanroc. This is not Lycanroc Dusk, it's Day, and it's also not in Sand. Usually you'll just see Lycanroc Day in Sand, unless you are interested in like specifically Accelerock, which I do think having Prio is nice for the team. I don't think it's like mandatory.
No.
But a quick SD is nice. Even just the Sash, Endeavor, Rocks, Accelerock is pretty good. Just 1-for-1, like force a 1-for-1.
Yeah.
Having it be a Terra Captain, I don't think is good. Like, I'm wondering if Lycanroc or Espeon is a better Terra Captain with Stella. And I kind of feel like it's Espeon.
Yeah.
And because I feel like Espeon is better, I feel like Stella drafted Terra Lycanroc specifically to just spam like banded Terra Rock Accelerock.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I think
I'm trying to see like if there's like a problematic kind of mon that like, is this team weak to ice? Is it weak to? I guess it is maybe a little weak to ice. I'm just trying to think like who are you like? Who do you definitely want to have that option for? Like, what are you afraid of that makes you want to run that so much? Just like ice types, not really weak to fire that much. I guess maybe a little. But
I don't know. I think it is just a strong move. Having Rock Prio is nice. Hit a lot of flying types, but I don't think you. Well, actually, the team does kind of struggle against flying types.
It's a little weak to fire too. You have the Dirge.
Fire.
And,
you have Dirge and Tentacruel. I think it's fine. I don't think it's really that weak to any types that I can see.
Yeah.
Maybe Ghost.
I just
only resist Crook.
The reason I say fire is because your dragon type is neutral. Your one of your water types. I guess you have the Tentacruel to offset the Ogre Prawn not being.
You have 3 resists. I think it's fine, and so is Steel Cantera.
Oh, and the rock, Black and Rock. That's right.
Yeah, I think it's fine. I would be more worried about Ghost.
Yeah, no normal type.
But even then, like Ghost type moves aren't very strong. You can use an Ambipom, true. So what do you think about the team overall?
I think it's solid. I think this is a team that can fire on all cylinders, and it is really on the opponent to be playing on their A game to not let Stella run away with this.
True. I think Terra Stella
so many ways
does a lot for me. The worry that I have is that the only removal is Magic Bounce and Rapid Spin.
Tentacruel, yeah.
Which means that Tentacruel's coming to a lot of games.
Boots.
Which means that Ogerpon has a lot of overlap in a lot of games.
Yeah.
And then Boots Skeledirge, Boots Kyurem is just kind of, like, not mandatory, but is going to be very common. That's... Yeah. So aside from the things that we've already talked about, that's kind of my main gripe.
That's a good point.
But I think otherwise, I still like the team a lot. I wish that it was slightly faster, and I wish that it had slightly more removal. But I feel like it's pretty cohesive. And I guess I want a slow pivot for Valiant. I still think the team is like an 8 out of 10. I like this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was gonna say 8 as well. Because I don't think I would push it up to 9 just because of the things that it's missing. But also, I think 7 just feels too low. I think it's too just outright strong to be 7.
Yeah. This is actually also one of the highest rated, just slightly below Chemfruits at 7.70, as opposed to Chem's 7.74. So, yeah, pretty good team. A couple weaknesses that I think you could patch up.
Nice. All right, C2. We see a Roaring Moon, already off to a good start. Zapdos, already off to a good start. A Terrapagos, already off to a good start. I don't know. Terra Arcanine.
Interesting.
Okay. Screamtail, already off to a good start. This one passes the eye test for me, but there's an asterisk. I feel like I don't know. It seems a little. I don't know what's weird. Maybe it's the Terra Captains that are bugging me out.
Do you think
Terra
like
fine?
Do you think like Zapdos would have been a better pick, a better Terra?
Maybe it's weird because there's so many that are like banned, right? That would be good. Like Moon, Terrapagos, Superior, Mega Beedrill even who can't Terra. It's weird. It's like there's not really any good Terra captains on this team. I feel Empoleon is just weird because, like, in theory, it makes sense, right? Defensive Mon wants to be able to Terra sometimes into things that it can handle. But being the only Water Steel type Mon in the entire game, and you're going to be Terraing some of the time, and, like, you draft Empoleon for that type, I feel like, outside of, you know, the utility, but, like, over other Mons of similar utility because of that unique typing, and it just feels weird that it's a Terra captain there.
Yeah, clicking Terra on this one in particular makes you lose both your water and your steel.
Yeah.
I do think it's kind of like it's kind of a fake water because it doesn't resist fire, but it like super resists ice, which I do think.
You also have a flash fire Mon.
Nice. Yep.
Which is why it's funny because it's almost like that was kind of what I saw at first. Like, oh, that's cool, because usually my complaint about Empoleon is when it's the only water type, and then it doesn't, and like the team is otherwise still kind of weak to fire, and it's just like if sometimes they don't notice that. In this case, I was like, oh, well, they have the Flash Fire Arcanine, so it's like actually fine. Like you have a full-on fire immunity to go with that. So against a Mon that still deals with fire types, right? Like he still deals with them offensively, and he's not gonna get OHKO'd most of the time. So like that's cool. And then I mean, Moon obviously resists, but whatever. I don't love the Terra captains here, and I think Arcanine's one where it's like Arcanine can be fine, Terra normal, extreme speed, sure, but there's also like who's better as a Terra captain besides just Zapdos and some. You can't even make Zapdos because you don't have anyone that goes with Zapdos. You don't even have like a 1-pointer.
Yeah, you'd have to make a trade for 1-pointer or something.
So it's just like, it seems almost like not planned for it.
I actually really like Terra Arcanine, and I think there's more there than we're probably giving it credit for.
Yeah, I can be
sold. I don't like Empoleon, though.
Yeah.
And it would be nice to have, like, an extra fairy type sometimes with Empoleon, or poison type, or something, to let it resist things that normally beat it. Like, because, like I've said before about Empoleon, its type just overloads it with so much responsibility that shifting the responsibility to something else might be nice sometimes. Terra Arcanine, though, I feel like there's more than meets the eye there. Yeah, I feel like there's more to it than we're giving it credit for. I think
that's probably
Terra Grass in particular looks really strong.
With the flash fire,
it'll not be weak to fire, resist water, resist ground. Have grass coverage for water types that you normally wouldn't be. It's not friggin' Solar Beam. I think Terra Fairy would be very strong.
Defensive, with like Wisp and Intimidate if it wanted to.
Yeah, it could just be defensive. Also, just boosting Play Rough is really nice.
Yeah. It's just weird. I don't
obviously,
know. Like
normal, extreme speed, just fire, Flare Blitz. I actually think there's a lot going for Arcanine Terra.
Yeah. It just seems... I don't know, it seems weird as like the centerpiece Terra when there's like just like not really a better... You know what I mean? Like it's...
I agree, but I think it's interesting. So I'm not going to harp on the Arcanine. I'm going to harp on the Empoleon.
Yeah. But I think it's just like... I think both of them kind of combine into like one issue. For me, at least. Where I would think that Arcanine I would rather see with like with a Mon that could steal a game with Terra, you know, where like so you're not always Terraing the Arcanine, but I don't know. I mean, you're right. It can be pretty diverse with its sets. Like it can benefit from both sides. It has recovery. It has strong priority that it can turn into stab. It has an immunity. It really does have kind of all the pieces that you want for a Terra captain. But
moving on from that, I look at the speed tiers, and I actually really like the speed. I mean, it caps with Mega Beedrill at 145, and past that, it still doesn't even slow down much.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a big gap, but that's not the big thing. The team is still quick.
Yeah.
Roaring Moon at 119, Screamtail at 111, Serperior at 113, even Zapdos at 100.
What I like is that, like normally Mega Beedrill, one of the risks of him is any Mega that's like super amped on speed has the same issue of like, okay, well, who just outspeeds it with Scarf, and you know that they can't Scarf, right? The Roaring Moon being like a check to like most things that outspeed Beedrill with a Scarf, like if you're Scarf Moon, which I don't think is super common, but also like even just Dragon Dance, like
booster speed,
like there's a lot of ways that that Moon kind of checks that and doesn't let you just Scarf to outspeed the Beedrill and handle the highest speed threat on the team, and I like that a lot.
Yeah. I feel like that won't come into play too often because usually something that comes in to revenge Mega Beedrill, like the Scarfer that's coming into revenge Beedrill, you're not switching into Moon, right? You're switching into like Arcanine, Empoleon,
right? Yeah,
Zapdos,
but
whatever.
just in general for like building, like maybe it makes you give a second thought to it, like for a late game situation where it's like, well, I know I can't just sweep with the Scarf at that point.
But... yeah, it's nice that it can the thing to outspeed Beedrill can do that, but it's unlikely to also be faster than +1 Moon.
Yeah,
I agree. I think it's very nice that Screamtail isn't forced to run full speed. Cough. I mean, having Serp and Roaring Moon above it means that you can actually kill things and you don't have to be like T-Wave or Fast Encore all the time. And it can help support the fat core.
Yeah, I like that. And you can wish pass to the Terapagos.
Wish passing to Terapagos is nice. It's one of the few times that I actually like wish passing in Gen 9, is specifically Terapagos or like multi-scale mons.
Yeah, or like Sturdy or something too.
Let's see. The ground type kind of leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yeah,
but I mean
it's a 9
still really solid.
It's at the bottom of the list, but it's 9 points. Like that's not bad.
Yeah, I mean, other than that, Terapagos is OP. Serperior is pretty decent and has defog. Like you have
this team, the whole
you have 1, 2, 3 defoggers, 4 hazard setters at least. I don't know. I'm just kind of skimming.
Yeah.
Like multiple win cons. Roaring Moon's so good as a win con. Terapagos is a win con. Sure. I feel like this is just, in my opinion, just like the best team in the division. I think it's so good. Like everything even pivots too. Not everything, but I mean, TP Arcanine, Zapdos, U-Turn, on Roaring Moon as well. The Baton-Pass, Screamtail, Mega Beedrill, like everything.
Yeah. I agree that I think this is a team that I would like way more without Terra, like in a Terra banned format. I just can't get past the Empoleon, the Terra Empoleon, and also just the fact that there aren't other real options to swap around. It sets it back at least a point for me. But I still think I'm gonna give it an 8.
That's fair. I don't think Terra Empoleon is bad enough. I still think
it's just a missing
like bad enough to drop a point.
Yeah.
I rated it a 9 on the like PRs, but I think I've talked myself into, especially knowing that I'm trying to like broaden the spectrum of my ratings. I'm just gonna give this the first 10 out of the Swarm division. I think it's super, super strong, and I expect this to be the top team in the div if C2 plays this properly.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. And how does the community rate it? It is near the top. Actually, the second one that we've seen kind of close near the top, we have at 7.83.
Nice. It definitely passes the eye check, like from the Mon perspective. It was just the Terra didn't pass the eye check for me.
The Zera?
No. The previous one.
Okay, we're on the fairs.
I'm not surprised that it was the second one.
Gotcha.
Yep, we're on fairs.
Okay.
We see a Terra Zera, who you say is good. I've never used it.
I'm a big fan.
I know it doesn't have Terra Blast, but it doesn't really need it when it has like close combat, play rough. It can utilize it.
Knock.
Yeah, so it definitely utilizes it. So I don't really have an issue with that. And honestly, I think it's pretty good to have a 7-pointer that matches with that. That's like that's a really good deal. And Terra on top is really nice.
Is pretty decent.
Terra Ice Triple Axle Technician, like if you want to, or just
I think that's kind of fake.
It's strong, but you can go defensive with it, make it something else. 2 spinners in a row down here is interesting.
2 spinners is fine. I do
it's not
wish
bad,
that,
but they're both in the same spot.
Yeah, I feel like Fairs got to the like near the end of the draft and was like, oh shit, my only removal with Iron Moth Mega Pidgeot is Florges.
Yeah.
And with Bax too. So I don't like that it's just, even though there is a high number of removers, they're not the highest quality and kind of not as consistent. I think Donphan and Top are more consistent than most low tier spinners, but
yeah, I guess you do kind of always have space for at least one of them, but
you do.
Thwacky's
well, actually, looking at it, I don't know if you do. I think it's just if you bring
if you bring
like
the
Pharaoh
Pidgeot.
or Florges. Yeah.
Well, I'm saying that you bring like these 4 plus Pidgeot is really kind of like.
I can't see which 4 you're. Hold on.
Oh.
Which 4?
So I should have said 5. These 5, right? Like if we're talking about the top tiers.
Okay, the top 5.
Yeah, and then you could bring Pidgeot, and then that's like then you don't have it. But I feel like usually you can like fit that slot that has something, right?
Yeah.
If like Ferrothorn looks bad into something, if Moth looks bad into something, I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's
kind of going back to Zera. The speed is the first thing that Zera makes me think of. So I look down at the speed tiers and we see Moth at 110, Pidgeot at 121, and I feel like that's already kind of just good enough.
Yeah.
You know, even if you don't
Moth
bring Pidgeot that often, I do think Pidgeot's bringable, but maybe to only half the games, if that.
Right.
But just having the speed tier on a bringable Mon means that people have to respect it.
Yep.
And the like 125s have to still run adamant.
And your Mega isn't capping out your speed, which is nice.
Yeah, exactly. Not that you're going to be scarfing Zera, but you could be scarfing Iron Moth. I think that's
in general
pretty valid. There's also a Trick Room option. I do think that Donphan in Trick Room is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, he's 120 attack is like solid. He's just been overshadowed by his prehistoric and futuristic cousins.
Yeah. It is nice that even though your ground type is a low tier, I mean it's 9 points, so it's kind of a mid tier, but I kind of consider Donphan a low tier ground type.
He's a low tier because he's boosted by having spin.
Yeah, but you also still have Volt Absorb, even post Terra, so you always have an immunity with Zera.
Yeah.
I think it's like if you're gonna cheap out on a ground type, I want you to have Zera or another Volt Absorber.
That's fair.
So that's pretty good. Bax is nice prio. Like honestly, all things considered, I do think this team is really strong.
Yeah, I think it's solid. Slope Road does not get chilly reception though, right? Only
right.
Slowking. Okay. So you don't have chilly reception for the backs, but that's fine.
The defense to Spadef profile is pretty good. Like Slowbro and Pharaoh can both be defense.
And like you said, AV can fill gaps in matchups.
Yeah, AV Donphan, AV Slowbro, even Moth has like a really good Spadef stat too.
Yeah.
And AV top is nice, and
Moth is super solid.
It's very. I feel like the defenses on the team is like a canvas where you can actually just make any Mon, any defense to live any certain Mon, and then also still have enough offense to get a KO back.
Yeah.
Less so on like maybe Pharaoh or Slowbro or Florges, but most things are either fast enough to not have to fully invest in speed, or fat enough to not have to fully invest in defense, go into offense.
And I think it's also possible that like there are some matchups where one of these 3, probably more than likely Florges, Slowbro, Pharaoh, Florges, one of these 3 would be slotted out for an offensive Mon anyway, right? Like so it's not like you're always bringing these 3 passive Mons.
And they can set up. All 3 of them have setup options.
Yeah. So I think it's a solid.
I think that's really strong. Yeah, I like it. I do wish. Oh no, I guess Donphan has rocks too. I was like, there's only one rocker.
He has sturdy rocks too. So
yeah, I do think the hazards will be a little predictable.
That's fine. When it's rocks,
I think it's fine.
Like rocks, I think are always fine. Like even if it's predictable.
The problem, I always think back to things like Nidoking, where it doesn't click rocks because it's the obvious move. It clicks rocks because the opponent has to switch.
Yeah, you have to respect.
Or they lose a Mon.
A move. Yeah.
Right. Donphan, not so much. Right.
Yeah.
They can go into their flying type. Most flying types can take like a Stone Edge as well from defensive Donphan.
Yeah.
You can kind of just, you're a little hunky dory about it, right? You're chilling. But like Nidoking just gets rocks from pressure. You're not going to get that with this team.
Yeah. That's fair, but I think you do have a lot of opportunities to throw something out there. People still have to respect the hazard game.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Yeah, so I think something that I'm excited to see is I'm always looking towards like mid to low tier megas. Pidgeot especially, I feel like in recent gens it has been overshadowed by flying types that can just run boots, you know? And even honestly, the same as the Mega Beedrill that we just talked about. I feel like being a Rock Week speedster that can't run boots is just really bad in recent gens. But Pidgeot, I feel like is so cool. Like Hurricane that can't miss. More times than not, you confuse them anyways, and they're obviously when you confuse them, they're just gonna hit themselves, so you get free turns. Yeah, I'm really excited to see Pidgeot. Yeah, and I hope that Fairs brings it as well.
Yeah.
Moth is booster legal. I forgot about that. So you even actually don't even have to scarf them off. Yeah. Yeah, I think overall this team is really good. Yeah, this is another thing that I rated and I want to change it. I had it at an 8 before, but I think this is still one of the stronger teams of the division, and I'm going to give it a 9.
I was thinking 9.
Yeah.
So you stole mine. You changed yours to mine.
Yeah. I'm actually a mind reader.
That's crazy.
I absorbed your vote through my computer screen.
That's awesome. That was a fake glot, by the way, because I forgot to start the timer at the beginning.
We did forget about the couple low tiers. Morgrim and Thwacky are kind of fake. Thwacky's like fine.
Thwacky's cool.
Yeah. Well, he's a monkey.
Yeah, but
it's a ground resist, whatever.
Yeah, not a Terra Thwacky though. I feel like Thwacky provides more value in this draft as like oh shit, I have a 19-point Terra and only this 3-pointer. Cool, I'll just do Terra Grass Thwacky. But he had a better option. He was one of the few that actually had a better option with his 18-point Terra.
Top is cool. Okay, on to Howfalcons. What do you think?
Megalop, Goldango, Terra Hydreigon's sick. I think that's a good Terra captain, even though I love my Terra Sandy Shocks and kind of sad that it's not him. But Terra Hydreigon's just so good. Volcanion's good. This seems like, I mean, eye test, this seems like a well-rounded team. Like, I guess your grass type is a little questionable at Appleton. But
it's also a Terra captain, that at least makes it more bringable, but I agree.
Yeah, but and you do have like Hydreigon, even though he's also a Terra captain, is a dragon type that's immune to ground, so like I guess he's kind of like a grass type, right? But,
true.
And he's also weak to bug too. That's like grass types.
That's a grass type. Is this a grass type?
Yeah. So when I see Goldango, I look to see what are we abusing with Goldango, right? Like what are we doing? I don't see a lot of hazard stacking. I see the Sandy Shocks. I see the Hatterene that's magic bouncing. Like
Hydreigon. Shuckle.
Hydreigon has hazards?
Yeah, it has rocks.
Oh, rocks. Okay. I'm talking more like if I see Goldango on a team, like I'm looking for. I guess Shuckle has webs. I'm looking for like webs, spikes, T-spikes, all the stuff that like would be a pain to remove.
It would, I guess, like T-spikes, and I think it's specifically Megalop too, where like it's gonna run Fake Out pretty often, and even if like the opponent, like even if they don't bring Fake Out, the opponent's likely to prep a Protect for the Fake Out. So you just get free toxic like T-Spikes chip. I do think I agree there should be a T-Spiker. Otherwise, I don't think there's a problem with the hazards, realistically.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, Sandy Shocks is great for hazards. I mean, you got rocks and spikes.
It sucks that Hydreigon maybe has to rock sometimes, but it's fine to do it.
Does Volcanion get rocks?
No, it has Defog. Okay. Hydreigon has Defog. There's 3 Defoggers.
And you have Magic Bounce. Yeah,
and a Bouncer. So I think the hazard game is pretty good. I agree. It's
fine.
Would ideally have a T-Spiker.
Yeah.
The speed tiers to me look pretty good. I mean, there's a Megalop and a Crobat. I do kind of wish there was something. I wish there was something closer to 110.
Yeah. 130 to 101 and then also at 98. Oh, I'd be really interested to see where this speed stacks up against the rest of the 2.5s. I want to see. Second to last, I got Metro's lower because of the Melmetal and the
double 5s.
King or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't like that there's a giant chasm between Crobat and Sandy Shocks. I wish that Sandy Shocks had like Fundy Eye speed, and then I would have said this is like totally perfect.
Yeah. It's actually really weird because then there's another jump. I guess it's only 2 months that are at 30. You have a couple in between. It's like the 90, 98, 84, 70, 60. That's a fine spread, I guess, like one of each
I'm looking at the like physical to special spread, and it's definitely a lot more specially oriented than physical. That's not bad though, because Lop is a mon that historically forces a lot of things like Rocky Helmet, Chople Berry, even like Chillin Berry. I feel like people run fairly often against Lop.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Like Protect Chillin Berry. And like, that tech is completely wasted against every other Pokemon on the team.
Yeah, for sure. That's a good point.
Now, I don't think that
it does. I thought it had a higher attack than it does, but that's pretty bad.
Yeah, I don't think it gets bonus points for being the only attacker. Like, it's still a negative. But I feel like Lop in particular is a mon that doesn't mind being that like only physical attacker.
Right.
I do think the team wished it could have more knockoff users though. If you're a specially based team, you need to drop the assault vests.
Yep.
That's going to be like everybody's running AV against your Goldengo, Hydreigon, Volcanion, Sandy Shocks. That's just how it's going to be, and you're going to run into way too many of them.
Team.
Maybe Hatterene has knock.
Does Lop have knock?
Maybe Shuckle. Hold on, let me check. No, Lop doesn't.
Shuckle.
No, Hat doesn't have knock.
Shuckle coming to knock and nothing else.
Shuckle has knockoff. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's really bad then. Yeah, you're right. You need to be able to get... I mean, well, there's also maybe like Trick, Switcheroo, which Hatterene, I guess, has Switcheroo.
True, Jellicent, I believe, has Trick. Actually, I know it has Trick.
So you can trick things around, but then again, you're tricking an AV onto yourself, which is, it's probably not the best solution. I agree. You would like to see a few more knockoffs for a team that is this special oriented.
Yeah, for sure. All things considered, I think the defenses are very tailorable. Actually, just like how I said about Fairs' team, I feel like a lot of these mons are either fast enough or offensive enough that they don't need to invest in either speed or offense. They can go into defense, and they either hit hard enough or just are naturally fast enough to do what they already need to do.
Yeah.
Crobat, Sandy Shocks, for example, like booster speed Sandy Shocks. Goldengo doesn't need to invest into offense to have good nasty plot sets, etc. Right. And Volcanion similarly can just be defensive and hit like a truck still.
Cool. Yeah, I think we can probably move on from them. I think we're mostly in agreement overall.
Yeah, I like this team a lot. It's I do wish, like I said, it had more ways to interact with mons that have poor defense.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna give it a 7 personally, like, just because it definitely passes the eyeball check. There's a lot of things that I like about it. You pointed out the lack of knockoff for a very special team. I like the Lop synergy, but that is really hard to ignore. I think it'll be very matchup dependent. I think we're going to see like whether or not people can check this team, and if they can, then it'll be kind of rough and make it a lot harder. Especially if Howfalcon falls behind in the rankings, there might be more pressure to like do some more like surefire ways to do things, as opposed to like being a little more experimental, maybe being a little more greedy. Whereas I think this team would benefit from like being greedy and having confidence, and just being able to kind of push the offense that it has and be annoying with that.
Yeah. I guess last thing I'll mention that I kind of underrated, but I'm looking at it again, and I feel like might be still actually pretty fine, is like you can just run offensive like Banded Crobat, and physical Hydreigon with Dragon Dance is actually on a Terra Captain completely viable.
Yeah.
Like usually I don't think Hydreigon has more than one turn to set up because it brings in fairies and then dies to fairies. But Terra like Poison Dragon Dance I think is very strong. And honestly, Volcanion has a good attack stat with like Flare Blitz and stuff.
I was wondering what its moves were like for that, because I feel like I've just never seen.
It's Flame Charge, Flare Blitz. Let me double check exactly.
Yeah. I guess it's just like the idea is like, yeah, sure, like these mons have attack stats, they can run physical sets, but
Liquidation.
But how much are you like
Superpower, Wild Charge
to do that? Especially with Volcanion, where it's like his good moves are the water type moves that burn you, right? Like that's what you want to bring. You don't want to have to bring physical Volcanion, even if he's serviceable. You don't want to really be having to have those thoughts because you only have special attackers, right? Like I still think that that's kind of like a drawback there.
Yeah.
But
I feel like physical is okay into like Spadef fairy types that want to switch in and you just like hit them with a heavy slam. I've actually seen that before, but I don't know. It is an option, and I think you'll have to run those options if you want to get good success against the Assault Vesters.
I agree.
So
that's why
I think it's like an 8 out of 10. I like it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the community says 7.04. So another team that just barely crested the 7 range.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised that that was a 7. I feel like that's one that the community I would have expected to rank higher, because you don't really think about like you're not always looking at the stats when you're looking at that. When you're just
it does look like it has some shiny buttons.
It looks good.
So.
Yeah, it looks good on paper, but then it's like I didn't even realize until you pointed it out. It's like, oh, this is like literally 100% special attack. Yeah. All right, LethalBlue.
LethalBlue, final team of the Swarm Division.
Is it? Oh, it is. We still have player stats after this.
Yeah, we've got some stats, and then I want to take a quick break and grab a drink. Okay. And then I'm good to do Truant.
You're going to get crunk before the Truant.
I'm going to get crunk. I'm going to get blitzed, brother. Hey, yo. Anybody else down to... No, sorry.
I see a couple monkeys here. I see Annihilate. I see Landorus.
Landorus, yeah. Noted monkey.
Yeah.
See Greninja? It's on all fours.
Yeah, Greninja, yeah. Well, Greninja was like on my monkey team after free agency, but that was because he's a frog, so I gave myself a pass.
Because he's a toad?
Yeah, close enough.
He's Toady.
Matches the name. Yeah. And they have Carkle, which is like a minecart from Donkey Kong. So.
Okay, sure. We see... I was actually talking with Overmat about Terra Landorus last night. Partly because that's in his week 1 matchup. It is really threatening. And when I was going over the tier list right before the season dropped, I was looking at the 15 pointers because I feel like 15 is a very good milestone to determine like the cream of the crop from the things that are almost there. If you're in 15 or higher, you're a very good mon. Mm-hmm. With Sheer Force Lando banned, and looking at where like a lot of other communities had non-Sheer Force Landorus tiered, or even Sheer Force Landorus in PAL decks that doesn't have Rock Polish, I kind of started questioning it, but looking at its matchups, this thing with Terra is a demon. Well, it is so strong.
Don't forget, too, that the attack stat is higher than the special attack stat. We see the special attack because Sheer Force usually is benefiting special attacks like the Sludge Wave, like the Earth Power, all that.
Yeah, they're higher base power and just
it's still 125 base attack on a mon that has Earthquake, Stab Earthquake, that has rock coverage for flying types. The main weakness of the physical Lando Eye was the lack of coverage in the physical set. Whereas in the special set you have the sludge wave, which is huge. You have I think you have some other things too that make it nice, like psychic or extrasensory, I think. So Terra Captain being able to like add a coverage move, Terra first of all on a mon that has a quad weakness, to be able to set up, add a coverage move, do your rock polish, and on 125 base attack, 101 speed, not bad. That's gonna be strong. This is like it's just gonna be different from what you're used to seeing with Landorus, and I think that's why people are maybe underrating it. But it's gonna be just a really strong mon.
Well, I think Lando T does the same, and that's kind of why Lando T was banned this season. Yeah. But I actually think 101 speed is like the perfect speed that it could ask for.
Yeah,
where it doesn't need to boost to beat most Pokemon, and when it does boost with Rock Polish, it outspeeds everything.
Yep.
Like, there's a lot of slower mons that are outsped by, like, Scarves, or even some, like, fast Megas, or Electrode Usui, or other, like, super fasties. Lando, that isn't an option. So, different than Lando T. Lando T, I think, relies on it a lot more. Lando I doesn't. Can run, like, Life Orb with Terra a lot. I feel like Terra Flying is going to be really strong.
Yeah, Terra Flying will be good, because you actually get a move besides fly. The other benefit to Therian, though, would be that you actually get your ability, like, with the Terra too.
Yeah.
So, granted, I think whichever other team had this Lando, was it Overmat that had it?
DJ Barrera has Lando I on,
but he has sand
with the Yeah.
So like that's good. Like the Sand Force Lando, like that's That's gonna be
scary,
strong.
right?
But like, this is gonna be good. I anticipate this would be pretty strong. And that's the 15-point Terror Captain. Like, let's look at the rest of the team here.
Yeah, so
also, like,
capping off the speed is Greninja. I think that's a great mon to have as your fastest mon.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of the fastest. Other than Gren, though, the speed is a little lacking. But then you look and there is a Slowking Galar and a Mega Mawile, so there is a Trick Room angle.
Right.
There's an Annihilate to really deter removal for the lot of hazards. I mean, Slowking, Mawile, Annihilate, Greninja. Wait, almost every mon up until Blissey has hazards.
Rocks.
Like the top 6 have a hazard.
Yeah, Rock Spikes, T-Spikes, and Rock. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And then Blastoise is a spinner. Shaman's a great low-tier captain. I don't think Shaman needs Terra, but it is
but it's fine.
Nice when you don't have a particular type that Lando just auto-wins for, or auto-wins with. Or if the opponent has something that you're a little bit weak into.
Yeah. Well, I also think
I could foresee, like, the Spadef on this team is through the roof. I mean, like, Blastoise, Blissey, Annihilate is often Spadef, and Slowking Galar is maybe the highest Spadef I've seen on a team. Let me check the team's Spadef ranking. And it's actually only number 4. That's kind of insane.
It might be brought
down. But one of them has Shuckle. That's cheating.
Yeah. Might be brought down by... No, not really. There's nothing with a particularly low Spadef. So yeah, there's probably just other people who have it way boosted.
Well, he's number 4 in Spadef, but also number 1 in HP. So I think that...
That's fair. Well, that
means that you'll be the bulkiest, like the specially bulkiest player.
Yeah.
With that combo.
Blissey's carrying that for sure.
Yeah. I do wish there was something else that was fast between Lando and Gran. That is something that kind of holds back my rating of the team, I think.
I mean, you have a Shell Smasher. You have Scarf Annihilate isn't fake. It's not the best. You have a Shaman that's kind of close. Yeah, but between the Lando and the Gren, there's probably
it isn't a massive problem. It's a personal preference.
Yeah.
To have 2 things over 110. Not a big deal. I do think that Annihilate. I struggle to rate Annihilate without Terra. I feel like with Terra, it's just the most busted thing in existence, and is just not fun to play the game against.
No.
Without Terra, I'm not so sure.
It depends. It's very matchup dependent.
Yeah.
I think you have to kind of pave a way for it, unlike when it has Terra. Like, you need to make sure you're getting rid of the flying types and the fairy types, and then
so thinking about it though, most of the time you're gonna have to try and beat Annihilate specially, right? Which is why usually on a bulk up set it runs Spadef.
Max Spadef, careful.
So that it boosts its speed, it boosts its defense, and you can't break it physically. You have to break it specially. But then there's a Slowking Galar and a Blissey in the way, and maybe an AV Blastoise and Shaman. And I feel like the Spadef to back up the Annihilate and the things that have to try and hit the Annihilate are going to be strong.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
I would maybe say, other than, I think from Mawile to Lando, the team is pretty offensive. Everything else looks a little passive to me. I know the Slowking Galar can deal damage, but Blissey is the epitome of passive. Blastoise kind of has to Shell Smash to not be passive, and in that case, it's not like the actual water type that you drafted it to be. And Shaman is like, I don't feel like it has good enough moves to be considered really an offensive mon, even if you like
Seed Flare 85% accurate.
Yeah, Seed Flare, but like Grass kind of sucks offensively.
It does, yeah. And I don't think it gets great coverage.
It is Earth Power, like Air Slash, and
it still just gets beat by like flying Steel types or like Steel types with Levitate. What I notice here, this team is really good into Fairy, which is good for Annihilate and Greninja.
True.
For sure.
That's true.
Doesn't look particularly amazing into flying, right? Because there's no real rock type besides Carkle. There's no ice type. I think that's something you want for Annihilate, is to have something, no electric type either. Like there's nothing here for flying types except for the resist on the Mawile, and then like Greninja if you want to do Protean Ice Beam.
That's yeah, speaking weird. Of Mawile, something that I always look for on Mawile teams is what is helping Mawile do steel things and what is helping Mawile do fairy things.
Neither.
Because those are two very important things. Yeah. And there's nothing. You kind of... There's things to help it take the special hits. And I feel like Slowking, Galar, and Blissey are often just going to be full Fizz-Def anyways.
Yeah.
But maybe Shaman is going to have to be the fairy type or the steel type more often than not.
Yeah. Now that I look at it more, I didn't really think about this before, but Blastoise and Greninja on the same team is a little weird. I know Blastoise is a spinner.
I think it's fine.
But just when there are holes otherwise is why it concerns me.
Yeah, when there's things that are lacking, it does it kind of makes you wonder why Blastoise over something that is a little bit more utility focused and more of a budget. Now Blastoise is still, I think, relatively fairly priced at 12. I think it does a lot of both offense and defense for 12.
But it's just like on offense.
I don't know. I don't think you'd get that much of a discount from going like, I don't know, my Lodec or something.
No. I'm not even talking about the water type though too. But it's also just the fact that it's like Shell Smash Blastoise or like Battle Bond Greninja, right? Like just boosting water types with like kind of the same coverage, like similar coverage at least.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, it's not that these two can't be on the same team. I don't know, there's things missing, and it seems weird that that's the thing that you double up on is the water type.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, that's fair. Yeah. So things that I like the hazard setters. I don't like the hazard removers, and that it's only Blastoise, Carkol. I'm not going to count Lando as a defogger.
No, it doesn't want to be. No, it's sure.
I like the Spadef. Honestly, the defense is going to be tailorable enough anyways.
Yeah.
I like the offense. I like the Trick Room angle. Things that I dislike. I don't like that Mawile has so much weight on its shoulders. And I... Is that the only thing I don't like? Oh, and I don't like the speed. The giant gap between Lando Gren. I think that's it. So it's like mostly positive. I think the team has a lot going for it. Yeah, I think it's at least, if I were to rate it, it's at least a 7.
7. I was gonna say 8. I actually I think this team has tools to like win games.
Yeah, I don't think it's that high. I do think Terra Lando is crazy.
Yeah, but I also just like, Glow King with anything that can benefit from the Trick Room is nice. It's just an option to have.
Yeah.
Annihilate.
It might be my perception of Annihilate and my tough time like rating Annihilate.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point though about how he's protected by the special defensive bonds, and I think that'll pay dividends. You just have to pave a way. You need to find a way to get rid of the flying types. But
true. So the community rated Lethal's team is 6.78, which actually exactly ties Resh. So if you were piecing the puzzle together, you would have an exact picture of the Swarm tier list, or at least ratings. So I guess we can go... Actually, we can probably just show that now.
Yeah, hold on. Yep. Save this. I forgot to save yours. I have mine.
And I guess while you're introducing that, I'm going to just grab a drink real quick.
All right, so there's the rankings with the numbers. And then I would do the tier list here. And there's that.
Yo.
Welcome back.
Yo. So yeah, there was a considerable gap between Panziska, who is undisputed first in the division, actually first in the league that we've seen so far, at the only player to have above an 8.0 rating.
Yeah.
So, and considering that the gap between them and the second place team, who's C2, is over 0.2. Panziska is just a clear-cut S tier, the undisputed number 1. There is a bit of a cluster again, or slightly after that, where we go from 7.83 down to Metro, who's at, where's Metro? Number 5, 7.65.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's kind of another like 0.2 gap. So C2, Chemfruit, Stella, and Metro being A tier. B tier, we've got Lucnukem, kyguy, Stormtide, and Howfalcons. These teams are good. They all are likely to win games. Honestly, if anything, it kind of looks like this might just be the playoff picture. Is 8 of these 9 teams. I wouldn't be surprised though if some of these other players made it in. We do have C tier. We have Resh, LethalBlue, and PF, and then D tier. Not necessarily bad, just the lowest rated. We have Cory, Fairs, Drix, and unfortunately Martin with the lowest rated team in the division, which I actually really disagree with. I thought it was one of my favorites. Maybe not like favorites, but it was one of my... Okay, maybe one of my favorites. I liked it, at least.
Yeah.
So it's an interesting picture. I'll make sure to post these in the Discord later, so you can have them in better res. And that does it for the Truant division.
All right.
Yeah, so if you were just sticking around to catch the division... Oh my god. Yeah, that was Swarm. Yeah, I'm sorry. Does it for the Swarm division. Okay, then we can cut it there.
Yeah.
If you were sticking around just to see the Swarm picture, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you at potentially one of our weekly streams coming up for highlight submissions that I haven't talked about yet. Oops. But without further ado, we can just go right into our final division, our smallest division, but definitely not our last division. Well, it actually is our last division.
It is our last, yeah.
Yeah.
Last,
we have
least,
the Truant division.
Smallest.
Yeah. And I think there's actually a lot of really interesting teams in the division.
12 to be exact.
There are 12 teams, and not all of them are interesting, but there are 12 teams.
No, they're always interesting when they're true.
Yeah. It is the division with the lowest discrepancy between the community PR's highest and lowest rating. I think most... Actually, that might not be true for Swarm. That's okay. It's at least very close. A lot of things are very, very close to each other, except for like 1 or 2 picks.
Yeah, I think that's an accurate way to describe it. All right. Well, let's get on the road with this and jump right in. We got a Skyknight team.
Cool, Skyknight. On Team Sky, part of the Sky crew. Skyknight actually just played their first game today. I don't know if you watched it. Did you see it? We didn't mark it yet.
Okay, good. I was gonna say the last time I was confused.
Yeah, well, it's me who's in charge of the division, and I got home and prepped for stream, so good. I haven't had a chance for marking it.
We don't want to spoil.
Yeah, it was intentional. We didn't want to spoil the result.
So we got the Terra Petra run, which
Terra Petra run again. It is paired with a Decidueye Hisui, which I don't think is as good as the Okidogi.
That could be an interesting Terra Captain, though.
So that's a mod that people have been talking to me about recently, and we talked a bit about it on stream on Monday as well, because Riceman is a big believer in it, and so that's kind of how we started talking about it. Other people have picked it up as well. I've never really considered it that real of a mod. Like, I understand that it's good.
Yeah, it's
like very weird, exactly.
But then you like look at it and it's like, oh, it's a defogger that's not a flying type and has roost and has setup and has like a signature move that's pretty good.
Yeah, and I mean being
it's just
grass
slow,
type,
and it doesn't have great defenses. And
grass type defoggers I feel like are strong.
Yeah,
like switching in on ground types reliable
is just like it's good, but it's like there are Gen 1 mods that have higher attack with the otherwise shit distribution. So I don't know. It's weird. And I think Terra will help it though. Like Terra lets it get a turn of setup that it wouldn't have normally gotten, or maybe gets a turn of healing or roost or whatever. Or defog. I don't know. It's interesting. I think Petra is probably going to Terra most of the time, but it's worth noting that the Decidueye's there and Kintera.
It'll definitely help it, and I've been ready to be proven wrong about Decidueye not really being that great. There's actually like a good handful of Pokemon that I've kind of been waiting, and my tier list has been reflecting it. Like, I want people to draft this because I want to be shown that it's good.
Yeah, because it's probably
and Decidueye is one of those mons.
But I can see like discounting it just to get somebody to use it. Otherwise, though,
we do see two evolutions, Sylveon and Vaporeon.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, you know what I noticed though about this is we have the Mega Pinsir. I guess Lando can defog. Mega Pinsir only has or controls Lando, Regieleki, Decidueye. Okay, that's actually not too bad. I forgot that Lando could defog.
Yeah, if you don't consider Lando as a defogger though, it does feel pretty tough. I feel like Mega Pinsir isn't coming often.
No.
On this team, and that's kind of a shame, but it's fine. Like I feel like the team just has better things to do, and whenever you want to bring Pinsir, you just bring Lando.
Right, like it does seem like a kind of an almost an unnecessary pick, but it may be like I need a Mega, right? And I have the points. Let's get Mega Pinsir.
Yeah, I don't think the team had had quality enough or high enough quality removers, that is, to facilitate the Mega Pinsir.
Yeah.
Like if it was Mega Charizard, that's probably even worse. Like Mega Y, that's probably even worse.
Yeah.
Because then like you're investing so many points into this really good mon that has to be facilitated or else it sucks.
Yeah.
But at least Pinsir is like, it's 10 points. 10 pointers are bench warmers sometimes anyways. It'll happen. I could see this being traded, and I think I would like to see it traded, unfortunately, even though I want to see Pinsir do well.
Yeah, I agree with you, though. It's like it seems like usually you want to bring a different mon. There's a lot of mons on this team.
There are a lot. There is a Silicobra here that we're not going to talk about.
He's so silly.
I'm not sure what to think about the Sylveon Vaporeon. Like, we've seen double evolutions before, but usually it's something like Jolteon Sylveon or something like that, right? Where they have where they have very different roles. These both look very like they do the same thing.
Really.
Passing. It's just one has
Sylveon can be strong offensively.
Yeah, like, I mean, so can Vaporeon. Outside of HP, Vaporeon's highest stat is its special attack.
Yeah, that's true. But I'm thinking more like Pixelate gives a bit of a boost to Sylveon that Vaporeon doesn't have. I feel like I see Vaporeon defensively more just because the Wish Flip turn is just so strong.
Yeah, it's a lot less spammable. Like Fairy's a very spammable, kind of hard to punish type.
Yeah,
especially with Pixelate.
But I agree though, where it's like overall these are very similar mons. They don't differentiate much from each other. One of them's a Fairy, one of them's a Water type. Cool, you checked both boxes.
Yeah,
but like
you do have a Fairy and you do have a Water and you do have they both do pivot. So that is good.
It's almost like you took Primarina and like split it in two. I know Primarina
you just cut it in half,
but it's like but that's the idea. It's like you're taking two slots to do things that there are mons that exist to do.
Yeah, but that can be good. Like, I mean, I've been talking a lot about Empoleon and Mega Mawile.
Yeah.
Over the last couple streams. They're mons that I feel like get overloaded with like responsibility. Cutting that in half is fine sometimes. I just feel like cutting it in half with mons that do the same thing isn't it.
But I also think that Water Fairy is like one of the dual types that doesn't get that same kind of pressure. If that makes sense. If you're worried about Empoleon, it's because he's the steel type. Like, he's your ice resist, he's your water resist, he's all this stuff, but he's also a water type that's not a fire resist. So you probably want another secondary water type for that.
Fairy doesn't take away any of water's resistance.
Right. Yeah. So usually
which are what you drop a water type for.
Both. Right.
Yeah.
But again, like these mons do kind of the same thing. They would probably be better as one mon, but realistically, probably nothing on the table to do that with. So if you have to keep them, that is what it is. And it's still only like if we're going down to Vaporeon, that's still only 5 mons, right? So you still always have room for one of these other mons to come, which is fine.
So let's look at it through this lens of look at the top 4 Pokemon plus Sylveon, and then look at the top 4 plus Vaporeon.
Yeah.
And I think, because I don't think you're bringing both of them very often, which does suck because I feel like their types are really important.
Yeah.
But like just having them on the bench is fine. I feel like the top 4 in Sylveon is pretty nice. Like Lando with
No
Intimidate plus Sylveon, Heatran for Spadef. Oh, also just Petron's defense.
Yeah. And
Topped off with a very high... Another team that we've overlooked, Darkrai again.
Yeah, just existing.
Yeah, that's the problem with Darkrai. I feel like it gets slept on. Well, it sleeps things and then it gets slept on.
Yeah, you sleep on it.
Yeah. It's just a bad dream. I will say I don't think the team has much... I don't think it has a relevant like physical presence. I feel like Lando and the unbringable Pinsir, and I'm gonna have to be proven on Decidueye.
Decidueye,
maybe.
I don't think Decidueye is what you're talking about though in this case.
No.
Like I know what you mean. You want a strong, decently fast physical attacker. That's just like gonna be able to break stuff. That's not as telegraphed as Pinsir with as much distinct.
And now that I'm looking at it, though, I feel like Sylveon and Vaporeon actually do have to come to a lot of the same games.
I think they do. I don't really see as much of a problem with it. I think it just kind of depends. Like they can't be doing the same thing in all the games. You just have to decide like which one of these is going to be specs. And, like,
one's got to be like Calm Mind, the other's got to be offensive or something.
Yeah. The speed is interesting because they meet the criteria, but it's also like super fast, super fast. 105.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Like that. Like I think that's kind of like, it's kind of not fake speed because the speed is there, but it's like checking the boxes by technicality, and not actually like helping you in the way that it's supposed to.
Yeah, I feel like Petron's gonna have to be very accurate with its Terra type in order to support the team. But even then, it's a team that like doesn't take advantage of the support very well, right? Because you're going into like your Sylveon and your Vaporeon, your support mons.
Yeah, it's like you have to have good matchups for Darkrai and Landorus, and then if it's not good for them, it's kind of like, well, better figure out something smart because you have to be right, or else because like Heatran can do stuff offensively for sure, like but it's like it's gonna be situations where it's like the onus is on you to like be right in team building, to be right on every read, maybe not on every read because you have good support, but I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like a hard team to win with offensively. There's not really good win cons.
I will say, though, in the context of the Truant division, I don't mind the team.
That's fine, yeah.
It compared to the others...
will not punish the wish passing problem.
It's not even that they won't punish. I do have faith that I know that like Truant players are still good. And I'd want to dispel any stigma against like just Truant players being bad. It's not true. Some of them just need a little bit more time to like foster their skills and their knowledge. I do think that they'd be capable of taking advantage of it. But I think relative to some of the other teams, I think the team is still fine. I do think there's a lot of holes, and I think the draft needs work. But I still think it's like between a 6 and a 6.5 in the context of the division. And because of that, I'll actually just bump it up to a 7. I think it's still fine.
Okay.
And I think it'll be fine in like the middle of the pack of the Truant division.
Yeah, that's fair. And when I say Truant's not going to push it, I mean more like, not that they don't know how, but more like I just knowing like how sometimes these mons can look. If you like, I remember when I was newer to competitive Pokemon and like seeing like wish passing, it's like it seems straightforward enough, right, to counter it, but then you're in the situation and you make a mistake into it and you just let that one mon that you finally whittled down. Oh no, you see 2 turns ahead, there's nothing you can do to stop this Vaporeon that just came in from passing a fat wish to Heatran, right? Like, it's just like those kinds of situations that I feel like can come up more because more mistakes are being made, right? And like sometimes those mistakes open up those options. So that part, I would say, is true. Like this can still be good and Truant for that reason. But yeah, compared to other teams as well. I'm still going to say 6. I don't love the wasted potential of the Pinsir. And yeah, I think it's a little too support focused.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think it's a little too support focused to get the full
value. The community kind of agrees. It's slightly below 7 at 6.91.
Cool. All right. Next up, we got Handy. Is another
Handy Dandy. So Handy, I met also in Impulse's Ubers League, the ZZDL. Well, in the ZZDL in the Ubers division, I should say. And he was a really, really good sport. I gotta remind myself what happened in our game. We did play, and I had a lot of fun in the game. And this was Oh, and I sauced him up with Shedinja.
Shedinja.
Sorry about that, Handy. That that was a really fun game for me, though. I'm not gonna lie. But no, we chatted after the game. He was really nice, super sweet. And when we were thinking about like who we would want that we've met recently, a couple of the people, it was him and like Dave Wolf rather, and like a couple people from that division that I felt would get along here, and I think we were right. I think Handy's a really sweet guy, and we're excited to have him around.
Nice. I like this team. Looking at it, I see a Terra Salamence that should be being used. I know Terra Dirge is nice.
It could be with Galv.
Yeah, like you can literally just change the Terra Captain to the higher point value Salamence.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that I think Terra Skeldurge is a good Terra Captain, but you have the option right here to run what we have talked about as potentially being one of the best Terra Captains currently legal in the draft.
It's definitely the most snowbally.
Yeah.
And at least in a division where snowball mechanics are more likely to catch someone off guard.
Yeah. But we see it in
I think it would be, yeah.
Or an All-Star.
But I feel like especially here, it would be extremely impactful to be a Terra Captain. I also think that there are fewer drafts in the division that have like this that just kind of stat check you and throw like 150 special attack at your Salamence, and then it doesn't matter what type your Salamence is, it's gonna take 75%.
Yeah.
So yeah, having Terra on that to get up a free DD or two, I think would be a good change here. Like you said, Terra Skeldurge is completely fine, and it's honestly a comfort pick for a lot of people. And being if you want to consider Terra Dirge as your real fairy type for Diancie, I think that's also pretty decent.
Fine, yeah. I mean, you have Togetic.
True. I actually didn't even look that far down. Yeah, we have Togetic and Meganium.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Meganium was a pretty high prio pick too. If we double check the rosters page, can you check that for a sec? I'm pretty sure it was like,
because this is in order, right?
What pick was Meganium?
Third from last instead of.
Oh, okay. Well, it was before Mega Diancie.
Yeah. Shoot, I lost it. There's.
We see Urshi single also not as a Terra Cap, which I do think is fine. It's priced at a point where it's, I think, a very efficiently costed Terra Captain and a decently costed fighting type. I think usually I would rather like a Mian Chao, which is around the same tier, but I think it's completely fine.
That being said, Dirge and Treads answer the fairy types really well. That would threaten without being a Terra Captain.
That is true.
So I think that part's fine.
Yeah, and I think Milo can just blanket check a lot of special fairies too.
Yeah, just stats. I think it's a solid, well-rounded team. We got hazards, we got magic bounce, we got good hazard control, we got a really good spinner. We have Mew that can do literally whatever the fuck it wants. We have good defensive backbone, even Treads can count as that. Good offense with Demence, Urshi. Terra Galvantula can be good offensively. Maybe that's the thing that's missing a little bit, is like outside of these two, might be lacking a little bit. Then again, Mega Diancie is super strong offensively.
I don't think offense is what's lacking. And it's hard to really say that any. It's hard to say that any team with Mew is lacking like anything really, except for speed, I guess.
Yeah.
I do think though speed is an issue. The team tops out with Mega Diancie at 110.
Yeah.
There are webs. But it's a Terra Captain, and I feel like it has better things to do.
It's very clumped at like 100 to 110.
Yeah, exactly. Like even Urshi at like what 97 up to Mega Diancie at 110.
And then if we don't even count the Togetic, it's like we have 80, 81, 66. Like 66 is the furthest removed from anything excluding Togetic.
Yeah. So I dislike the speed.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I do think Treads is a good steel type usually, but it sometimes struggles to beat some of the things that steel types usually like to beat. I do think that Milo is a good partner for it though. So I don't think there's like negative points for that. Would be nice to see Terramence
partner for some of it.
Yep, I agree. I think Dirge Milo actually is just strong. Like you have Haze and you have unaware as well to help with that. So I think a lot of the team though is going to come down to, can Webs get down for Diancie?
And does Galv even fit on this team every game?
And is the Mew set accurate?
Yeah.
And I feel like that might be tough if you've never used Mew before. It's really hard to come up with that off the top of your head. You need to like not only have used it before, but like have played to it and lost to it before.
Yeah. In NatDex specifically, because it gets even more. One thing I like about this Mew though is that it doesn't feel very pigeonholed into anything. I feel like that's a common mistake with Mew, is like people will get their first pick Mew and they'll be like, all right, cool. At worst, I have my hazards. At worst, I have my setup, recovery, status, whatever I want it to be. And then you like don't draft the other thing. And then it's like, okay, well now Mew has to do this every time. I look at this team and I don't see Mew having to do anything every time, which I think is huge in team builder. Because you really just fully have to guess what this Mew is going to do.
I do think this Mew will tend sometimes towards rocks, especially if Treads wants to run AV. I feel like Mew is a better rocker than
AV with the melodic and the dirge together.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. So like sometimes you need to. I don't know.
And Diancie has rocks.
Diancie has rock. So it's a good core where Treads is the clear like main rocker, and then you have secondary and tertiary rockers behind it. And Mew is, like you said, pretty free to do whatever.
Yeah.
If there's no dark type, you just run Demon, right? Or just run a Dragon Dance. Right. I do think the team is a little specially lacking. Like the only special breaker is Diancie, and then Mence doesn't really take advantage of it. Dirge doesn't really break; it kind of just ramps up.
No, it ramps up. Yeah. And this
then even
Mence doesn't have like the rain or anything like the other Mence that we saw, where it's like, oh, could just run a special set, right?
Yeah, so I feel like it has to just be plot Mew over CM a lot of the time to actually get like special power right out of the gate. But I think it's okay, and honestly, I think it's better than the team we just reviewed.
Yeah,
and I also think
Galv is a pretty good, like decent special.
It's fine
because you have your very accurate Thunder, and then you can just run Bolt Beam.
I like the team. It's pretty decent. I really wish that the speed was better, and that's pretty much my main complaint. And all things considered, I mean, in the community PR I gave it an 8. I think in the context of the division, I actually think it's like a 9. I like the team.
Okay.
I wish I could give it an 8.
I'm surprised you gave it a 9 actually, because I was thinking 8 or 9, but I thought you were gonna lean lower because of the speed issue. And what's funny is I think I'm actually leaning lower because of the speed issue. I was going to switch to an 8 after originally being a 9. So I'll say.
So it's a streamer 8.5.
Yeah, but I think that this team can easily win a lot of games.
I agree. Looking at the community PRs, it's actually rated really low. And it's one that I think I kind of just disagree with. And not even just disagree, like I kind of just think it's wrong. I know that there's like a couple problems, but a 6.55 I feel like is I feel like that's really, really low for this team. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. We'll find out over the season, I guess.
We'll find
Moving
out.
on.
Sweets.
The face of the Truant division, Sweets himself. Let's go. So Sweets has been posting kind of like a tier list of his 5 teams that he's drafted in the NBA. And this one was flip-flopping between his first and second. Is on the tier list, I think it showed second favorite team that he's drafted. But through conversation, it seemed like he was definitely willing to accept that maybe it is just straight up the best. Yo, Sweets, what's up? Oh, and Skyhops, welcome as well. And I do agree that I like this team a lot, and I think we're going to see a new evolution from Sweets in the coming season, and at least I think it's started to progress at least since last season.
Yeah,
where
2 seasons ago.
Sweets has been for the last little while where Sweets has been partly ramping up in skill, but also partly becoming more and more familiar with heavy trade gameplay. Yeah. And when we look at replays and success stories of like top players, not just here, but top players in a lot of other leagues as well, they have patterns of trade gameplay where they have things that can smack you around with their wallet, right? Where they're just bigger and better than you at a lot of things. And things like Roaring Moon, Tinglu, Thundee, and Mega Aggron are things that do that, right?
Yeah.
Screamtail, not so much. Articuno is a fine captain, and Sneasler is just kind of quick. But this is I think a good trend to see where Sweets' mind is going, because I do think this is a good draft. Do I think it's an amazing draft? Maybe not. Maybe I would have liked to have seen something more proactive than Screamtail on this team, because I like the direction that it's going.
It does seem very, like, it's weird, because you would think that this team passes the eye test just because it's Roaring Moon, Sneasler, Tingler. Like, come on, these are strong mods. Mm-hmm. But for whatever reason, I look at it, like, what is it missing? Like, it's missing a grass type, I guess. It's missing a fire type. It's missing a lot of, like, the standard types, until, I guess,
Yeah, so I think
it's like you're only throwing stats around at this point.
Something that I see Tapu Fini doing in general is people look at its stats and they say, wow, it has I don't know what it is off by top of my head, like 110 and 130 defenses or something like that. I'm not looking at I should just pull up the
130.
115 and 130. Like, wow, what a good, like, defensive backbone piece.
Recovery.
Yeah, not remembering that, like, its recovery is pretty low. Like, the only recovery it gets is either lefties or from Draining Kiss.
Draining Kiss, yeah. Draining
Kiss doesn't do much if it's not, like, specifically CM or Terra Fairy, which I actually think Terra Fairy Fini is really strong. But it also actually just turns off a bunch of status options from, like, Aggron and Screamtail. I feel like Screamtail doesn't like being on the same team as Fini here. And it's nice to have
Screamtail likes not being able to get status, though.
I don't think it really cares. I feel like it wants to Thunderwave things more than it cares about being toxic.
Screamtail's pretty vulnerable to status, aside from burn. Like, cause it doesn't like toxic or poison, and it hates being paralyzed. Because when you're a wish protector for your only recovery, and you have to get through 2 turns of para to survive that, it's really rough.
Well, that's why you just don't run wish.
But then you don't have recovery on the Screamtail.
Yeah. I mean, then you have 4 move slots, which is nice.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I like the Misty. We had another team that is Sneasler with the Misty Terrain.
It was another, yeah, exactly. A Sneasler, Misty Terrain.
And it's like, sure, like if you're running the Unburdened set, then I guess you don't have Poison Touch, but like, kind of limits the Poison Touch sets.
My biggest gripe with the terrain, other than the status that like Aggron and Screamtail want to do, is Roaring Moon actually really needs its Dragon Stab.
That's true too. Yeah,
I think Scale Shot, Outrage, like even Dragon Claw, if you really need a dragon move. I feel like it's like mandatory on. Okay, maybe not mandatory. You can get away with like DD Roost, knockoff Earthquake or something, and that's really strong.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like Zygarde where it doesn't need its Dragon Stab.
Yeah.
It's it
this
uses
team,
it pretty frequently.
This team seems like it would like grassy terrain a lot. Maybe like because Mega Aggron having the passive recovery would be huge, and like also the nerf Quake. Sneasler prefers it over Misty. Tinglu, I guess, doesn't love it because of the Quake.
So while I sort of agree, I think you're still looking at it from the wrong perspective. And we talked about grassy terrain a little bit before, where I feel like grassy terrain is good on teams that can break through Pokemon in 1 or 2 hits, regardless of the recovery. And it's the main point of the terrain isn't to get recovery. That's the like second reason you run it.
Yeah.
Now it's nice, and I do think that Aggron in particular is a Pokemon that can do that. But Thundee, well, it can be Terra, but like Tinglu's not doing that. Yeah. Roaring Moon is usually outspeeding them and doing it first. Aggron, I would say, is a Pokemon that really likes it though.
Yeah. Tinglu actually, AV Tinglu is pretty nice with grassy terrain. Giving it pass.
Yeah, I don't think it hits hard enough though.
Probably not.
Even Adamant still, I mean, it does hit kind of hard.
I don't think it gets high horsepower, which is funny.
Yeah, I don't think so.
More horse-like.
I'd say like 130 plus on your offense, and then you're chilling.
Yeah.
Anyways,
and yeah, I also noticed like it's a little bit fairy weak. You have Sneasler, but he's not like a defensive swap.
Yeah, so the poison type doesn't resist fairy. There's 2 dark types, and the fairy resist is Mega Aggron, which is shaky into special fairy types in particular.
Yeah.
So it means that Feeny and Screamtail are going to have to come and be like blanket SPDF checks, I think, a lot of the time.
I guess Articuno can, sort of, sometimes.
And Articuno, actually, as well, yeah. That's true. Articuno is really good. Actually, as a Terra Captain, I do like Articuno.
Yeah.
It feels like a bit of a waste because you can run up to a 9-point Captain, but I feel like Articuno is actually on par with, like, defensively with more... honestly, it's more like a 10-point defensive Terra, I feel like. Something that's cute that I know Sweets has been really excited to draft for since time immemorial is draft Regigigas.
Yeah.
And that's a Pokemon that I could see actually liking the grassy terrain if it was here.
Yeah.
But it's also something that I feel like dislikes the misty terrain, since it's something that also likes to just use Thunder Wave while it's ramping up from slow start.
Right.
That's okay though. So looking at more of the nitty gritty of it, there is Grounded Poison. There are 4 hazard setters if you count Sneasler. Does Regigigas have it? I don't remember. I don't think so, but that's okay.
You got Rocks and Screamtail, Rocks and...
Yeah, there's 3 Rockers and there's a T-Spiker.
Yeah, and Tinglu, like you mentioned on a different team, it's like if you have Tinglu, you're never really going to say that they have bad hazard settings.
Yeah, have Tinglu in a secondary, like Tinglu in a Rocker, and it means that Tinglu can just run spikes, and you've already set up everything.
Yeah, so I think it's solid on hazard.
Yeah, I think the speed tiers are decent, actually. The fact that you can run... Sorry? Yeah, 119 and 120 is fine, because specifically one of them is likely to cheese speed, right?
Yeah.
Where you're not going to run like Banded Sneasler and Banded Roaring Moon at the same time.
Right.
You're likely going to be Unburdened Sneasler and or Dragon Dance Roaring Moon, or even Booster Speed.
Yeah.
Right? I also actually think something like Misty Seed Roaring Moon would actually be really cute to set up in front of...
What is Misty Seed boost again?
It boosts your SPDF. Okay. And it actually has like a very good SPDF stat.
Yeah. 101 on 105 HP.
Yeah. It's incredibly specially bulky.
Now,
I could actually see a Misty Seed Acrobatics set really popping off.
4 times weak to Fairy is still kind of rough.
+1, you're going to take random Dazzling Gleams.
Yeah, that's true.
Like if it's a non-stab uninvested Gleam that usually kills a not Misty Seeded Roaring Moon, you usually will. The problem though is you usually just don't have a Dragon Stab in terrain, so you'll have to be like DD Roost. And then I don't know, that set seems really cool. Acrobatics and knockoff and you're showing.
The terrain doesn't last forever too. So like you always like if you're taking a turn to set up, like it's not like Finny has a Finny does not have flip turn, right?
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, so you have to take a manual turn to get out with it anyway. Like the reality is a lot of times by the time that you need to use the dragon move, you might already be fine.
Yeah. And yeah, you can just like bring it in for the last turn of terrain to eat a Draco when you're +1 from a Misty Seed or something. Maybe I'm getting a little ahead of myself because maybe that's kind of cheeky, but I don't know. I think it could be really cool.
Yeah.
I do have a problem in that the only like real true pivots are like Articuno Screamtail, and they're both really quick. But if you're not switching it in like a reactive pivot.
Oh, reactive. Okay, I thought you meant like with pivot moves.
Yeah, I mean Sneasler and Thundy and Roaring Moon all have pivot moves. Yeah. But it feels like if you if you ever need to switch into something, it's very stationary, right? Ting, Feeny, and Aggron are going to be the core of your defensive backbone, and it's a hella strong backbone. Coupled with wish support, I do think it's going to be very, very fat, honestly, like for a lack of a better term. And then you can just run one of the 2 best win cons, with one of them being banded and one of them being set up. I think it's usually how the games are going to go. Oh, I also forgot about Terra Thunder T. We haven't even talked about that. It's insane.
Do we even need to? Like, it's
We don't
honestly,
need to. We talked about it
we know
before.
it's good.
It's
a good
crazy.
mon. It's one of the best
Yeah.
Terra captains, for sure.
That being said, I think this team is still very strong.
Yeah.
And I expect this team to...
I think it's impossible to ignore just the stats on here.
Yeah, I expect the team to make playoffs. Actually, I expect it to maybe even, depending on how the bracket shapes up, maybe even be in the winner's bracket side of the bracket.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning like top 1 or 2. It'll depend on how Sweets plays. I know that Sweets can get a little defeatist sometimes, where like if he loses a game or two, it can kind of snowball. Yeah. So it'll be up to whether he can reset off of something like that and bounce back. Not that I don't think I want to set him up to be like, oh, he's gonna lose 2 in a row and then he's gonna snowball, but everyone expects the snore throat spray gig is so true.
Well, I mean, now they will.
Yeah, now they will. What? You're giving up your tech. It's all good. I have high hopes for this team. I have high hopes for Sweets, and I'm excited for their potential playoff run.
2.
Huh?
I give the team a 2.
Oh, I give it an 8.
Oh, I was thinking 8 or 9. In the context of Truant, I kind of want to say 9.
Yeah, cool.
Like I think it's pretty good.
The community thinks this team is one of the better Truant teams and says 7.50.
Nice.
Okay, onwards.
Royce. Melmetal, Raging Bull. I've seen that combo before.
Crazy.
But no grassy terrain. Weavile, Ogerpon. With another water type, which we like. Terra Crest has been proven to be good. Actually, Terra Crest with Terra Glastrier and Trick Room, that's going to be pretty strong.
True. I don't think Terra Crest is going to be using Trick Room for non-Terra Glastrier. Could we go back and talk about Sweets' Screamtail a little bit? Yeah, so it doesn't have to be the fastest mon, which is very nice. No, we're not going back. Yeah, so I think that Mega Blastoise enjoys having a second water type, just as Waterpond does.
Yep.
I think it's a pretty good core.
Do you think Weavile likes having a second ice type? And a second dark type? And then steel type?
No. Wait, where's the second ice type? Oh, Glastrier. It's not even an ice type.
Yeah.
It's like a fighting or a steel type when it Terras. But yeah, Terra Haunts is a menace. I consider drafting it because I did actually have the points with Terra Ursaluna to also Terra Glastrier, but it felt like they had too much overlap, and I would rather, if I wanted Glastrier to pop off, I would just use Ursaluna instead.
Yeah.
Torn Eye is really cool. I like that it's faster than Pond, but I really don't like that it caps. Oh wait, there's a Weavile. It doesn't even cap your speed.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so chilling. Okay, these speed tiers are GOAT.
Yeah, this is pretty solid.
Yeah, 125.
You have like
111,
you have a good
110.
top of the speed, but then you also have like your Trick Room.
Yeah, Pond really enjoys having things that can not only fill its shoes if it wants to be bulky, but guarantee a speed tie. So you don't have to risk the speed tie because you've got a couple things in the back that'll let speed it.
Yep.
It helps that one of them is also a ground immune too, so it doesn't even have to always be the ground check.
I would have liked to see some better fighting type answers on a team with Weavile. Like,
you mean a Terra Crest?
Terra Crest is good, but I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of fighting types that might U-turn or knock, and it's like when that's your only real answer. I don't know. And your Intimidator is weak to fighting, and fighting is usually physical attackers. I don't know. It's just a little weird with that there's not more inherent.
Yeah. I think that's maybe just one of my problems with Incineroar is that it's like it's a weird type that all of the moves that are good against it are physical and are just like strong physical moves, like CC/EQ kind of deal.
Yeah.
So it's like trying to switch into those attackers to intimidate them, but then it's just taking double damage anyways. Right. I don't know.
I don't think it's like a huge detriment. I mean, you do have Crest, you do have Tornadus, who's a resist, even though his defenses aren't that great.
So Roy is actually like the Mega Blastoise user who I aspire to be like. He's made Mega Blastoise shine for so long and made it look good so many times.
Even without Shell Smash.
Yeah, without Shell Smash. Even in, I'm pretty sure the season that he won Truant division playoffs was with Mega Blastoise. I might be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I don't remember.
And I don't know, the way you use it, it really made me interested in it. Like once again, I was interested in it back in like when it came out, and then I just didn't care about it. And then Terrains came out, and it's like, oh, that's interesting, but then I never used it and didn't care. But then Roy started using it, and that was a big reason why I drafted this season.
Oh, you have it? I forgot.
Yeah, I have it on the Rilla team.
Nice.
Yeah. Let's see, Melmetal Raging Bolt. Yeah, it is pretty ground weak with just those, but then we have
Levitate,
Terra Crest,
resist,
and Water Pawn, and a flying type. Like, I actually feel like it's very well supported. If anything, I'd be more worried about
I think it's better. I think it's the
special ice types, maybe. But like, there's AV Incineroar. I feel like it kind of just covers everything, you know?
I still, if fighting is just the one thing that, like, not the type alone, but the fighting mons that I think could give Crest some trouble.
I feel like Crest is fat enough to beat them, unless they're specifically like Swords Dancing in front.
Or U-turning though, like that's like it's not beating them if they U-turn on the swap.
Name a fighting type U-turn that does more than 30% to FizzDef Crest.
Infernape.
You think it does more than 30% to FizzDef Crest?
Branded Infernape, maybe.
Let me calc this.
Banded Infernape, FizzDef Crest.
If it's banded, it does do more.
What does it do?
It does 30.1 to 35.5.
Oh, let's go, dude. That's more than 30%. You were eating.
It's banded, dude. And it's not even a 3-hit KO.
Eating good on the banded Infernape U-turn.
Not to mention it'll be Terra'd by the next time it comes in anyways.
Yeah, then you just hit it with Flare Blitz because it goes Terra Steel.
Dude, Flare Blitz does more than U-turn anyways.
Does it? What does it do?
38 to 45.
Oh, dude, yeah, he's gonna be hurting when he goes Terra Steel.
Oh, you don't Terra Steel this thing.
You're right. It goes Terra Ice.
It's Terra Poison all the time. Every day. Nah, Steel is fine. Into like Dragon types.
Cresselia into the Glacier.
Yeah.
All right.
Or you run the Nahyma special. You run Specs, Terra Psychic, Future Sight.
That's pretty good.
Nope, it's not.
No, that's pretty good.
We didn't talk too much about Melm and Bolt.
I think we already did though. Like we've seen that combo before.
That's like the core of the team.
Yeah.
How are the pivots? I mean, there's Mega Stoice, there's Water Pawn, there's Torn, there's Infernape. Oh my god, Incineroar.
No, there's not.
There's a lot of pivots. Like Stoice and Incineroar and Bolt are all like the fat pivots. Hazards, there's no rockers.
No rockers.
Pawn is a spiker.
If I had $1 for every team with Melmetal, Raging Bolt, and Incineroar on it that also didn't have hazards.
Yeah.
I'd have 2.
You'd have 1 nickel.
No, because Metro's team is the same problem.
Oh, true. Yeah.
At Defog, I guess on Tornadus, who
there's enough removal. There's what, 3
spin, Defog.
Oh, there's only 2 removal.
Yeah, it's just these.
Yeah, the hazard game is kind of not great.
Yeah.
I feel like Stoice doesn't want to have to spin all the time.
No.
It's nice that it can, and it will, like, pretty consistently, but
what else
it wishes
what
it
else
could just flip
Torn I do, though? Like, I mean, Torn could pretty much always run it, right?
Torn can run it. I mean, it likes to run plot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, yeah, it's just kind of like Boots defog U-turn.
Imagine if Crest was Deoxys defense. Yeah, then you wouldn't have ground immunities besides Tornadus.
Yeah, I think I like the Crest.
And Deoxys defense also, I don't think has Trick Room, does it?
I think it does. Most psychic types do, but it would give you hazards.
Yeah, that's true. Well, anyway, I think we can move on from this one after we rate it.
I like the team. I feel like this is another team that I want to give an 8. I feel like maybe I actually will lower it looking at the hazard game.
Yeah.
I think it has pretty much everything you would want offensively and most things you would want defensively.
Yeah, I think it's interesting that your first like thought of that, even with the hazards, that was like that high. When Metros
look at it; it's so threatening. Everything is a threat. Every single thing, except for specifically Crest, which is just a targeted fuck you. You're not doing anything this game, man.
The Terra Glacier is really strong. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Glacier is a bit of an afterthought for me, but that might be a little dismissive. I might just be high on Terra Crest. I think it's really strong.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm leaning kind of low. I'm thinking like 6. I don't like. Yeah, I don't like the lack of hazards, and I think it's just the Weavile especially like is strong but not super well supported with the fighting weakness or the rocks weakness. It's going to be running boots all the time. You have another mon that clicks really strong semi-accurate ice attack, another dark type. Like this, honestly, Weavile. Aside from,
I think you're really fixated on the fighting weakness. I mean, you're not bringing Glastrier, Incineroar, Weavile, and Melmetal all in the same game usually. And if you're bringing a Crest that beats fighting types.
No, but I'm also like wondering what the Weavile's here for, aside from just the speed.
Do you need something that's besides the speed and the attack?
Well, it seems like it has a lot of overlap.
With Glastrier?
Like they're very different Pokemon. In terms of the offense, though, they are very different in how you use them. But I don't know. Maybe it's the Glastrier that overlaps then, because you have them.
Yeah, it's the Revenge Killer, man. Weavile's not the odd one out. It's the Glastrier that's coming in at the end that I think is just faking you out.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like the team a lot. I think I said I was between a 7 and 8. I'll just give it an 8 because you said 6 and screw you.
Yeah. This is the first time I've seen you rank a team with like no hazards as an 8, though.
Yeah, to be fair, the community agrees with you more and rates the team as 6.82.
Yeah.
Onwards to DaMMu. DaMMu. We're swimming in the ocean.
We got a Terra Morpeko. I am sold on this team. We got Morpeko
and there's a Wigglytuff
and Wigglytuff and Clefable. This is my
favorite
team. This is a 10.
10 out of 10. This is actually just the Toady team.
Yeah, this actually might be a 10 though. We got Goldango Gliscor.
This might be like the Toady team. Goldango Gliscor is really strong.
That's absurd. And then you have. How did you fit all this on one team? I guess because it has 5, 4, 2, and 1.
Yeah, 4 of the Pokemon are not.
But this is okay. But this is like basically a 10. This is like basically an 11.
Go to the rosters page and check out their first pick.
Which team was it? Oh, here. Actually, that's a good pick. I mean, you put all your eggs in one basket. That's like the best method.
True. Yo, welcome back, Lethal.
Welcome back.
So.
Right,
I'll let you take the stage here because I feel like you're gonna have a lot to talk about here.
Actually, you know what's funny is that I don't think I've ever run Clefable and Wigglytuff on the same team. Usually I'm one or the other. So that's a little interesting. It's hard to. I know I want to talk about like the Rilla and the Morpeko and the Wigglytuff, but like I really think the best part about this team is these 3, and then you add in the Rillaboom on top of that.
Oh, true. You gotta start the timer, brother.
Oh yeah.
We'll take off for like a minute.
Yeah. Looking at it realistically though, we have Defog here, Defog, Spin. Actually, hazards are pretty good. I mean, it's a little bit lower on the hazards. I'm wondering special. Yeah, there's some decent special attack. I guess Keldeo's special too. I was thinking like.
I feel like with Gliscor or Goldango, don't you want like decent spinners though?
Yeah, because Gliscor can't run boots.
Yeah. I'm looking at the grassy terrain, thinking this Gliscor doesn't like that. Thinking Slowking doesn't like that.
Why doesn't Gliscor like it? Oh, because the Quake, right?
Well, it doesn't use it, and it has a weakened Earthquake.
Yeah, that's probably not great. to combine there.
And Slowking just takes more from grass moves, so
it is weird. It is weird that it's like these are. It looks like two teams like went through a DNA splicer and kind of like came out like this.
Yeah, honestly. Okay, what about the the Terra Keldeo?
Terra Keldeo is probably good. I feel I've heard good things about it. Like people were. Was there another team?
This is the third Terra Keldeo we've seen in the league.
Yeah, I was gonna say like it seems like one of the better options. Have we seen it before? Is it newly Terra legal?
No, I don't. Like it's not newly legal, but I don't think we've.
Everyone just like got
it.
high on it at the same time.
Yeah, for some reason.
So probably good. Like I decent speed tier.
Might just be flavor of the month. I do think, it's a great breaker with Terra. Absolutely, it's one of the better. Like I'd say it's better with Terra than Infernape, probably.
Yeah. What I'm wondering though is I know it's kind of a meme because it's Morpeko. I don't think Terra really helps Morpeko that much. It has decent coverage actually for an electric type and has parting shot for pivot. So it doesn't even like it's like
you should try and convince them to make it Terra Wigglytuff so that there's no overlap with Clef.
Like actually though, like I actually think that would be a good Terra captain.
Oh, I know you think that.
Yeah. You know what I would do here? I'd do Rilla Wigglytuff. But
you know what's you could trade in Skuntank, Wigglytuff, and Execute for a different Terra captain.
That actually is true. Yeah.
Or at least, I think Execute is something that he likes. Like, apparently it's not even an apparently thing, actually. So I met DaMMu also in Impulse's ZZDL Uber division. And he also first picked Execute in the Ubers League. So there's a commitment to the Bitment here, and I respect it. So I don't think he's going to drop Execute. So it's going to have to be goodbye to Skuntank, Wiggly, and Morpeko for like a 10-pointer that can captain with Keldeo.
Well, I mean, that loses a lot.
If you were to change it, but I don't think you have to. Morpeko's cute. Yeah.
It's weird. Like it's like a. I don't know. I think it's a team that I think it'll do pretty well. Like I think like these mons are all good. It is just weird that it's like these two go really well together, but then everything else is kind of like one of the least optimal other good mons you could put them with, like Rilla Gliscor and Rilla Slowking, and I guess Rilla Slowking's fine though because Slowking covers Rilla's weaknesses pretty well. Even though you are boosting the grass.
See, and U-turns. I struggle to see the point of like Breaker Terra Keldeo when there's nothing faster that takes advantage of the things that you've broken.
Right.
So the speed tops out at, it doesn't top at 110.
It
tops out at 8. And that's tough.
That is the fastest.
Rilla takes advantage of you breaking what?
In general, like he can banded Grassy Glide is still going to be like pretty good for just cleaning up.
But like water types come in on it. I guess grass types come in on it, but really U-turns on grass types anyways.
Yeah.
I don't think they really share like a check pool that Rillaboom appreciates having.
No. But I'm just saying like if we're looking for another mon that cleans up mons that have been broken, Rilla does do that. Even though
if you want something that cleans, you want something fast. And Keldeo is first of all not even that fast, and second of all still the fastest mon on the team.
Yeah.
So I have a big problem with that.
But that's why it's kind of just weird in general because it's like they're all, like it's like they're independently good, but they're not like synergizing.
I feel like more often than not, it's going to be run as like Terra Water or Terra Fighting, some sort of Terra Stab with Scarf, and it's going to try and do the breaking and the cleaning at the same time.
Yeah.
And maybe take teams by storm that aren't prepped for strong Hydro Pumps.
Right.
Not sure.
I don't know. I think it's hard to underrate it because of Goldango, Gliscor, Clefable. Like those mons can completely destroy teams that didn't properly prep for them.
If I look at like a balanced team, even one that like doesn't have Rilla, so the Gliscor isn't weakened, and the team is like Gold, Gliscor, Clef, Keldeo, Slowking, Rotom.
Still
That's a
good
pretty
team.
solid team.
Yeah.
Or it's very like it's bulky offense, right?
Yeah.
Well, no, sorry, it's more balance. I said bulky offense. That's incorrect. It's more balance.
You think it's more balanced?
I do think it's more balanced. Specifically, Clef Gliscor is what makes it balanced, in my opinion.
Yeah, I guess.
And Slowking.
Yeah. I do like the Slowking with the Gliscor too. Like that's a good combo because he handles the Spadef for Gliscor and Ice Resist.
I feel like Skuntank and Wigglytuff and Morpeko are maybe like picked up as an oh no, I don't have a Ghost Resist with 2 weaknesses.
Yeah, but Skuntank. Oh, Skuntank is one of the ones you listed. I was looking at the bottom 3. Yeah, that's fair.
Could kind of run your shop. Not like you're gonna run Terra Normal Keldeo.
That would be funny though. Yeah.
Any other thoughts on the team?
I mean, I already told you I'm going to give it a 10 just because it has Rillaboom, Wigglytuff, and Morpeko on it. But I agree with anything that you say about.
Yeah, I wish there was a good spinner.
Well, there's Morpeko, so you're fine on that.
Oh, I wish there were. I don't think I wish there were more rockers. Between Gliscor and Clef, you're always gonna have a good rocker. I wish obviously there was something faster. Ideally, Morpeko would be upgraded to a 10-pointer or at least an 8-pointer to pair with Keldeo. I think the team wants a Dragon Dancer. Like if this team had Roaring Moon, OP, GG. Take off the Slowking.
Is it even possible to have Coltango, Gliscor, Clefable, and Roaring Moon all in the same draft?
Yeah, I mean, even if you take off the Slowking or the Rotom or something, I wouldn't take off the Rotom. I think it's important for Moon. But I think Moon, Gold, Clef with good breakers is pretty strong.
Yeah, but I'm saying like the logistics of getting all of those mons.
Oh, it's super unlikely. Like, but we saw Iron Bundle go till what you said, pick 6?
Oh, it was 11, but it was in one round.
Oh no, there was one that went like super late.
Yeah, I think it was actually a Moon in a different division. Somebody said it in chat.
Checking.
I'm scrolling up on chat.
Yeah, Roaring Moon went round 3 in Swarm,
which is still 1, 2, 3. So I don't know. I mean, maybe Clef makes it further than that too if you get Moon on round 3.
Yeah, Clef and All Stars didn't go until round 6.
Yeah, Clef seems to go later now. Now there's even though Enamorous isn't a real fairy, like we've kind of discussed, it seems like having other fairies in the higher tier make people less desperate to take Clefable once other fairies start to go.
Yeah, I agree. It used to just be the best.
It was always it was gone so soon.
Yeah.
But even Screamtail too is another one that got added as like a good like mid-tier fairy to just have in there. But a lot more options for it. But anyway.
Yeah. All right.
We can move
so
on.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. I think I'll give it like a 6, a 5.5, a 6. I'll give it a 6.
All right, 10.
Nice.
It was
the
6.59.
community. Yeah, 6.59. So pretty close. Closer
close
to 10 than 6.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, same wavelength.
Mudkip.
Mudkip. What do we got?
Coco.
Lay it on me.
Valiant.
Coco Val once again.
So booster energy is now legal, kind of.
Yeah, basically.
That's actually kind of nice. Is this the first time we've seen these two together? I know we've seen Coco with like copious amounts of Future Paradox ones, but this might be
the first and only Coco Val. Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, no other Future Paradox. So I like that. Double Fairy is fine because neither of them are. Coco's more of a fairy, but
yeah,
you don't want Valiant to be your only fairy most of the time. Pretty good Steel and Dragon type as well. So like that's pretty good. Like if you're splitting the fairy part of this core between these two, and another Steel. Oh, Ferrothorn too. You got 2 Steel types, 2
Steel types. It kind of makes up that your ground type doesn't rock to have 2 rocking Steel types. And also having 2 pretty reliable Steel types also means that you need to rely on your fairies less to beat other dragons. So even though you have like, if we count Coco as like 80% of a real fairy and Valiant as like 50% of a real fairy, even though you only have like 1 3, we'll call it 1.5 real fairies. You have 2 steel types that make them not even have to do that in the first place.
Yeah. Hazard game. I mean, obviously you have, like you said, the rocks, Ferrothorn spikes, whatever.
Wheezing spikes.
Yeah. Coco has defog, right? And then
Blastoise, Talon,
defog, Wheezing, defog. It's pretty good on hazards.
Wheezing doesn't have defog.
Oh, he doesn't?
Nope. Wheezing Galar does, but base doesn't.
Wheezing?
It's a weird distinction where coughing doesn't learn it.
Well, because I thought that like nothing really after Gen 4 got it, but I guess Wheezing gets it from level up.
From level up, yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's weird. But I mean, it's still like pollution Pokemon. It kind of makes sense.
Yeah. Well, that's why I thought it was just with like coughing and Wheezing always had. I guess Talonflame got it in Gen 6, so it's not like that crazy.
I'm gonna I'm 99% sure that that's true, but I'm just gonna fact check myself real quick here.
Yeah, I know Wheezing gets it, but
it does not have defog.
Yeah.
Just want to make sure I'm not talking up my ass.
Yeah. But yeah, no, hazard game looks good. Terra Blastoise, like with the Shell Smash Lethal Blastoise, is actually pretty nice.
So this is similar to Rice Man's though, where it's Coco. Except it's Coco with a whole bunch of Quark Drive Mons and Terra Blastoise. I know that he said in chat that he didn't draft Blastoise to be the Shell Smasher. But I also feel like Terra Blastoise with this not using Shell Smash is just not a 12-point Terra Captain.
Right.
No, it's good. And if it's just there to be your water type, fine. I feel like Terra Jirachi, though, would be... Like, if Blastoise isn't there just to smash, I feel like Terra Jirachi is probably better. Especially considering the fact that you already have another Steel. So even when Jirachi's not Steel, and let's say Jirachi is, like, a water type, or whatever, because you don't have Blastoise.
Yeah.
I feel like that's usually better.
I was also thinking, but I'm guessing that there's a plan here with the Terra Ursaring. But like Terra Ferrothorn and Blastoise would also not be bad because you could keep the Blastoise as the Terra Captain that you don't always have to Terra, and then Ferrothorn can Terra off of the Steel type, and you still have a Steel type, but also like can be huge.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything really.
It doesn't.
Like, is Terra Screamtail good? No, not really.
No, but Screamtail also doesn't have a 4x weakness. So okay. I think there's still at least some value in shedding that sometimes when you have.
Yeah, like you can always run a berry though. You don't have to.
Yeah.
Commit a whole once a game mechanic. I think it'd be fine. I don't think it's particularly good. I think it's weaker than Jirachi, but if you specifically want
Blastoise, you'd be keeping Blastoise. Yeah, that's the difference.
Ursaring is cool. I've seen people who've used Terra Ursaring pretty well.
Yeah.
I know it likes to Terra Fairy and use like Stab Play Rough, or even just Terra Normal, Terra Fighting. They're all pretty good.
Just blasting things.
Yeah, they're all pretty good. Usually just run like bulky with setup and rest or something.
Yeah, this team looks like it'll be really good into contact physical attackers, just in general, like Ferrothorn, Flame Body, Talonflame.
Yeah, Ferrothorn. Yeah, very true. Zygarde is an interesting Pokemon that honestly I feel like I've been kind of glossing over every Zygarde in every division. It's so much harder for me to talk about Zygarde than it is to talk about Garchomp. Because there really isn't much roll compression other than it has flexible stats, which is nice. Mm-hmm. But then those stats are only flexible to like let it beat something 1v1. Right? As opposed to like Blastoise can be flexible defensively, offensively, especially defensive, so that it can like come in and spin and flip turn out and like has a cemented roll. But then Zygarde is like, it wants to just come in on something that can't beat it, get a sub up, try and glare it down so you keep the sub, get Dragon Dances, and it's like, it almost feels kind of, I don't want to call it disrespectful to your opponent, because like, it's almost like assuming that something can't deal with them. But it's, I think, definitely a gamble. More so a gamble than Garchomp, because Chomp can like do things other than just set up Dragon Dances.
Yeah, you mean like it's less of a gamble to draft it, Garchomp is?
Even in game, I feel like Zygarde is kind of a, like, you bring it out and you're hoping that what's in front of it can't 1v1 it. And you can play the information game and guarantee that something can't break it. And screens let it pretty consistently do that. But if you just throw out a Zygarde, you're kind of just hoping.
Yeah.
You know? So there has to be a little bit of method to your madness when you're using Zygarde. And because of that, it's a little bit hard for me to rate it. I do think it's a good and very dangerous Pokemon, and I hate playing against it because I always lose to it. So maybe I'm the idiot who can't beat it. So yeah, I kind of have a tough time. What do I give Zygarde?
No, just the team then. If it like
the team. Well, the speed is pretty good. Even though Talonflame is like fake speed, Liepard is kind of fake speed as well.
You have other.
There's Valiant Coco. It's fine. Yeah. There's 1, 2, 3, potentially 3 defensive pivots for Valiant, which I like.
Mm-hmm.
I think I probably give it an 8. I think I like it. I think it's good that Coco isn't over relied on. Like the whole team isn't just Quark drivers.
Yeah.
Which I feel is good for the state of the game and also for my mental. So I think it's just overdone.
Yeah. I think
Terra Captains could use work. It's definitely fine. Yeah, it's like a 7.
Well, I think the Terra Captains can use work only in the context that you gave of that he didn't want it to be a Shell Smasher all the time. With that in mind, then yeah, maybe they could use work. But if he actually does it like a Shell Smasher, then I think they're perfectly fine. Terra Captains.
Well, Terra Blastoise is just asking to be Mirror Herb though, and there's so many good mons that just take your Mirror Herb or take your Shell Smash and win the game.
Yeah,
it's not hard to be faster than Blastoise. And if that's the main like reason, then like that it's your Terra Captain, then I think you're gonna lose to Mirror Herb more than you're gonna win with Shell Smash.
Yeah. I don't know.
And that's why I brought up Riceman's argument about not drafting it as Terra to be the Shell Smasher, which I thought was just weird because it like it doesn't really care about Terra defensively a lot of the time.
Right. Yeah, that's fair. I don't know what to give it then. I mean, I would say I was gonna say 8 or 9.
Yeah.
Just because I think it like I like to see, especially in Truant, I like to see just solid across the board. Has options, has synergies. Hazards,
it is solid.
Removal.
My 7 is definitely on the higher end of 7, like at least 7.5, but I just can't do that.
Yeah. I'll say 8.
Yeah. Well, the community agrees with you more and has it at 7.91.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, Crabbit. Look who it is.
Fuck you.
And Chiyu together again.
Oh wow, really? That's crazy.
Every single Chiyu has a Scizor.
Has a Scizor. That's insane.
Out of 4 divisions.
There is double Mega with Manectric. I think it's fine with Manectric because it doesn't come all the time. The problem is there really going to be a game that don't bring Scizor?
Yeah, that's rough. And Scizor,
now, like, Scizor really doesn't. I don't think it really has to Mega.
It doesn't have to, but also it strictly loses from.
It's so much better when it is.
Yeah. And like at worst, you would at least want to be able to run an item on it, like if you weren't going to Mega it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But I mean, that plus Chiyu is the timeless core that we've seen this season at least. We see Zapdos, Hydreigon.
This top part here is all pretty good.
Yeah, we do start to see speed clumping. We see Chiyu, Zapdos, Hydreigon is really starting to gather a lot of the same speed tiers. It only really separates when we see Starmie and Mega Manectric.
Yeah.
I do think Starmie's good. I don't think Starmie and Wailord is good enough to count as like one real water type.
Yeah, this whole thing honestly kind of seems random.
Everything from
just like Registeel down. I mean, Registeel, I guess, depending on the rest of the team, Registeel makes sense.
I mean, you need a steal. Oh, you don't even need a steal. You have Registeel, or you have Scizor. I guess you wanted a rock.
And you have 2 mono electric types with your Zapdos. One of them is the random electric terrain setter. Not a single future Paradoxmon. You have a Slitherwing though. Regice, fine. Terra Captain low tier, whatever. Warlord, absolutely no sense. Like, why? Why is he here?
I don't know. I mean, there's 1 point left over. I don't care about the Warlord pick.
Well, right, but like, just this whole thing is just like...
Yeah, but the Registeel, Manectric, Pincurchin, that's 19 points there. That's like, hey, here is your ground type and your fairy type that you're missing.
Yeah.
Packed within these 3 mons that you don't need.
Yeah.
You could kind of say the same about Slitherwing. It's not necessary. Not that bug type really cares about being overlapped, but yeah, it doesn't matter.
It kind of does, because when it's not the best type.
Yeah, the problem is that your water type is not very good for your fire resist.
Yeah. Well, you have Hydreigon on GU at least. That don't care about it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't really like. I mean, as much as I can say that like this part looks really good, the Scizor, GU, Zapdos, Hydreigon, like that's good. But I don't know. The rest of the team just seems very, very nonsensical.
After Hydreigon, it definitely takes a dip in quality and pick.
Starmie's fine though. Starmie's like a fine like mid-tier spinner. 12 points is bad. Good spinner.
I agree.
That's fine.
Starmie's fine. Everything else seems meh. Regice, I do think Regice is cool.
Terra
Regice is actually good.
Is a good 3.1 to go with the Hydreigon.
Yeah, and it's kind of Crabbit's like, it's their pick. Yeah. You can't take Regice away.
Oh yeah, the Regice. Yeah, I forgot about that.
So definitely, I don't care too much for the Pincurchin. It does add some hazards, which is nice. But I feel like it's not coming very often.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't get over this. The double electric, the double mono electric type at 6 points and below. One of them also being a double mega on a mega that comes to every single game. So,
yeah,
it's just.
I do want to say the speed is like fine, although it's clumped around 100. Except I feel like Manectric is kind of fake speed here.
Fake, and it's also not coming to like most of the games, right?
Yeah,
and it's not
that, and the fact that. That and the fact that I feel like Starmie is actually kind of pressured to run bulky.
Yeah, to be the water type.
Yeah. Maybe the fairy resist is Scizor. Okay, and I guess Registeel if you bring both.
Yeah, and one of your
it is just a bunch. It feels like a bunch of random picks.
Yeah. On the upside for on the fairy matchup, one of your dark types is neutral, and then the other one's a Terra Captain. So
if anything gets like Swords Dance Edgequake, I think you just lose.
Yeah.
I guess Terra Steel Hydreigon beats that, but then you have another Steel type.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm not the biggest fan. I don't think it's better than very many of the other teams we've seen. Do I think it's serviceable? Yeah. There's a bunch of mons that can just win. I mean, Chi-Yu, Scizor, and Hydreigon are pretty notoriously good offensive mons. I feel like Zapdos is a Swiss Army knife that can do anything, including just kill things.
Yeah.
And Starmie is honestly, I've seen like Rapid Spin, Meteor Beam Starmie actually kind of pop off. Right?
Starmie's not bad.
Yeah.
That's why like it's weird because it's like I can like talk about how weird this team is down here, but like at the end of the day, you could just bring these 6 mons and it's a pretty solid team.
Yeah,
maybe Slytherin
could just win games.
Yeah,
screw synergy, just kill the opponent.
Yeah, I'm still gonna say probably just like I have to give it like a 5 or a 6, just because it's like
I was thinking
we are looking at the whole team. Yeah, we are looking at the whole team, even though the top part is good. I feel like it'd be unfair to be like, oh well, you have good 6 Pokemon at the top, so we'll ignore like this very questionable draft after that because we haven't done that for anyone else.
Yeah, it's just about like 20 points near the bottom that are just kind of
really weirdly distributed,
misused. Yeah.
And
that could have gone into finding a ground type, finding a fairy type, finding a rocker, finding something. So
I mean, you got 5 free agents. You could bake Slitherwing, Registeel, Mega Manectric, Pincurchin, and Warlord probably into like a couple solid mons that would fill in some gaps.
Yeah. Agreed.
Anyway, let's move on. That was a gold split.
Oh, sorry. The community gave Crabbit a 6.77. So much higher than what we gave it.
That's honestly higher than I expected. Not because, like, I don't know. It's just I feel like most people, like, if you're just going through that poll and like scanning it, and you see the triple electric type and there's just that one looks like one that does not pass the eye test.
Yeah.
I don't know what maybe if you're just looking at the chi uses or right, like you can just say that and be like objectively sure solid team. Maybe that's what people did, but I think if the more when you look at that team, it gets a little sus.
Anyways, we
here's
are
the
moving
bundle.
on to Tony.
Here's the
Tony.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Made it to round 8 in Truant.
Tilted Tony.
Assuming this was drafted round 1, was it? It was.
Yeah. I think so.
Yeah.
So we see Bundle, Mega Chomp, Cinderace. I feel like we saw a similar team in Swarm, right? Yeah. But it was Coco, Chomp, Cinderace?
Yeah.
Or something like that?
I think so.
Yeah. Looking at Cinderace, looking at Chomp, there's resists for Ice and Fairy, so I already like the direction of it. I feel like Chomp provides a really good standard for your both defense, like the backbone and the driving presence of your team. Kind of the centerpiece, and things are built around that. Cinderace and Iron Bundle is really, really good speed. Plus, you have speed boost, Terra, and Mega.
Oh boy, that's good. That's probably pretty good.
Yeah.
And this is a perfect Terra point allocation as well.
Yep, 25 points. Terra Hands on its own is just ridiculous. Also,
very strong. Yeah. You
have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 removers if you count Yanmega.
Yeah.
With 1, 2, 3 setters if you count Bramble. I think that's already really good. I don't think you're ever gonna bring more than like 1 defog and court change.
Probably not.
Which just means that like Empoleon actually gets to have a free move slot sometimes. Which is nice. Maybe it can actually run Scald.
I like the Penguin Core here, Bundle and Empoleon.
Ooh, Penguin Core.
Because like Empoleon isn't, you don't want it to be your only water type. But like I think it's more fine because it's not a fake water type. You just don't want it to be your only water type.
Right.
And I think Bundle
it doesn't resist fire, so it's kind of fake.
I think it's also important that like Bundle like isn't he's not a fire resist either, actually, which is funny enough. But having multiple ways to turn on the pressure for fire types with Bundle, like the Mega Chomp, Empoleon, like it's not like fire's particularly good into this team, right? So it's so I think this is a case where it's fine.
You know what is good into the team though is Burns.
I mean, Mega Chomp and Hands.
Yeah. I mean, those are your switches. Unless you're just saying you're gonna have your Empoleon
on a fire type, if they're gonna Quick Wisp.
Or Cinderace can switch in and take 40 from like a flamethrower.
Yeah. I mean, but it's not like
it's just risky switching in Chomp to like a Fire Blast, and like I'm sure you're gonna get burned 1 or 2 times over the course of the season if you have to do that.
Yeah,
I don't think you have to. You have Mandy for Fizdef and Florges for Spadef
as well,
if you need to. As well as Hands can just be like Terra Fire with boots if you need it to. Yeah. I don't think that's the best, but you can. Terra and Mega, I don't think we've seen yet in any other division this season.
No, this is the first time.
It seems really strong with, I mean, you can just run, like a Throat Spray speed boost set, or even just Life Orb speed boost. Getting Terra Blast is really nice for it. Alternatively, there's just like Scarf or Specs, Terra Bug, Terra Flying, Tinted Lens.
Yeah, instead of speed boost.
It's really funny, actually. If you go Terra Flying, you can just run Terra Blast instead of Air Slash now, which is nice.
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah, Bug Buzz is usually a bit better, but that's okay. Mandy, Florges, and Empoleon, I think, is a really good core defensively. And I also don't think they allow too many shenanigans. Like Mandy's Taunt, Empoleon has like Roar or Whirlwind or whatever, plus Flip Turn. Florges actually hits fairly hard, and so does Empoleon too.
Yeah.
I think like those 4, those 4 combined with Chomp means that you're usually bringing like at least 2 of that defensive core with Mega Chomp, plus like Bundle, Cinderace, Hands, and Yanmega, like 3 of those.
It looks like very customizable without like completely missing something if you don't bring it.
Yeah.
Like it looks like it's just a good draft roster that you can tailor to matchups pretty well, I think.
Yeah, I feel like the most I don't want to say replaceable, but the least like necessary to bring, I think, is maybe Mandibuzz or
That's
Florges.
what I was gonna say Florges, but Mandibuzz as well.
I mean, Mandy's your ground resist, and that is nice. I do think the team without Empoleon is pretty fairy weak, so you probably can't replace Empoleon
Yeah.
very often.
But I think that's fine.
And you also want Empoleon as your ice and fairy resist.
Of
So
all of
for
those
Chomp,
three, though, I think Empoleon's the one that makes the most sense to just like bring a lot.
yeah,
Even though he
yeah, I agree.
does, he overlaps a little bit defensively with the bundle, like still being weak to fighting, still being weak to I guess not ground.
Yeah, that's another type you're
draft.
pretty weak to actually is fighting.
Yeah.
So I think the team is going to rely a lot on picking a certain, like just picking a type for hands to be defensively.
Yeah.
And just using that as the band-aid for whatever
That being
type
said,
the opponent is strong in.
Fighting types have to respect the Mega.
Yep.
Just in general, like because that is a good, even though it's not like a defensive swap for it, it's still like you can't just like win with a fighting type coming in once and setting up like that. Mega could nuke you.
Yeah. Well, I like the team, and once again, I am always going to highly rate any Mega Chomp team. I feel like the speed is pretty damn good also with 135, 119.
That's like almost perfect.
It definitely drops off a little after that, but you can just keep Chomp base for the 102 if you need another 100 plus. I do think maybe it lacks a little bit in win condition. It's very honest, right? Maybe Bundle is the least fair thing on the team.
I don't think Bundle's honest at all.
Well, by honest, I mean like you're not really cheating speed and you're not like just setting up in the opponent's face.
Yeah.
Even that like Megachomp is kind of the only thing that does that, and even that is unreliable with no loaded dice.
Yeah, Cinderace sometimes can. Hands sometimes can.
You could SD Cinderace if you want to run Blaze, I guess. Yeah, it's not very good though.
Yeah.
Specifically like speed boosting abilities or attacks rather. I know that speed boost is there, so maybe that's a little.
Do you think Mega's honest? Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. I feel like it could use something high tier that like Dragon dances and wins on the spot. You know, it's lacking the win on the spot button for me.
That's a fair way to look at it.
I do still really like the team, and I think it has so much going for it. Hazards are never going to be a problem. You have very customizable defenses, and Terra Iron Hands is going to be really clutch for situations where you need an emergency outlet. I'd give it at least an 8.
Yeah. I was going to say 9 personally. I think this is one of the better bundle teams that we've seen.
Yeah,
where it's like
I'm fine with collectively
everything on bundle to win the game.
Yeah.
So.
The community actually thinks it's a little lower and has it at 7.23.
Dope.
Cool. All good. Nice team, Tony. Adios. On to my man, Zathandous.
Zathandous.
With the double frog Terra Captains. Man. What do you think, Froggy?
It's funny that we have the Polito, but no rain. Like there's just.
What do you mean? Seismitoad's there. Dragonite's there.
Okay, none of the common suspects that you would see on a rain team.
Okay, Blaziken Rain is definitely a little troll.
Yeah.
Garchomp Rain. I don't know. Rotom Rain. Mawile Rain. Listen, I don't think Politoed is there. I don't think Politoed is there to be Rain. I think it's there to be a frog.
What's his other ability?
Politoed?
Yeah.
Water Absorb.
I thought this. Wait, really?
Yeah.
I know Seismitoad's Water Absorb. I think
it maybe also has Oblivious. I don't remember. Are you checking right now, or am I just silent?
I'm checking on my other.
Okay.
Tab. Hold on, where is it?
Two frogs, two chickens, a land shark, and a snake walk into a bar.
Damp and Water Absorb are the other ones.
Oh, it's Damp over Oblivious? Okay.
Yeah. But it does have Water Absorb. I didn't realize that. Well, good luck with your water types against this team. Blaziken is really well protected. Because you have Rotom Wash, Water Absorb,
So it's interesting to say the least. I'm pretty sure Zathandous picked, instead of Seviper and Porygon Z, we had to rewind the draft so that he could pick. Oh, maybe it wasn't Porygon. Actually, yeah, it was. He picked like an 11 pointer there instead of Porygon, and we had to redo like 10 picks so that he could undo that pick and pick Porygon so that he could pick Seviper down the road. Otherwise, it didn't work team wise.
Wait, why did you have to undo the picks?
Because he
ran out of points. Because he ran out of points.
He ran out of like picks. Yeah.
Yeah. So he had because he would
have. Or his draft would have been finished at 8.
Yeah, at Pokemon. 8. Okay. I was gonna say like if he like slightly underpredicted, I was like, just draft a 1-pointer and do free agency. But yeah, no, I see what you mean.
Yeah. Let me double check exactly what it was, but it was something
that makes sense though. If it's 1 point that you have to like make room for, but
yeah. So yeah, if you wanted 9 mons, you would have had to have been negative. So we had to undo. But anyways, so I'm looking at. I'm looking at a lot of things. It started out, I think, super strong, and then I think we started to lose.
Went some other direction.
It went somewhere, yeah. So like seeing a Blaziken that is just finally Speed Boost Unleashed with Garchomp, Mega Maul, Rotom Wash, like that's looking like a standard team with a Blaziken payoff.
Are you implying like the Politoed, Seismitoad? Like that's not looking like a standard team?
Yes.
Okay.
We see the decent, sort of decent, could use a little more speed, but like Garchomp with a speed booster is pretty nice. Rotom is pretty scarfable. Mawile
yeah, because speed boost was just unbanned, right?
Breaker. Yes.
Yeah, because it was banned before, but now you can't.
Yeah.
Do it, though.
And then we kind of get it, like, as soon as Dragonite is drafted, I feel like it gets a little weird, because now it's Double Dragon, but that's okay, it's fine.
Yeah, you have a lot of ice resists.
Yeah, true. But there's like, well, there's a lot of points to work with here, and then Rain came in.
Wait a minute.
I think we lost you somewhere. So
everything that's not a dragon type until Seismitoad resists water or resists ice.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Zathandous has drafted like a weather, kind of an unsupported weather every season. And it just gets funnier, man. It's oh, it's so awesome. Like the Zard Y Dracovish, or was that or was that someone else? I don't remember.
No, I think he that was like his first season. I think that was his first season that he played. He did Zard Y with like something that doesn't go with it.
This is the only drafted Blaziken Skyhop's brought to attention.
That's what I was wondering. Yeah, because I saw I was like, wait, 20 points. I feel like we should have talked about this more, but nobody else drafted it.
Yeah, so it might have to be revisited in the off season.
Yeah. Do you think like Mirror Herb could be kind of like bait? Like
bait against Blaziken? Yeah, I think.
Sorry. Like, is there something that the higher tiers saw that makes Speed Boost Blaziken a little too exploitable that you think is why?
I think they think it's too slow. Like 80+1 doesn't outspeed everything guaranteed.
Yeah, that's true.
It's pretty anti-scarfable. You kind of have to run Protect if you want to get to +2, and then you get subbed on and you cry.
Yeah.
But
that makes sense.
In order to know how to beat it, you need to have kind of like if you are trying to pick the right Mew set, you need to have lost to it. If you're trying to pick the right Blaziken setup, like counter, you need to have lost to it.
That makes sense. Well, I guess we'll see if it's. I don't know if Truant will be the best like gauge for whether or not it's like too good to be lower than 20. But
now, if there's a mon, kind of like how we wanted people to draft like Terraments. I forget who it was. Was it Skyknight or no? It was Handy. Where it's like, hey, just Terraments and you'll like good things will happen. Kind of the same deal. Draft Blaziken and Truant and good things will happen.
Yeah.
You know, it's very, very snowbally. Swords Dance is just the obvious like shiny button to click. And then you're off to the races.
Yeah.
Pori Z is like inconsequential. I think it was fine. It probably could and should have been something faster. Considering the speed.
Oh, dude, out I wanted to.
At Garchomp. Yeah. Technically, the speed tops out at Rain size.
Swim. Yeah. That's still That's still pretty bad.
Yeah. So okay, I don't want to rate it too harshly. I know that this is like how Zathandous like to draft, but I mean, I
do like the top part.
Oh, me too. Up until Rotom,
So,
like after Rotom, or
Dragonite.
after the Rotom pick was really
Dragons,
good, and then
sus, but...
Dragonite down was kind of meh.
Yeah.
I didn't give Metro any slack for drafting how she likes, so I'm not going to give Zathandous any slack either. I don't think the team is very good. You are still likely to get wins just from Blaziken, Mawile, Dragonite, Garchomp being good Pokemon, and Rotom being a good support. I don't think it's too likely to do super well. I don't expect the team to make playoffs, but could Blaziken just completely carry? Maybe.
Well, keep in mind, there's also only 12 people in this division, so you don't have to beat as many.
Yeah, you have to make top 6.
Yeah. Oh, is it not top 8?
No.
Okay.
That's how it has been historically, and I don't want to just change it mid-season. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it'll just be top 6. Well, I would probably rate it a 3. I'm gonna rate it a 3. I don't think it's great. No, I'm gonna give it a 4 actually, because the top half is really strong.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say 5.
And then it loses focus. It's ADHD brain.
I was gonna say 5 just because I think it's goofy enough that it could work in some cases, and really, like, unlike Crabbits, where it's like the dead weight down here was just so distracting and like made it really weird. This one's more like, yeah, okay, this part's funny, like it's kind of weird, like you're kind of memeing on your Terra Captains, but like Porygon Z is a real mon in some matchups, right? Like you got to respect the Porygon Z. Even Seviper in the right perfect matchup, like just having that glare, like if there's just something that you have to make sure gets glared, like sure, maybe it comes to a match. But yeah, no, I'm really just curious to see kind of how this works out. I think it can be really strong. I don't know Zathandous well enough to know how well he would play the Mega Mawile, especially without a Trick Room. Like that's a hard mon to kind of play. Like if you're not really good at positioning, you have your Rotom to pivot into it, but nothing else really. So like that'll be kind of tough, especially as you're like only Steel type and only Fairy type. I might go down to a 4 actually. Now that I think about that, this is
fair.
Low. Yeah.
Well, the community does agree, not that it's necessarily that low, but does agree that it's probably just the worst in the division. They gave it a 6.00. Wow. So it did just
is that the lowest overall?
Make the 6. It's not the lowest overall. It is the lowest in the division.
Who had lower? Because
the lowest overall, we had Siderius in All Stars had 5.
Oh my god, yeah,
I think 7.5, and I believe there was a Hustle team that was 6. Like, I don't know, something very,
I see a
or sorry, 5.82 or something.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 5.83. Eager.
So this is the 3rd lowest in the league, which
that has to make you think that's like a people are voting and scaling these based on the division, because you wouldn't think that like Siderius's team is worse than any,
I think contextually Siderius's team is worse than Zathandous' team, but I think that in the overall picture, Zathandous is worse. Anyways, we are now moving on to our boy, the clown, with the draft scientist here, cooking him up another team, BoboZab.
Oh wait, yeah. I went past him. Let's see.
Once again, we'd see it's Terra Stack Attacka. This mon is crazy. Terra Moltres, I think, is a pet pick.
Did we talk about this in the chat, or was it? I feel like I saw people talking about Terra Stack Attack, or did we talk about it on a different team?
We talked about it on, I think Royce had it in Hustle on Monday.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it seems absolutely
Stacka with Hoopa U or something.
Yeah. That seems like such a good one. It is.
We passed the champ in the making.
Yeah, it's because
you would never. Oh, because you skipped him.
Yeah,
we would never do that.
Yeah. This is like a pretty solid team, though. Like overall,
you start out with pick 1 Torn T, and you lost me.
Yeah.
Overall, though, I'm looking at just the speed in even just the top 3. We have 121, 123, 110.
Oh,
I'm already sold.
It jumps to 90 is fine, but then it jumps to 60, 65, 50.
I think that's fine. Because after
I guess
that,
that 110 in the middle is fine.
You have Moltres?
Moltres isn't really running speed a lot, though, I don't think.
I think it is. I think
it can. It definitely can. But I think
it's
just
running
in
speed
this
outspeed
gap,
like 80s for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I guess it doesn't need to invest.
Especially as a Terra captain, I feel like offensive is really strong.
That's true.
And I'll give you a little sneak peek into the game that happened today between him and Skyknight. We saw burn up Moltres.
Terra burn up Moltres. Interesting.
So I think the Terra captains are good. I don't think there was anything better to pair with Stacka.
Yeah, I think
on
that
the
makes
team.
Sense.
So Moltres is fine.
Because Giesing,
especially
you just really love this typing. Like you don't really want
to yeah, Giesing likes his typing.
Even Moltres likes his typing, but not against rocks.
Yeah, it I think is better than like a Terra on Ferrothorn to dodge a weakness because it can use it offensively really nicely. Even just Terra Fire is really strong.
Yeah, and it lets you like Terra early in the game
trying to
and
random
not
rock coverage you, right?
Yeah.
We do see Aloe Ursa. This was a mainstay for us in PGP with Riceman's Aloe Ursa team, where we just ran like Assault Vest Ursa and just let other things burn it and just wish pass to it, and it did crazy amounts of work. It was really, really strong. Weezinglar is just an all-timer. Super good mon. A lot of roll compression.
One
removal,
of the best just like mid-tiers that will always be mid-tier.
Disruption. Yeah. See, I've come around on actually very specifically Alomomola and Weezinglar are two mons that I got sick and tired of people getting away with absolute robbery. Getting Weezinglar for like 9 or 10 points and Alomomola for like 12 points. And it's like everybody and their uncles and their mothers knows that Aloe and Weezinglar outperform their point tiers every season.
Yeah. Well, I think people finally realized, and maybe it's just because it got flip turn. Aloe went from being like, wow, this low tier is actually putting in work to like, this is the most obnoxious like OU mon in the world that just exists to make everyone else playing the game miserable.
I literally had a Joker moment though, where I was like, I'm tired of pretending that Aloe is not a high tier or whatever
it is. There's no like
Aloe's a high tier, and I'm sick of pretending that it's not.
If we're talking like a wish passer that has a pivot move that's not only immune by water absorb, hits for stab, even though who cares? But 165 base HP wish passing just heals anything. Like it, and you're so good at doing it. And you have regen, and it's like it's such a ridiculous mon.
Yeah, it's one of the few wish passers
to accurately price it.
It's one of the few wish passers that I think actually creates the time and space to get wishes off.
Yeah,
and it doesn't even always have to do that. That's not even its like main.
Part of that's because of regen, right? Because it doesn't have to like ever decide like if it needs to stay in and take the wish itself or whatever, because it'll just pivot out and get healed anyway.
Yep. Yeah, Ursa's pretty crazy. I mean, Latios, it's honestly just a team full of good Wobbuffet. It's a team full of good mons and a Wobbuffet.
Wobbuffet.
Wob.
Yeah, no, I like it overall. I don't really have any specific. I don't really have any specific comments aside from maybe the fact that it's like there's a couple slow, hard hitters here that don't really have a lot to like enable them outside of pivots, because they do get pivoted into, which is fine. But like no trick room.
I mean, Stacka says trick room.
No way. Oh yeah, Stacka does have trick room. Yeah, you're right. And I guess you could set it for Ursa too. I was gonna say like no trick room, no webs, but yeah, he sets his own trick room.
Yeah, Stacka sets it for itself.
Yeah,
I don't think Ursa's gonna be using that. It's kind of like a Mega T-Tar with drill, right? It's like Stacka's using the sand, or Stacka's using the trick room rather.
Yeah. And
can you switch into Ursa?
Works with the Aloe too, where it's like he can just be a bulky attacker that comes back and it gets healed up.
Yeah, it's like the Mega Chomp here. I do think the rock situation is pretty bad. The only rocker is Stacka. Ursa. Let's be honest, Terra Stacka is never clicking rocks.
Does Ursa not get rocks?
Nope.
Wow. Well, you got spikes options though. You got Meow spikes. You got Giesing T spikes.
Yeah, Meow Giesing. I do think like they're pretty suboptimal to run on Meow a lot of the time. They're good. especially because Lead Meow is just pretty standard, I want to say. T-Spike's Wheezing is fine.
Yeah.
I do think often it usually needs like 2 attacks to beat most physical attackers. And then usually you want like Willow Defog or even Pain Split. So T-Spikes is competing for a
Well, you might
food
not
slot
need
a lot
Pain
of
Split
time.
when you have the Aloe.
Yep, that's true.
You can probably spare not to waste.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, and Saka might even stay healthy enough with Aloe to be able to get a second Trick Room off and just pop off again.
Yeah. I think overall,
especially changing its type up. I think
overall,
this team is insane, and I actually think this team would stand the test of time up in like Hustle, even in All Stars. I think this would be a pretty good team.
Yeah, what is
that? Like I said, I do think it just wishes that it could click Stealth Rocks.
It wishes? What?
Teams can kind of disregard.
It wishes?
Yeah. Teams can kind of just disregard the hazards and, like, especially on their flying types. They don't need to run boots on their like flying type, right? That's the important part.
That's huge, yeah.
Now you can mix it up and run Rock Stacka with Terra Moltres, and Terra Moltres I'm sure is fine. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if we.
Bobo's cooked,
No, Bobo cooked, not Bobo.
Oh, Bobo cooked, not he is cooked. Yeah, I like the team a lot. I think I would rate it. I think a 9. This is one of my favorites of the division by far.
Easy. Yeah, I think 9 is good.
How do you think the community rated it? Keeping in mind that Mudkip's was 7.91.
I don't know. I don't trust the community after.
And Sweets's was 7.50.
You want me to guess the number, or do you want me to
guess?
I'm like 90% sure that it wasn't the highest. I'm gonna say that the community did something weird again and said like 7.2.
No, 7.59. It's second place between Sweets and Mudkip.
Okay, I was gonna say 7.59 is still lower than I would actually expect, or like that I would have hoped. But second place is good, at least.
Yeah,
it just means.
Okay, we have 2 teams left. Let's get it. We've got Davegrigger, my man.
And this time I actually didn't. I didn't like even look at this one, like, so it looked like it worked out fine.
Oh, you didn't look at his team? Come on, he's your boy.
I know.
Well, not gonna help him out.
I just wasn't really paying attention this time.
Do we finally see the Terra Cornerstone? I'm excited for that.
Oh, yeah.
It's an interesting pick with Terra Stella possible and Terra Tusk possible, but I think it's good. And honestly, with Noivern, it's a really good partner.
Yeah, it's a good point value too. You reach your 25 there.
Yeah, I feel like Tusk Gouging Fire Stella is really crazy, but at the same time, your Fire type and your Steel type don't resist Ice for Tusk. So it goes to your Water type.
Does, though, yeah.
Yeah, the Prim looks like it's under a lot of pressure to eat the moves aimed at these guys.
Yeah, and even Noivern, the 4 times weakness before Terra.
Yeah, there's another 4x weak that's before Terra, and another grass type
4x
too.
Weak. It's 1 4x.
It's not 4x, but
like Tusk is a 4x.
Is. Oh yeah.
We got the web. I really like the webs with the gouging fire, and even the Tusk. Like I feel like those are like you're gonna you automatically get synergy with it when you have the gouging fire that comes in on webs. Like you just get banded. Yeah. But I think like we talked about Tusk in the other division where it was actually a Terra captain and could just like run band. Don't put it past Terra, like, or not Terra, just banded Tusk on webs like that. That could just be. Just rip through some teams.
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Or even just like boost your attack. Yeah. Completely fine.
Yeah. And I really like the cornerstone and the Stella. Put you in a good place against flying types too. That would just ignore the webs normally. And also just defoggers in general.
Yeah. I think especially assuming Con is Terra.
Yeah, or just in general, just having 100% accurate rock move, like it's just insane.
Yeah, very good.
But just the fact that like you can get Rabambi in, and like there are a couple mons that you can kind of get to that don't allow the flying type to come in and just defog, or like any Ogremon actually even against like the ground type spinners, which obviously you have one of them with Tusk, but I think even without like a Goldango or an Annihilate Pier. and really Sableye being the only spin blocker, you do a pretty good job of like making sure that they don't get a lot of opportunities to clear hazards, or if they do, it's like at the expense of their hazard clearer.
Yeah.
If you position
I think I think it's mostly going to be an information game because you can't do it early game against Celesteela until the set is revealed.
Right.
And if it's not like Automata or Autotomize or Meteor Beam or something, then you know that you have the time next time Steela's in, usually.
Yeah.
I do think the speed is pretty cool. We have 110 on Pawn, and we have, 124 or something on Rabombi.
Yeah, and then
plus Noivern at 121. I like that Noivern doesn't have to run full speed to have something to outspeed 120s and like the 119s and everything. Partly because I feel like the team really would like a fat pivot. Now it's not slow, even if you don't invest in speed, but something that can come in and U-turn out, I think is really nice. Yeah. I probably would like to see some like full HP Noiverns just U-turning into like Gouging Fire to fish for setup opportunity and things like that, or even just fishing for Great Tusk breaking opportunity. And any team with a Gouging Fire steal a Great Tusk. Like there's so many ways to win the game with these 3 mons.
Right.
Plus Overpawn.
And Terra Noivern. And
yeah, Terra Noivern is also good. You can just like specs Boom Burst as well.
Yeah.
I specifically though, like with Rabombi, if you're running webs, means that Noivern doesn't have to do that. Even though it's a captain, and you can rely on Pawn as the captain, which I think is good. Quillfish Isui, I think is I'm glad it's drafted. I upped its tier because after playing with it in Paldea decks, Monkey Boy had it. It's like so fat.
Yeah.
Like, it is ridiculous.
With Eviolite, the main drawback of it compared to regular Quillfish is no flip turn, so no pivot.
I know, yeah, that really sucks.
But
getting status, getting spikes, clearing T spikes,
it's
intimidate.
So I'm using it in my low tier draft, and it's like one of my MVPs. It's so insane.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon that I can just completely blanket check, especially fairies and things that like
and grass types.
Even like CM mons that want to just set up Calm Minds and like just 1v1 something. A lot of the time Quillfish can just like be Spadef and just hit it with gunk shots, like uninvested gunk shots, and kill it in like 2 or 3 hits. And
what I'm curious
just trade 1 for 1.
What I'm curious about down here is like I don't really know where these ones are fitting in. Sableye, sure, spin blocker.
These seem like some really toady picks though. Are you sure you didn't tell him anything? The Farigiraf Sableye?
No, but I don't think I've ever used Sableye in a draft, but these ones are definitely on the mind for him right now because they're all
maybe it's DJ Red Lantern who uses Sableye.
Yeah, he loves Sableye. He uses them a lot.
You guys are the same person, so
yeah. In our low tier draft right now, all 3 of these mons are like popping off in different ways. I'm just wondering specifically the Farigiraf with this team because I don't really see like a method, like I don't see like a trick room angle here. I'm wondering like if these 2 could go into like a better ghost maybe. You know, like just it looks like, I guess it looks good on the type spread because like these are all unique types. Like every single type here, aside from Dragon and Dark, is a unique type.
True. Yeah. Wow.
Like only normal type,
fairy.
Only psychic type. Oh, true. Yeah, but only normal type, only psychic type, only ghost type. Prior to being drafted, only dark type, only poison type. Like so I think that's maybe where the Farigiraf came in. It's like, okay, cool, maybe we can pass some wishes to Gouging Fire or Tusk who don't have Gouging Fire is Morning Sun. Primarina maybe could use it. I don't know. Maybe that's the idea. I think that Farigiraf is probably not going to come to many games. It might just be here to be like, oh, be careful about like relying too much on priority, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Here's a trick room.
Or even an anti trick room. Because his team's pretty fast. Like that it could be like a counter trick room too.
That's true. I do wish there were more rockers. Tusk is the only rocker. Which
that's
it can
true.
like
it does limit it from running its like bandit stuff though.
Yeah, or AV. Again, not that it has to run AV. I do think it's like supported fairly decently. I think Prim is nice with it.
That being said, though,
I think Steel is nice with it.
I think that between Quillfish, Rabombi's webs, Ogerpon gets spikes, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Between those things, having Tusk as your only rocker, it's not the same scenario as, was it Bobo? Yeah, Bobo, where it's like you're basically no rocker except for Stack Attacker, who like really doesn't want to run it. The only time that Tusk doesn't want to run it is like if you're running a bandit set, which only you know, right? Like your opponent's still gonna prep expecting a good chance that Tusk is going to be a rocker. So I don't think it hurts the team in the same way as that. And at the same time, when you don't run rocks on Tusk, you still have the option to run spikes on Ogre, spikes, T-spikes on Quillfish, webs on Rebumbling. Yeah. So it's not like you're lacking in hazards, even though, yeah, being the only rocker on the team is rough. I don't think it's that bad in this.
Yeah, and it's not like it's Terra Tusk where there's a greater opportunity cost to running rocks. You can just run rock Tusk, and that's fine.
Yeah. So I think that's fine.
So I like the team. I don't think it extremely stands out to me, but there are just a lot of ways to win the game, and there's a lot of brute force here. I like the speed tiers. The hazards are pretty bad. The removal is always going to be fine if you have Tusk and another defogger, and there's 2 defoggers, so you're chilling.
I do think the hazards are pretty bad. I think they're like average. You think Quillfish Hisui with spikes, T-spikes, and Ogre Prom with spikes, and Rabombi with webs, and Tusk with rocks, do you think that's pretty bad?
Like, yeah, I do. I think it's quality, or it's quantity over quality here. I think Tusk is the best one, and like I've said about Pawn before, it's like Pawn can spike, but Pawn
is like the lowest on the list for me with that. I just think that if Quillfish is coming to a game, it is easy slot in one or the other.
Yeah, well, same as Rabombi. But that's the thing, is if it's coming. And how often are you bringing both of them?
Not both of them, yeah.
I think you'd be happier just having no hazards on the field. Unless you have webs up.
Yeah. But the threat's always there. So the opponent always has to respect it.
Yeah. Well, anyways, I like where the team is going. I think it's pretty inspired, honestly.
Yeah,
and I think
I would at least give it about it. Honestly,
maybe I think I'd at least give it a 7. I like the squad. I think it's likely to get games, and I'm excited to see Dave win. I don't think he's made playoffs before.
No, he got pretty unlucky in the past couple.
Yeah,
he didn't play perfectly. Frozen? Yeah, he hasn't played. It was the paras. He just got parried over and over again.
Right.
Like obviously, like you still make mistakes, right? But like he has gotten the short end of the stick a lot in some of these games. It's
I think Dave has a pretty good shot.
It's not going much better for him in our other league right now either.
I think he's got a good shot of making playoffs, and I'm excited for his playoff debut. And yeah, like I said, I'll give him a 7, maybe like a 7.2.
I think this is a pretty good team. I think this is a pretty good, especially like a Truant Slayer team, like just gouging fire in general. Like that's gonna get a few wins before people start to adapt to it. I think.
Yeah.
In a couple cases, and it's like.
It's very scrappy.
Like people who are aware of it and like want to deal with it, like sure, like they might prep for it, but there are a lot of people. Even though Drix didn't end up in Truant, like there are people like Drix or like who just kind of wanted like a more casual time with it, who aren't going to be doing like all this extensive like research, making sure they don't win. Like Gouging Fire wins those games if you didn't like perfectly prep for it and you gave it the turn that it needs, right? And same with Stella, even like it got the automized. It's sweeping. Oh, it's over. Okay. So I think that this is a very good team. I might actually give it a 9.
Nice.
I think, and while we might disagree on the hazards there, I think that this team just has the tools that it needs to win, at least in this division. I think, and I think we'll definitely see some good wins. And he's a good player. I think he's a little slept on just because of the luck stuff, but
it's hard to give him promotions or anything, even if people think he deserves it. I mean, it's kind of the same as Mudkip. It's like if you deserve it, then prove it. And I haven't seen any of that proof. I agree. I think he's a great player, and like I said, I'm excited to see him. And I hope he gets the results that we think he deserves, so that he can move up.
Yeah. All right. What did the people say?
They actually said 7.27.
Nice.
And we're on to our final team. We have F.D.N.J.Maul.
Another Terra Extra.
I wonder what that stands
for. 3 out of 4 extra drills.
Now, there is a sand setter on this team, though.
Yeah.
Oh, but it was the non-Terra drill that had no sand setter.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like the worst of both worlds.
Yeah. So we see Terra drill, Zard X, Lele, Ninetales Alola, Slowbro, Hippo, Serp, Lucario, Terra Houndoom, and Fracture. What stands out to me is that it's a little slow. It just barely misses my 2 110 pluses.
Yeah.
But Serp as the fastest mon is not great.
No.
If anything, I actually think that's pretty bad. It's maybe possibly passable if you have a 115, like how Drix had Azelf as his cap. Now, there is Drill in Sand, which obviously cheats the system.
Yeah.
And I think Lele's a pretty good Scarfer. So there's ways around it.
And you're spreading pairs with the glares.
Yep. Yeah, so there's ways to control it. Lucario also has E-Speed. I think Lucario was Maul's second pick, actually. But I'm pretty sure this is his first draft. And he expected that Lucario was actually
like underpriced.
Like a really popular pick. And went to try and prioritize it with his second pick. When it was picked second, I actually thought, wait, was it second or like in the first wheel? Hold on. Yeah, in the very first wheel, because he was final pick. He picked Zardex Lucario.
Oh yeah. Oh, he didn't even get the Excadrill first.
No,
so
it was Zardex Lucario.
You would think that it was with the intent to be a Terra Captain, right?
Yeah. So I think it's fine to. I actually respect him for having his own, like, taking the tier list for granted, or not. Yeah. Sorry, not for granted. With a grain of salt. That's it. Of this is what some Joe Schmo on the internet thinks things are worth. I think Lucario's worth more. Yeah. I expected Lucario to be the Terra Captain, and I got excited until he drafted the Sand Core, and I was like, oh, damn, there goes Terra Lucario. But we still get to see Azzy with Terra Lucario, and that's really exciting to me.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite ones I saw.
Yeah, I do think that Lucario in the Psychic terrain is going to feel kind of bad.
That's true.
Because it has like triple priority. It really, really likes using priority, so it's going to be a little crippled in the terrain. Zard X won't be outscarfable. Or sorry, won't be out priorityable in terrain though, which is nice, and it'll have to be forced to be like outscarfed. Slowbro Hippo is a lot of defense, not too much Spidef. It's kind of just Lele.
You have
that has Spidef.
Aurorvale though. Wait a minute, I just realized this is double weather.
Oh, true. Yeah, it's snow sand. That's kind of hype.
Which isn't the worst, yeah, because the snow's really only to set up the Veil, which Ninetales comes in on. Yeah, and honestly, Ninetales doesn't really want the sand, so being able to clear that's actually kind of nice.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, you just always go Hippo to Drill. Yeah.
Yeah, very true. The removal is Drill and Serp. That's a little bit
Drill as the
worrying.
Terra Captain.
Yeah, the Terra Drill with Spin. I do think it's fine. And it's kind of just like we said about Drix too. It's like you can just get away with like running Mold Breaker, Terra Ground with Spin.
Mm-hmm.
Or even defensive with Spin, and you're always chilling.
Yeah.
Like, it will be fine and it'll do work. You don't even have to have Hippo, honestly. I still feel like even just like Scarf Drill in terrain is pretty nice.
Right.
Let's see. Slowbro, there's not really too much of a Trick Room option for Slowbro. There's Double Psychic. What else do I see here? Let's see. Rockers. You have two Rockers. Yeah, it feels like the hazard game is a little lacking.
The Slowbro is probably brought maybe because of the fire weakness a little bit, but
I think Slowbro is just a very good pair for a lot of Excadrill's weaknesses, like fighting, fire.
Yeah, that's true. Actually,
most like physical ground moves as well. Slowbro can eat up,
and so does Hippo.
Yep, also true. I do think that, like I said, the Spidef is really lacking. I'm excited to see Zardex, though. I really feel like Zardex is a mega threat, especially in like divisions where team comps are a little less based on, are more based on like type synergy than they are on like stats.
Yeah.
Because Zardex is one of those mons where you get an SD or you get a DD off and you can just kill 6 mons in a row.
Right. Well, it's also one of those like awkward typings, I guess, where its weaknesses aren't immediately evident, right? Because it's like, oh, it's a dragon type, but it's not weak to fairy. Okay, it's a fire type that's weak to ground, but it looks like Charizard, who's immune to ground, right? So it's like
it's not weak to water,
right? Yeah, fire type that's not weak to water. Like it's like when you haven't been playing the game for a while and can't like immediately recognize that, like. I've had some of those like again when I was like just getting into playing again, like I've had some of those like kind of like oh shit moments where it's like, oh wait, I was thinking that like my fairy type was going to be able to handle this, and I like played this completely wrong because now here I am and I can't kill it, and it's like setting up in front of me,
busting around trying to moonblast it.
Yeah, and it's like roosting it off and then
40 and roosting, yeah.
So like I think that's like something that's not really like you can't really like quantify that, but it's like definitely worth noting, and against like the right player. Could be a huge boon because again, people make mistakes, and we're rating these teams kind of, objectively, yeah, and in the context of everything. But it's also just important to remember that like there are mons that just win. I mean, one example too is the Farigiraf. It's like we said he's probably not coming to many games. Okay, what if he comes to a game where somebody isn't ready for the goofy double dance priority immune sword power set, right?
Yeah. True.
It just 6-0s you, and I forget who that was. It might have been Luke that I 6-0 with it, but it's like he's not a bad player. He went into that and was ready to counter it with, I think it was Lucario actually or something that had priority to finish off the Farigiraf it was Scizor. Like, it was Scizor. It was the Scizor bullet punch. It's like it would have killed if he was could be hit by it.
It was a normal Pokemon,
right? And then when you realize. After the fact that the mistake you made was your plan, the game's over.
Yeah.
Because you already let it set up, assuming that you'd be able to do something about it. It's the same thing with like if you forget about psychic terrain. Like this team actually has quite a few things that can like.
There's a lot of mechanics that you need to remember, and I can definitely foresee people tripping up.
Yeah. So I think this is a very solid team.
I think it's fine. It might be a little tricksy for me outside of Zard and Drill.
It really depends on the player. I think Pilot.
I'd like to see some like CM, some sort of setup Lele, or even a Specs Lele, and then like set up Drill, set up Zard, and try and force your way down with Veil into Sand. I think would be really really strong strat.
Right.
And then Slowbro to just keep the team together, piece it together.
Here's a question though. I want
bring in the breakers.
I would have liked to see an anti-defog mon on this team, like a competitive or defiant user.
Like Superior?
Oh, he has competitive.
No, it's
wait.
It's contrary.
Well, I mean, that's a little more gimmicky.
Yeah,
I mean, agree. Like obviously, an island probably already gone by this point. Like Empoleon we saw before.
Take advantage of the defog. Maybe
because it really does just kind of it really does just kind of like screw up your plan when it's like screen. You have to because you do have to spend a lot of times lining everything up if you want to do Veil into Sand into Excadrill into setup like.
Yeah, you'll need like light play and smooth rock.
Right, and people are bringing defog anyway.
Yeah.
So that would be something that I would like to see a little more pressure to not just click defog because defog also clears the terrain too. So outside of Lucario, like, that doesn't really help anyone else either, right? So it's interesting. I didn't really look at the Terra Houndoom. That's kind of cool.
Yeah, I didn't think too much about it. I don't think it's going to be great, but I mean, we'll see.
What's kind of nice though? It does get Trailblaze. So it can boost its speed now.
Boo. Did it not get Flame Charge?
I don't think so. I don't think it had a way to boost speed. Maybe it did.
It had Flame Charge. Okay. Trailblaze has nothing to do with this.
Well, I mean, it hits water types.
Terra Grass.
But I mean, it could do some stuff, and it's also immunity with Terra Grass. It would be immune to
fire still. Yeah. Boo. That sucks.
I don't know. I mean, when
dude, it's so frail. You can hit it with a not very effective move and 2-hit kill. It's fine.
80 SPDF, dude. Like, yeah, good luck killing this thing.
So true.
That's like double really tough.
Okay, let's try and finish this. This is the last one. What would you rate this team?
in the context of the division, and also because I think it's kind of sick in general, I actually want to give this one a 9.
A 9. That's crazy to me.
Even though you're right about the hazards, I think that's true. I think this team has the tools to be a 9. Maybe it won't be a 9. I think it has the tools to dominate this division. I don't know enough about the player to know if I should say like I expect them to go 8-0, but this team can. I mean, like if you play it right and you get the right matchups, this team it could. I think it could.
See, I think I was thinking between 6 and 7. I'm not gonna lie.
Wow.
Because I feel like it's readable. You know, like you know what Zard is doing. I guess you don't necessarily know what Drill is doing because it could be any type after you get in the game. But like Ninetales is setting Veil and Excadrill is going fast in sand. It's coming most of the time. Let's be real. If it doesn't come, I actually feel like the team is worse. I feel like it should come every game. And I feel like that maybe it becomes a pretty readable pattern.
I remember I forgot like what I said about the defog and the screens. Okay, I'm gonna lower it to an 8. I still think it's very good though. I still think it is able to win a lot of games.
Yeah, that's fair. I think I'm gonna keep my 6, and we'll even out at a 7, and we will look over at the community PRs who rated it a 6.77, actually tied with Crabbit, which I think is a pretty fair assessment.
Yeah.
And once again, if you were keeping tabs on what we've been saying for everybody's ratings, you would have the full picture. Unfortunately, we're going to give you the full picture anyways. So let's take a look at the Truant.
Is here. So that is the division.
Just a bit of a graphic to visualize.
And this is the tier list.
Tier list.
Both a little smaller.
Yeah, I think a pretty clear-cut number 1 in Mudkip. It was actually the biggest gap between a number 1 and number 2 team in the division, where it was 7.91 to BoboZab's 7.59. So it was a 0.32 difference.
Yeah,
which is massive. I don't think
the difference between 11 and 12 is also huge.
Yeah, true. We have a 0.55 gap between Handy and Zathandous too. Very true. So here you go. We've got Mudkip in the S tier, into Bobo, Sweets, Dave, and Tony in the A tier, Skyknight, Roy Ace, Crabbit, and Maul in the B tier, and finally DaMMu, Handy, and Zathandous in C tier. And I definitely disagree with some of these. Like I said, I think Handy's team was pretty cool.
Yeah, that's the part that I disagree with the most.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed. I think we will see you again. We don't have a set time, but we are planning on resuming our highlight streams. So I guess mini announcement about that, because I haven't spoken much about it, but I will post something in the Discord as well. During a week, if somebody plays a game and posts the replay that you thought was cool and want to submit it to be reviewed live by us on stream, submit it to the highlight submissions channel in the Discord. It doesn't matter which division it's from, if you played in it, if a buddy played in it, if two strangers played in it, doesn't matter. Just post it if you want to see us review it, and we'll break it down. It can be a meme game, it can be a really close game, it can be a super long game that you want to troll us with, whatever. And then we'll pick a couple for a week in review kind of style stream. We'll break down the plays, the sets, and everything, and yeah, it's a pretty good time. So yeah, go and submit those when they happen. I know only a couple of games have happened so far, but yeah, get those to us by like Monday or Tuesday, and then we'll try and review them.
Cool.
If anybody is still around, how about you first of all say hi in chat just so I know who's still around. If you stuck around from the beginning, that was another slog. It was another 5-hour stream, slightly over 5. Yeah, I think we're about almost the exact same time as last.
It was
last
5:17, I think, last time.
Yeah, so we're at like 5:10 right now. So
yeah, pretty good.
Yeah, thank you so much for sticking around. If you did, if you didn't, and you just joined halfway through, that's also cool. We see Skyhops here. Yo, we see Bobo
is here.
Still here. Thank you guys for tuning in. Appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed yet, please do.
appreciate it because these are long.
Yeah. And I guess until next time, we will let you know when that is, but there will be a next time, and it will be soon.
Awesome.
Yeah. Any last remarks? Any jokes? Any anecdotes?
I mean, I'm just glad that this season I'll be able to dish it out, and I don't really have to take it because my replays of any losses won't have to be on stream. So
true. We can't make fun of you on stream for losing. We'll have to bring up one of your old replays. Submit it in the highlights.
I don't think that's necessary, actually.
I'm going to do that. I'm not going to do that. All right, everybody.
All my good old replays were lost to time because I've only run meme teams.